Titchkin was originally from Earth, but a month ago, he suddenly transmigrated to a world that was both similar to and different from his hometown. After arriving here, he also happened to obtain a system. According to it, whenever Titchkin trained in a particular field to a certain level, he could unlock the corresponding skill, whether it was physique, strength, speed, running, aiming, shooting, and so on. For example, after completing a running test at school today, his running skill gained 20 experience points because he had improved compared with last time. Putting that aside, Titchkin was undeniably one of the most popular boys at school. The admiration of female students had even unintentionally activated his charm skill, whose experience kept increasing even when Titchkin did absolutely nothing. Still, he found it utterly useless. While he was standing aside to rest, something suddenly whistled through the air toward him. Titchkin immediately reached out and caught it. It was a tennis ball that had been deliberately thrown at him. He looked at the ball in his hand, then in the direction it had come from, and curled his lips in disdain. "Bro, what happened?" A male student ran over. It was Laika, Titchkin's good friend. "Do you know those guys?" Titchkin nodded and pointed toward the court. Laika followed his finger, and his expression immediately changed. That was Bui Hu Kwong, the school bully. Nervously, Laika asked, "Why did you provoke him? Was it over a girl? Just pick someone at random and be done with it. No need to make enemies everywhere." "Not interested," Titchkin replied. Indifferently, he tossed the handkerchief a girl had just given him to Laika. "You may not be, but the rest of us are. Besides, Bui Hu Kwong isn't someone you should mess with. Where are you going? The gym? Bodybuilding is useless. You should learn martial arts." Laika tried to persuade him, but it was clearly pointless. Titchkin knew that working out might be useless to others, but he had the system, so it was different for him. Still, although daily training helped him improve greatly, it also drained a lot of energy. It had turned Titchkin into a genuine food-devouring machine. Yet he was not working so hard merely to show off. The place where he currently lived was called the Fifth Urban Zone. Since it was divided into zones, there was an inner ring and an outer ring. The farther out one went, the more desolate and impoverished it became. The deeper into the city one went, the more prosperous and prestigious it was. In this world, Titchkin would graduate in half a year. He had one chance to fight his way into the inner ring, or remain poor for the rest of his life. That was why he had to work so desperately for a better future. As he pondered this, Titchkin went to a supermarket and bought some food to replenish his empty refrigerator. The total came to 201 yuan, making his face darken. Titchkin hurriedly put several items back, then carried 2 bags of groceries home. He was deeply depressed. 5 eggs cost 30 yuan. This world was truly insane. Just then, a black shadow flashed past him. Looking carefully, Titchkin saw that it was a beautiful black cat with sparkling eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to praise it, the cat suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Are you trying to pretend I hit you?" Titchkin asked suspiciously, but then he noticed that the cat was covered in wounds. It had probably just lost a fight with some stray cats. Who would have thought the world of stray cats was so brutal? Suddenly, the cat opened its mouth and spoke. Titchkin was utterly shocked. He could hardly believe his ears, but even if they had been made of wood, he would still have heard it clearly. The cat had spoken human language. So Titchkin examined it from head to toe. Then he discovered a strange golden ring attached to its tail and reached out to touch it. A dazzling golden light immediately appeared, accompanied by a system notification. Divine essence detected. Absorbing divine essence. Titchkin was astonished. This planet was called Earthstar, a world known as Chuwa. 287 years ago, God died. On that day, every human on Earthstar witnessed that bizarre sight with their own eyes. The gods vanished from the human world, leaving humanity to fend for itself. Yet now, Titchkin had found an object containing divine essence. Did that mean he might one day become a god? With that thought, Titchkin carried the black cat home. On the way back, he also picked up some cat food. However, when he pushed the food toward it, the cat's face was full of disgust. "Aren't you a stray cat? You're even picky about this." Titchkin was speechless. Then he remembered that the cat had spoken human language earlier. A thought suddenly came to him. Could it be that it was not actually a cat? Titchkin immediately turned and headed into the kitchen, where he began cooking with great seriousness. During the process, he gained quite a bit of experience for his cooking skill. Soon, a fully loaded mixed fried rice was ready. This time, the cat's attitude made a complete turnaround. Drool streamed from its mouth, its eyes gleamed, and it buried its face in the food. This confirmed Titchkin's guess. The cat could speak because it was not truly a cat, but a person transformed into one. As for the reason, it was probably related to the golden ring on its tail. Just as he thought this, the system sent Tichkin another notification. The absorption of divine essence had been completed, and the information in his status window changed. It said that Tichkin now met the requirements to activate a divine skill called Twin. He immediately selected yes. The Twin skill was successfully activated. A golden speck of light appeared in Tichkin's palm before quickly sinking into his flesh. For now, this skill had only one passive effect, but it was incredibly powerful. It granted him an extra life. After dying, he could freely choose when to revive within 7 days. The skill's cooldown was 3 months. Tichkin's mouth fell open after reading the notification. Wasn't this basically a resurrection armor? If even the passive effect was this strong, then its active effect would surely be even stronger. Unfortunately, Tichkin currently did not have enough divine essence points to unlock it, so he could not use the active skill yet. All he needed to do was continue absorbing divine essence, right? He thought. At the same time, his gaze locked onto the black cat, and an inhuman smile gradually appeared on his face. But upon closer inspection, he saw that it was truly covered in injuries. Continuing to absorb divine essence from it seemed a little too inhumane. So Tichkin temporarily set that thought aside and merely crouched down to gently pat the cat's head. Still, he could not simply let it leave, so he decided to keep it in his home for the time being. Tichkin also needed to go out and search for clues about divine essence. With that in mind, he gave the command, stand. He wanted to see what the cat would do. Sure enough, it stood up, but then Tichkin switched off the lights and quickly left the house. The little creature stared fixedly at the door, seeming rather dissatisfied. It was now alone in the house, though the surveillance camera in the corner of the room was still running. Tichkin headed straight for the outer ring. Life there was extremely difficult. For people in the outer ring, entering the inner ring was laughably hard. Even if they could enter, they had to pay an enormous fee that could bankrupt a well-off family. Even so, countless people still pursued it eagerly. But what most people did not know was that there was another path pursuing martial arts. If one could become a martial artist, everything would become much easier. That was the opportunity Tichkin wanted to seize. He continued forward, hoping to find information related to divine essence. However, he ran into a group of strangers. "You're Tichkin, right? You dare to touch someone our boss boy, Hugh Kwong, has his eye on? You're dead today." Every one of them carried a weapon. Clearly, they intended to teach Tichkin a severe lesson, perhaps even kill him. Yet Tichkin was not afraid at all. Instead, he sighed and asked, "Which boss did you say?" The moment he finished speaking, the bald man among them suddenly fell backward as though struck by tremendous force. The others stared in shock, looking from him to Tichkin, but no one had seen what Tichkin had done. Very soon, a second man screamed and fell backward as well, followed by a third. This time, Tichkin slowed down slightly, allowing them to see clearly. The 3 men had all been knocked down by tiny stones fired from his hand. Tichkin had diligently trained his precision aiming skill through darts, so this was no challenge for him. The fallen thugs lay on the ground and wailed in pain. "You do have some skill, but it's not enough." Once none of his underlings remained standing, Hugh Kwong finally stepped forward. Tichkin had intended to attack using the same method as before, but his opponent rushed in a step faster. He had no choice but to dodge aside. Hugh Kwong's fist struck the wall behind him, cracking it apart. This time, Tichkin was surprised. Boy Hugh Kwong actually knew martial arts. This battle had become more interesting. Good. That saves me the trouble of finding someone else. Tell me everything you know. Tichkin slowly approached him, his voice full of menace. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Hugh Kwong was no match for Tichkin. He was quickly beaten until he trembled in fear. He hurriedly begged, "Boss, big brother, I surrender. I really surrender. I'll tell you everything." A smug smile appeared on Tichkin's face. He had thought his opponent was strong, but he was merely a novice who used the same move over and over throughout the fight. In the end, he could not even withstand a single punch from Tichkin. Meanwhile, Tichkin had gained something new. After the battle, he successfully activated the hand-to-hand combat skill. His precision aiming training had not been in vain. It had not only improved Tichkin's dynamic vision, but also enhanced the accuracy of his attacks. Therefore, Against a low-level martial artist like Bui Hu Kwang, he had more than enough strength. Seeing Tichkin approach, Hu Kwang was terrified and pleaded, "Don't hit me again, Brother Can. I'm begging you." Tichkin crouched down. Though he did not hit him, he asked threateningly, "What was that move you used just now?" Already terrified, Hu Kwang did not dare conceal anything. He immediately answered, "That wasn't a move. It was inner energy. You gather the energy throughout your body, then release it through a technique. How do you train it? Who can teach it?" Brother Can, I only learned the basics. I can't explain it clearly. Please spare me. This time, Tichkin grabbed him by the collar. "Are you pretending? I heard you smoke, drink, dye your hair, kill people, set fires, and dance hip-hop. You do it all. Are you really surrendering so easily for someone as fierce as you?" With Tichkin's terrifying face so close to his, Hu Kwang was so frightened that he nearly cried. The instant he opened his mouth, he called Tichkin his own big brother and repeatedly begged for mercy. He said that all those rumors about smoking, drinking, and the rest were just rumors. Hu Kwang had merely relied on them to build the image of a school bully and intimidate others. If they had been true, how could he have remained in school? Seeing that he seemed to be telling the truth, Tichkin finally released him. Before doing so, however, he warned, "If you haven't learned your lesson this time, then every time I see you in the future, I'll beat you up." After all, it was true that Hu Kwang had bullied his classmates. After thinking for a moment, Tichkin ordered him to go home and write a self-criticism. Tomorrow morning, he had to read it aloud to the entire class 10 times and record a video for Tichkin to inspect. How could Hu Kwang dare disobey? He repeatedly agreed at once. Tichkin suddenly took out his phone. Hu Kwang thought he was about to beat him again and opened his mouth to scream. "The address at a martial arts school," Tichkin said briefly. Hu Kwang let out a loud, "Huh? Didn't you say you didn't know? I'll go ask myself." After dealing with that coward, Tichkin followed the address Hu Kwang had given him. By then, he had entered the city's inner ring. After that battle, the system generously awarded Tichkin quite a few experience points. He had now unlocked as many as 7 skills. Normally, working diligently for an hour at the gym would only earn about 200 bodybuilding experience points. But after just one effortless fight, he had received far more than from ordinary training and had even awakened a new skill. Big Gang immediately felt that he should seek out more people who deserved a beating in the future. As he walked in thought, he arrived at the address, Kim Fong Dojo. From the outside, the dojo looked unimpressive. Tichkin pushed open the door and said that he wanted to look around. The female receptionist signaled for him to be quiet because the master was teaching. Following the direction of her finger, he saw an old man with white hair and beard instructing 5 disciples in cultivation. The breathing method uses inhalation and exhalation to activate the inner energy within the body. It is the foundation. Only when the energy within the body circulates fully can one be considered initiated into martial arts. As he explained, the old man demonstrated for the people below to imitate. Tichkin's eyes immediately lit up. En introductory technique, wasn't that exactly what he needed? He quietly asked the young woman whether he could join. Captivated by his looks, she nodded and agreed, telling him not to force himself if it became too difficult. With permission, Tichkin walked over to an empty mat, sat down, and began following the master's instructions. Although he was extremely serious, it was obvious that this was his first contact with martial arts, so the young woman naturally did not think he would succeed. Inhale. Keep inhaling until you cannot inhale anymore until your body goes numb. The old man instructed his disciples to draw in breath with all their strength. However, lung capacity was limited. If they could not use the inhaled energy to activate their inner energy, they would soon be unable to keep inhaling. One after another, they gave up. This made the young woman extremely anxious, afraid that the master would expel her if she could not find even one promising disciple. After some time had passed and everyone else had failed, the old man suddenly stood up and slowly approached her. Thinking he was going to hold her accountable, she clasped her hands and pleaded, "Master, please give me a few more days. I'll definitely find you a talented student." Yet he walked right past her. When she looked after him, he raised a hand to his mouth, signaling silence, and whispered, "Don't say anything. This child is still trying." The breathing method he had taught sounded simple, but it was quite difficult in practice. With so much oxygen rushing into the lungs, those without sufficient lung capacity were not even qualified to train. Furthermore, the true energy continuously expanded inside the body, as though it might explode at any moment. Yet Tichkin had persisted until now. Only when the countdown ended did he gently exhale and open his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, Tichkin saw two worried faces waiting for him. "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Tichkin shook his head and said that, on the contrary, he felt refreshed all over. The system also recorded that he had successfully activated the skill. Inner energy. Seeing this, the young woman seemed as though she had struck gold. She immediately grabbed his hand and asked, "Student, what is your name? Would you like to join our Kim Fong dojo?" Tichkin naturally wanted to, but before he could answer, a loud crash interrupted him as something smashed through the dojo's glass window. Then a huge black shadow charged in from outside and casually attacked one of the dojo students. It was clearly some kind of monster. Terrified screams rang out from the crowd, while that male student was nearly killed. "What the hell is that?" Tichkin wondered in shock. Everyone else had already gone pale with fear. "Everyone, evacuate immediately. Do not crowd together. Director Zhang, please maintain order." The old master was the calmest person there and promptly gave the command. The woman called Director Zhang quickly regained her composure and began evacuating the students. Yet unexpectedly, the demonic creature seemed to change direction at once. It was preparing to target her. At that critical moment, Tichkin rushed forward. He shoved her aside, helping her narrowly escape disaster. Director Zhang looked at him with unconcealed admiration, her face red as two tomatoes. "Thank you," she said. Yet inwardly, she had even bolder thoughts and was secretly rather enjoying the feeling of having Tich compressed on top of her. His charm had increased by another 20 points thanks to that innocent girl. But Tichkin had no time to pay attention to that. Earlier, Bui Hu Kwang had said that inner energy was gathered from throughout the body and released beyond it through martial techniques. This monster's appearance was the perfect opportunity for him to put that into practice. The very next second, the creature lunged at him. Tichkin instinctively unleashed his inner energy. Although he hit the target, it seemed completely unharmed. He wondered whether this thing was like a cockroach, capable of withstanding strength 300 times its own body weight. If that was true, then he would have to change strategies and concentrate all his power into a single point. Once he understood that, Tichkin immediately attacked again. This time, it was not an ordinary physical punch. It was infused with inner energy, and the strike immediately unlocked the short-range force skill. It was force released in extremely short range, and it sent the ugly creature flying. After defeating it, Tichkin casually brushed off his hands and said it had been far weaker than he expected. Director Zhang, watching from the side, could no longer hide the admiration in her eyes. Meanwhile, the old master beside her began to worry. Tichkin had only just learned to control his inner energy, after all. If an ordinary person suddenly released so much of it, their body certainly would not be able to endure it. Besides, that cockroach creature was not completely dead yet. It rose to its feet again, and perhaps because it was injured, it looked even more ferocious than before. Tichkin was not afraid at all. He even crooked a finger provocatively at it. "Want to keep going? It will be the same no matter how many times you try." As he spoke, he gathered his inner energy, intending to put on another spectacular display like before. Unfortunately, before he could strike, Tichkin tasted fresh blood in his throat. Not only was he unable to attack, but he had also suffered internal injuries without understanding what had happened. Seeing the cockroach creature charge at him, Tichkin finally began to panic, inwardly regretting that he had gone too far this time. But just then, a streak of blue light flashed, and the creature's body was instantly cut in two. Tichkin was saved at the last possible instant. As he was still wondering what was happening, the person who had struck appeared. "White Fang Team, Captain of Unit 838. We are taking over this place. All unauthorized personnel, withdraw immediately." A voluptuous young woman with long silver hair appeared. This was the first time Tichkin had heard of the White Fang Team. That woman seemed incredibly powerful. She had defeated the cockroach creature with a single strike. Could everyone in that organization be that strong? As Tichkin observed White Fang from across the room, she was also studying him with many thoughts running through her mind. After examining him from head to toe, she saw that Tichkin appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, yet he had injured the humanoid cockroach that badly with his bare hands. More importantly, he was very handsome. This made White Fang even more eager to find a reason to recruit him. Acting on the thought immediately, she stepped forward, took out a slip of paper, and handed it to him. Seeing Tichkin's confused expression, she reminded him, "Come to the address written on that paper at exactly 5 o'clock this Sunday afternoon. By then, I could tell you everything you want to know." Tichkin looked at the note. It read, 7th floor, Ton Ton Library. He fell into thought, then left the dojo with Director Zhang and Master Lam. The woman surnamed Zhang seemed especially worried and kept asking Tichkin whether he was all right and if he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. "I'm fine, really." Tichkin tried to reassure her. "Thank you for letting me visit your dojo today. Since there is nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Director Zhang nodded, not forgetting to remind him that he absolutely had to come tomorrow. But Master Lam, standing to one side, let out a long sigh. "I'm afraid that will be difficult." This child displayed such power the first time he came into contact with inner energy. A small dojo like ours probably cannot contain him. After walking a few more steps, Tichkin indeed received a system notification. He had just experienced an intense battle and received 229 experience points. Many of his skills had gained points, but Tichkin was focused only on the newly unlocked short-range force. That skill allowed him to concentrate his energy at one point and accelerate it to an extreme speed over the shortest distance. No matter how tough an opponent's defense was, it could be broken. The feeling was truly exhilarating, making Tichkin want to experience it again. With that thought, he began gathering energy once more. But the sensation that his chest was about to explode nearly suffocated him. Remembering what Master Lam had just told him at the dojo, Tichkin decided not to risk his life. He should rest for the night and think about it tomorrow. In any case, he had gained quite a lot today. The White Fang team, the humanoid cockroach, everything that had appeared today made Tichkin ask himself one question. Just how many secrets did this world still hold that he did not know about? He also decided to visit that place over the weekend. As he was nearing home, Tichkin remembered the black cat. He immediately opened his phone to check the surveillance footage. Just as he had expected, it was doing something completely outside the scope of normal feline behavior, using his computer. The moment Tichkin got home, he put on a murderous expression. "What exactly were you doing on my computer just now?" The cat was so frightened that it broke out in a cold sweat, immediately meowing ingratiatingly. Tichkin sighed at the sight. "Not talking, huh? Fine. I'll settle things with you after I wake up." He was exhausted from the day, so Tichkin pushed it aside and collapsed onto the bed, seemingly sensing that something was wrong with him. The cat came closer and sniffed him. With its sharp feline senses, it immediately detected the smell of blood. Did he fight someone? It thought. Besides, he belongs to me. Who would dare bully him? The unpleasant feeling made the black cat unwilling to keep pretending to be dumb. It leaped onto the bed and spoke in a young woman's voice. "Tell me what happened." "Don't worry, just tell me. No matter what it is, I, Ning Fingna, cult leader of the Dragon Cult, will definitely stand up for you." Seeing that it was no longer pretending, Tichkin said, "I knew you were human." However, he was completely drained at the moment, so he pulled the blanket over himself and went to sleep, leaving the black cat alone in frustration after failing to pry out any information. The next morning, Tichkin woke up full of energy again. He cooked a table full of delicious food. Across from him, the black cat was stuffing food into its mouth while asking, "So you were not beaten up by someone, you defeated a monster instead?" Although White Fang had ultimately been the one to finish off the humanoid cockroach, Tichkin still gave Fingna a quiet affirmative response. The cat's face turned thoughtful as she muttered, "I have never heard of something like that entering the city center." Lost in thought, Fingna failed to notice when Tichkin stood up. By the time she came back to her senses, he was standing before her, reaching out to gently pat her head. "Thank you for worrying about me, Warner." The moment her head was patted, Fingna's cheeks heated up. That cute nickname made her even more flustered. "Do not call me Warner. You must respectfully address me as cult leader," Fingna said sternly, but her words had no intimidating effect on Tichkin whatsoever. He smiled in response, then raised his phone. All right, Lady Warner. Since Lady Warner can speak, why don't you explain what you were doing here? The phone footage showed Fengna seriously using Tichkan's computer. Caught red-handed, she was extremely embarrassed and momentarily speechless. After a fierce internal struggle, Fengna raised her tail and explained, "This golden ring is called a cat-tail ring. It is a divine relic. I was searching online for information about it." Tichkan naturally sat down and reached out to hold Fengna's tail. It had been one thing when she was pretending to be an ordinary cat, but now that he knew she had transformed from a human, this touch made Fengna so embarrassed that she wanted to melt into the floor. So, this is a divine relic? 287 years ago, God died. I heard that the golden lights released at that time were divine relics. I had only heard about them before, but now I have finally seen one. No wonder it can absorb divine essence. How long are you planning to keep touching my tail? Fengna did not want to interrupt Tichkan, but she had no choice. Only then did he realize that he had been a little too forward. He coughed and let go, returning to a proper demeanor. So you're looking for a way to use it? No, I want to take it off, Fengna replied, listlessly. She then began talking about her own faction. She said that she was the cult leader of the Dragon Cult, the largest gang in the provincial city. It not only controlled the businesses of entertainment establishments, but also cooperated with martial arts schools in areas such as medicine trading. Perhaps its growing influence had made many people jealous. That was why Fengna had been attacked inside her own villa. Someone put this thing on her, transforming her into a cat. By the time Fengna had gone to great lengths to escape, the dragon cult had already become prey in someone else's hands. Only by removing the ring could she return to human form. Fengna swore that, when the time came, she would cleanly eliminate every one of those people. So what will you do next? If you cannot find anything online, it will probably be hard to find in a library too, Tichkan asked. At that, Fengna crossed her front paws with a smug expression. This cult leader has had a plan for a long time. You'll go train in martial arts and become truly strong. Hearing her speak so confidently, Tichkan thought he had misheard. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Of course it does, Fengna explained. Once you become powerful, organizations will definitely seek you out. One of them might possess a divine relic. Then you can follow that clue, investigate further, and surely find a way to remove the cat-tail ring. Tichkan felt as if she had struck the nail on the head, because the White Fan team had set its sights on him yesterday. Fengna did not know that, however, and enthusiastically said she would introduce Tichkan to the best dojo. Its name was Hidden Dragon Dojo. Naturally, Tichkan had heard that name before. In the past, when he wanted to train in martial arts, he had researched the tuition fees of every dojo in the provincial city. Hidden Dragon Dojo was the most expensive of them all, but the high fees were not why he remembered it. The internet was filled with one-star reviews, saying the dojo was terrible and that its teaching quality was not worth the tuition at all. Every day, it only sent out a few women to supervise students. They offered no guidance and simply stood to the side, insulting people. When Tichkan told her this, Fengna snorted disdainfully. Those useless people cannot endure even a little hardship, yet they want to learn martial arts? Among true martial artists, no one dares look down on Hidden Dragon Dojo. So how do I get in? Tichkan asked again. Of course, according to the rules of the martial world, by issuing a challenge. Hearing that, he thought he would have to go smash up their dojo. The instant he voiced that idea, Fengna gave him another contemptuous look. She called him someone who had never gone out and seen the world. The challenge she meant was an interview, not the destructive behavior he had imagined. Usually, dojo disciples were also divided into ranks. Even if someone paid to enroll and trained diligently, it was useless without talent. These paying disciples made up the largest group, but were also ranked the lowest. Above them were naturally gifted disciples, and at the highest level were challenged disciples. Even the talented had to prove their real strength. If they only developed their abilities at 8 or 15, they were still useless. On the path of martial arts, one's mindset was especially important. Only with an invincible spirit could one unleash invincible martial arts. Issuing a challenge was a form of self-recommendation, and also the best way to prove that spirit. Fengna had given him so much information in one breath that Tichkan could not process it all at once. Then she gracefully flicked her tail and leaped onto the windowsill. Remember to go to the dojo tomorrow. I have some business to take care of. The next day, Can actually obediently went to Hidden Dragon Dojo. Hello, classmate. Welcome to Hidden Dragon Dojo. A young man stepped forward to receive Tichkan. Seeing the hand extended toward him, Tichkan politely shook it. He had been about to explain why he was there, but it was not an ordinary handshake. The man exerted tremendous force, tightening his grip more and more. Tichkan immediately understood that this was also a test. Since it was a test, he had to treat it seriously. Fortunately, he had rested well yesterday, so he could gather energy today. Using what he had learned the day before, Tichkan swiftly turned the tables and squeezed the man's hand until he was nearly crying in pain. The young man hurriedly shouted, all right, it hurts, it hurts. Let go." Seeing the commotion, several other disciples of Hidden Dragon Dojo gathered around and laughed as they teased their friend. Haha, classmate, do not take it personally. This guy is a complete martial arts fanatic. He challenges everyone he meets. Who knows how many times he has lost already? Stop talking, he shouted, his face flushing red with anger. Tichkan had assumed he was impressive, but he turned out to be nothing more than an amateur showing off. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Look, the old dojo master and several lineage disciples are here. What is going on?" Even the old dojo master came. Could the dojo be about to go bankrupt? The old dojo master they spoke of was Li Qi, seated in a wheelchair, pushed by the disciple Zhu Shanning. 3 other disciples accompanied them, Meng Bachuang, Meng Tan Kyo, and Tran Fu Quan. Most importantly, was that not Fina sitting on the old dojo master's lap? Seeing such an imposing arrival, the dojo disciples could not help worrying as they quietly discussed it among themselves. All the lineage disciples who never come out are here. What major event could this be? Is our dojo really about to go bankrupt? Tichkan was also surprised to see Fina sitting confidently on Li Qi's lap. The wheelchair rolled a little closer. Li Qi signaled for everyone to be quiet, then looked directly at Tichkan and asked, "Are you the one who came to issue a challenge?" Tichkan saw Fina winking at him from across the room. He did not know what she had told the old dojo master, but he understood her meaning and answered, "That is correct." Li Qi's expression gave away neither joy nor sorrow, excitement nor contempt. It was only that no one had dared come here to issue a challenge in a very long time. Li Qi asked again, "Young man, do you think you're qualified?" "What do you mean qualified? I'm not sure either when you put it that way." Tichkan scratched his head. After all, Li Qi looked quite powerful, and he was already old. Though Tichkan had the system, his combat-related skills were still quite low. "How about this? Let me ask you a few questions," Li Qi said again. Naturally, Tichkan did not refuse. And so, a tense exchange began between the two. "What is your name?" "The Gang." "How old are you? Where do you live? What do your parents do? Are you an only child? Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Hearing this, Tichkan began to feel that something was off. He had come here to issue a challenge, not on a blind date. Why was masterly investigating his entire family? Moreover, Li Qi's expression was especially serious. It was not until Ning Fengna gave a light cough that Old Li burst out laughing. "Ha ha, don't be so anxious. My future son-in-law is about to join the family, so naturally, I need to ask a few more questions." Tichkan looked at Ning Fengna in confusion and quietly asked what was going on. As though she had stepped on a nail, Ning Fengna shrieked involuntarily. "How would I know? Whether you're qualified or not, we'll talk after you fight." At that moment, Zhu Shanning spoke up, cracking her knuckles. Then she assumed a fighting stance. "Don't worry, little junior brother. I'll go easy on you." Though she did not look like she intended to hold back at all. Fortunately, Tichkan had no intention of yielding either. He wanted to see just how far his own strength could go. He took his stance as well, curling 2 fingers in a habitual gesture to invite her forward. Many dojo disciples gathered around to watch. None of them had expected their youngest lineage senior sister to make a move today. It seemed Tichkan would not be leaving unscathed. Only Ning Fengna had mixed feelings, muttering quietly, "I said you came here for a blind date, so why do you still want to fight?" "Be careful, little junior brother," Shanning kindly reminded him. Ning Fengna was indeed a little worried about him, but when his opponent threw her first punch, Tichkan dodged it. Not only that, he seized her wrist in the same motion. Then he executed an incredibly clean throw. Zhu Shanning lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly up at the sky. Before she could even understand what had happened, she had already been defeated. The other lineage disciples behind Li Qi could not help but chuckle at the sight. They all agreed that Tichkan's powers of observation and ability to seize opportunities were exceptionally sharp. Old Li was even more excited than the children of his own family. laughing heartily. Ha ha! You really found an outstanding prospect for this old man. Of course. Who do you think I am? Ning Feng na proudly straightened her chest and answered in a smug tone. She felt that all her worrying over Tich can just now had been unnecessary. Shanying was still lying on the ground in a daze. Tichkin looked at her, then turned back to Li Qi and cautiously asked whether his challenge today could be considered a success. He had just won a battle by overcoming a stronger opponent, so the system was naturally more generous and awarded him a great deal of experience. Li Qi stared at him for a long time, seemingly assessing him. Tichkin had never practiced martial arts, yet he had defeated Zhu Shanying in a single move. Forget being accepted into the dojo, he more than qualified to become a lineage disciple. This old man changed his attitude quickly. Just moments ago, he had put on a stern face, but now he was grinning from ear to ear. So, was it time to change how Tichkin addressed him? Tichkin fidgeted for a few seconds. Things had gone far more smoothly than he had expected, but he quickly regained his composure. Cupping his hands together, he spoke loudly. Greetings, master, senior brothers, and senior sisters. Tran Fu Kuang, Meng Tan Kyo, and the others seemed very pleased with their new junior brother and could not stop smiling. Only then did Shanying manage to sit up. Being defeated by Tichkin had left her extremely embarrassed, but since he was greeting his new senior brothers and sisters, she could not be left out. Me too. I'm Zhu Shanying, your sixth senior sister. I only lost because I underestimated you. Don't get arrogant just because you won once. Thank you for your guidance, sixth senior sister. Tichkin was not arrogant at all. He even lowered his head deeply as he replied. It turned out that before his arrival, this girl had been the youngest lineage disciple. No wonder she was still somewhat childish. Then a girl named Chui took Tichkin to complete his admission formalities. She addressed him very respectfully as young Master Tich, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Li Qi explained that his lineage disciples held a special status within the dojo and could not be slighted by anyone. From today onward, Tichkin officially had an inner ring registration. Calling him young Master Tich was only proper. Still, Tichkin was not used to it, so he reluctantly asked if they could change the form of address. Young Master Tich sounds strange. Then how about Master Kan? Hui suggested. That sounded even more burdensome. Tichkin could only sigh. They could call him whatever they liked. So, carrying Ning Fengna in his arms, he followed Chui to complete the admission procedures. While waiting, they chatted for a while. The challenge wasn't as difficult as he said. Shanying went down in one move. You're the one who lost. She's actually much stronger than you, Ning Fengna explained lazily. Martial arts aren't measured by numbers. Mood, condition, information, luck, everything can become a critical factor that affects victory or defeat. Just as Shanying had said, she had only underestimated her opponent because she saw Tichkin as a blank slate. If she had been more cautious and waited for him to attack before counterattacking, the outcome would have been different. Still, no matter what, Tichkin had won that match. His acceptance into the dojo was beyond question. Hearing Ning Fengna say that, Tichkin suddenly felt a little unhappy. So his victory had only been due to luck. Yet that only made him more determined to train harder from now on. Then Tichkin remembered something and asked, "Oh, right. Where did you go last night? Don't tell me you stayed at the dojo all night." Of course, if I wanted them to accept someone, I had to notify Old Leaf first. Back then, he nearly put horns on my grandfather's head. Hearing Ning Fengna casually refer to the tangled romance of their elders, Tichkin had no idea how to respond. By then, Chui had completed the paperwork and handed him an identity verification card. She told Tichkin that starting tomorrow, he only needed to swipe the card to enter through the gate. Yet Tichkin did not go home that day. The next morning, even the earliest disciples found him already training. When they heard that Tichkin had stayed at the dojo to train all night on his very first day, everyone looked at him as though he were a terrifyingly powerful monster. Only Master Li Qi remained extremely strict. Although Tichkin was exhausted to the point of gasping for breath, Li Qi still would not let him give up. If he did not persist a little longer, all the effort he had put in overnight would be wasted. Tichkin was stubborn too. Sweat streamed down his body, and every last bit of strength was nearly drained from him, but he still refused to quit. Only when the status window appeared with a level-up notification did he finally let out a long breath and collapse backward into a sitting position. A radiant smile appeared on Li Qi's face. He said that he had taken many disciples in his lifetime, but Tichkin had the greatest potential of them all. At this rate, it would not be long before Tichkin could cultivate the Hidden Dragon School's martial art. The instant he heard that, Tichkin, who had been lying flat on the ground, suddenly sat upright. What is that martial art? How far do I need to train before I can learn it? Seeing his eyes shining like headlights, Li Qi was certain that Tichkin was the most martial arts-obsessed youngster he had ever met. He extended a hand and told Tichkin to grip it tightly. Tichkin quickly realized that this was another test and grabbed his master's hand. Li Qi immediately began circulating his inner energy. Tichkin instantly felt a vast amount of true energy flowing into his body. He could not resist it at all, and his expression gradually worsened. Only then did Li Qi release his hand and ask a seemingly unrelated question. What sports do you usually practice? Just running. I don't really practice anything else. Master, is there something wrong with my body? Tichkin could not hide his anxiety. Li Qi shook his head. Nothing serious. It's just that when I examined your body just now, it was as though a god with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder had designed it. Every muscle, every bone, every organ, everything is balanced and perfect to an alarming degree. Put simply, Tichkin was a martial arts prodigy born for cultivation. Although Li Qi said that, Tichkin knew immediately that it was all thanks to the system and his attribute panel. More precisely, his body had improved so rapidly only after he activated the dual skill. In a sense, he really could be considered a genius, since outsiders naturally knew nothing about the system. Then can I learn the Hidden Dragon School's martial art now? Tichkin asked seriously, looking almost frighteningly intense. Why are you in such a hurry? You only joined yesterday. After training all night, your body is covered in injuries. If you rush into cultivating a martial art now, you'll only be courting death. Tichkin did not want to admit it, but since his master had said so, he could only agree. Li Qi advised him to return to his room and rest first. He would have someone bring him dragon bone salve later. So he obediently went back to his room to rest. Not long afterward, someone knocked on the door. Shannying burst in with an excited expression, carrying a tube of medicine. Little junior brother, let your senior sister help treat your injuries. Senior sister, why did you come all this way? Seeing her dangerously eager expression, Tichkin could not help wondering whether she had come to take revenge on him. Shannying waved for Tichkin to sit down. Little junior brother, take off your clothes. Without hesitation, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his impressive abs. Shanning's eyes lit up at once. Not bad at all. Tichkin asked bluntly, senior sister, you flatter me. What now? Shanning got down to business. Come on, lie down. A notification appeared. Someone has developed a strong, favorable impression of you. Charm plus 45. She want to get something while he lays still on the bed. That's right. Lie there nicely and don't move. Then Shanning directly applied the medicine to Tichkin's body, startling him slightly. Wait. Rather than stopping, she pressed closer. I told you not to move. Tichkin broke out in a cold sweat and could only lie there helplessly. What exactly was this girl trying to do? Suddenly, Shanning provocatively pressed herself close to his body. Junior brother, don't look at your senior sister like that. As she rubbed the medicine on him, she spoke to Tichkin in a flirtatious tone. Actually, I'm quite competitive. Tichkin blushed as he stared fixedly at Shanning's fingers, thinking that her hands were surprisingly strong. She looked as though she wanted to lie right on top of him and demand that he say something. Tichkin could only laugh awkwardly and stammer. It's nothing, as long as senior sister is happy. Hearing that, Shanning began acting offended. Turning her face away, she said coquettishly, Fine, it was my fault. I clearly lost because I was careless, yet I still thought about getting revenge and deliberately teased you while I had the chance. At that moment, Tichkin gained another 45 charm. Shanning's face reddened as she pleaded softly, You're not angry with your senior sister, are you? He easily gained another 90 charm. Tichkin lay back down and sighed. I'm not angry. It just hurts a little. Please continue, senior sister. You don't need to worry about me. Shanning immediately sat upright and made a request. All right then, the upper body is done, so take off your pants. Tichkin jolted in shock. He quickly grabbed her hand. I can handle the lower half myself. There's no need to trouble senior sister. Shanning burst out laughing at his reaction. I was just teasing you. Look how frightened you are. She handed him the tube of medicine and said, "Then I'll leave it to 7th junior brother to handle the rest himself." With that, Shannying skipped happily out of the room. Titchkin gained 3,098 experience points. Scene change. As he walked along, his body sore all over. He could not help complaining. Terrifying. I nearly got taken apart by her. His combat skill had now reached level 3, while inner strength had risen to level 4. Titchkin was delighted. I leveled up, right? I don't have anything else to do anyway. I might as well go to the library for that appointment. Holding the business card bearing the name White Fan Team, he muttered, "The name sounds pretty childish, but it's actually the Provincial Special Investigation Organization." Titchkin looked ahead in confusion. But why would they arrange to meet me at a library? Scene change. 7th floor of the Provincial Library. After walking around the library, Titchkin thought to himself, "It's completely empty. Is this some kind of prank?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Titchkin, you're here." He instinctively turned around. A girl named No-O-Tin was walking toward him. "Hello, my name is No-O-Tin." Titchkin silently analyzed her name. "Oh, as in childish. Tin, as in clear skies." Then he asked, "Where's the person you mentioned?" Titchkin followed her to an airy area with tables and chairs. "Why did you arrange to meet me at the library?" Otin replied, "She is my informant." As she pulled out a chair, she continued explaining, "Naturally, someone secretly introducing a person to me cannot come to the Special Investigations Bureau." At first, I was skeptical. Otin sat down and looked at Titchkin with friendly eyes. "But after meeting you, I believed it." As soon as he sat down, she made a direct proposal. "Join us." Otin kalmliasked. "Why?" Titchkin watched as she opened a book and began reading, somewhat surprised. Before he could ask, she spoke first. "Don't you want to know about divine relics?" "It seems I guessed correctly." Otin asked suspiciously, "How did you learn about the concept of divine relics?" But Titchkin had no intention of answering. "It's not convenient for me to say." She politely picked up a bottle of water and poured him a drink. Even then, Otin remained cordial. "It's all right if you don't wish to say. It was my mistake not to provide information beforehand." Pointing at the cup she had just filled, she said, "Try it." Titchkin did not hesitate. He picked it up and drank it all, then set the cup down on the table and asked, "Isn't it just purified water?" Otin did not explain. Instead, she poured water into another pot. Then she poured water from that pot back into his cup. Otin softly said, "Try it again." Titchkin asked, "Isn't it just purified water again? What are you trying to do?" Then he drank the second cup. Afterward, Titchkin was astonished. "It's sweet." Otin looked at the pot in her hand and said, 287 years ago, God died." She slowly recounted its history, or more precisely, the gods died. The points of light scattered when they died became what we temporarily call the blood of gods. They parasitized people and objects alike. The blood of gods fell and attached itself to objects, living beings, and even fragments of human imagination. The pot in my hand is one example. Things parasitized by the blood of gods are divine relics. This sweet water pot, relic number 1567, is one such divine relic. Titchkin curiously extended his hand toward the pot. "Can I take a look? Who knows whether you put sugar in it beforehand?" She readily agreed. "Of course." The instant he touched it, his divine essence began rising continuously. Titchkin felt hope rising within him. He really could absorb divine essence through contact with divine relics. There was hope for restoring his active skill. What is its function? Does the water it pours become sweet without sugar, or can it boil water out of thin air? The longer he held it, the more his divine essence surged. Seeing his astonished reaction, Otin could not stop smiling. "You're getting close. Keep guessing. This kid looks like he has never seen the world outside. He's rather cute." Titchkin raised the pot high and excitedly discovered something else. "It seems the amount of water never decreases. The water in this pot is limitless." Otin replied, "That's right. You're clever." His divine essence continued rising. Otin smiled finally. "That's enough. You can activate your active skill now." She sat back in her chair. Though she was smiling, her words carried deeper meaning. "As an outstanding student of Tan Fu High School, you should understand what this means." Titchkin replied coldly, "It ignores every law of this world." Then he tried to analyze it carefully. "In that case, isn't this sweet water pot a perpetual motion machine? It can overturn the fundamental laws of a universe. Could the endless power supply in the inner ring also be related to such things?" Otin suddenly snapped her fingers, signaling Titchkin not to overthink it. The very existence of divine relics represents absurdity. They are objects humanity cannot cannot replicate. Tichkin then asked suspiciously, "Why are you willingly telling me all this?" Otin handed him a business card and said, "3 days ago, as an ordinary person, you defeated a monster. Faced with a terrifying, mysterious creature, you did not show the slightest fear." Tichkin accepted the card. Otin continued, "Mentally, you surpassed the vast majority of people. So, she extended her hand and sincerely invited him. "I hope you can join our No Divine Relic Acquisition Company." Without a moment's hesitation, Tichkin eagerly shook her hand. "Please let me join your team, senior sister." Filled with blazing enthusiasm, he declared loudly, "I'll definitely obey you, my wonderful senior sister. I absolutely have to join such a heavenly workplace as a Divine Relic Acquisition Company." Tichkin was thrilled. Just hearing the name told him he would come into contact with plenty of divine relics. "I'm going to be rich." He happily imagined himself holding a mountain of relics. At present, divine relics were his only source of divine essence. Even the passive ability twin was already this powerful. An active skill would be even more absurd. Tichkin burst out laughing, as though no one in the world could defeat him. No, Tin could only sigh. He really was inexperienced. Then she took out a sheet of paper from her pocket. No, Tin handed it to him. "Look over the contract first. If there are no issues, sign it." Tichkin accepted it and read through it. It's no different from an ordinary employment contract, except for an added confidentiality clause. He asked, "Is this job dangerous?" No, Otin immediately explained the nature of the work. Divine relics were classified into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, according to their danger level. Since he had only just joined the company, he would only be assigned D-rank missions. As long as he followed the procedures, there would be no danger. She smiled lightly. "Once you've matured a little after today, you can start taking on truly dangerous work." Tichkin asked, "What about A rank?" No, Otin reassured him at once. "You don't need to worry about that for now. When relics of that level appear, they are not something an individual or a company can handle. Official state agencies will intervene." But Tichkin still had one question. He set the contract down heavily on the table and asked, "One last question. Why did you choose me? Just because I've come into contact with divine relics doesn't mean I'm qualified, does it?" He thought to himself, "She doesn't know about my system, and she doesn't know I practice martial arts. Is she really inviting me based solely on Su Ren's one-sided account? No matter how I look at it, something feels off." No, Tin said softly, "You got one thing wrong." She brushed back her hair, her presence commanding as she corrected him. "It isn't that you have come into contact with divine relics. It's that divine relics have come into contact with you." Tichkin felt a little uncomfortable. "What do you mean?" Nootin lowered her gaze slightly as she explained. "Divine relics themselves must possess a certain degree of will. When I first came into contact with relics, I realized that they would actively approach people who attracted them." Nootin continued, "And among humans, there are people capable of actively attracting divine relics. I am one of them." Then she suddenly pointed at Tichkin. "And you, Ingu Tinwo a confident expression. You happen to possess the same constitution as I do. The salary I'm offering is enough to prove my sincerity." Hearing this, Tichkin could not help thinking, "So, I'm actually this impressive? No wonder they were so eager to recruit me." At last, he picked up the pen and signed the contract. "Honestly, whether there was a salary or not didn't matter. I mainly like divine relics." Tichkin put it down and rose happily. "I'll be relying on you from now on, wonderful senior sister." Nootin accepted the contract and broke into a bright smile. Happy cooperation. Tichkin then took his leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Nootin politely bid him farewell as well. "Goodbye." As he walked, Tichkin pondered the hidden dragon dojo and the task of collecting 10 divine relics. Those 2 things alone would be enough to keep me busy. I probably won't have time to go to school anytime soon. He took out his phone and messaged Tichka, asking her to help him request leave. Besides, with a monthly salary of 200,000, even after graduating from university, I wouldn't be able to earn this much. He silently made plans. The most urgent matter was still increasing his strength. Only by becoming stronger would he have hope of returning to the inner ring. As he walked, he casually opened the system panel. First, let's see exactly what this active skill does. The information panel appeared. Tichkin pressed yes on the system. Twins active skill. At each level, designate one physical ability related to your body. When used, it will produce a doubling effect. Please select an attribute to activate. After reading the panel, Tichkin thought carefully. So if I choose physical strength, then activating twin will double my strength, right? He began calculating carefully. I already have resurrection armor, so doubling my defense doesn't seem very useful. Besides, I'm already tough enough. My main method of attack is precision shooting, which doesn't rely on strength. After considering his options, he selected movement speed on the screen. In martial arts, only speed is invincible. I'll choose speed first. I need a baseline for comparison. Otherwise, I won't know how powerful this skill is. Having obtained the skill, Tichkin immediately wanted to test it. The street lamp is about 100 meters from here. Let's run over and see how long it takes. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward. The result was that he ran 100 meters in just over 10 seconds. Tichkin was satisfied. Not bad. Then he pressed the skill activation button. After activating the skill, I should run a little faster, right? Tichkin got into a sprinting stance. Twin. His running speed was now like a rocket launching. Since his time had been cut in half, Tichkin left a long streak of flame behind him as he ran. When he stopped, Tichkin's whole body trembled. Panting heavily, he said, "Double speed. This twin skill is really something." Tichkin began to think. For someone to improve their 100-meter time from 20 seconds to 12 seconds was relatively easy. All it took was a period of sustained high-intensity training. But afterward, each additional improvement of 1/10 of a second would require hundreds or even thousands of times more effort than before. Without sufficient talent and resources, it was simply impossible. Tichkin imagined the worst-case scenario. Suppose I'm fighting someone in close combat, where I can't afford even the slightest mistake. He mapped out a plan for himself. Once I activate the skill, no one will be able to predict this absurd, counterintuitive surge in speed. This is my killing move. Tichkin looked at his two fists with great excitement. This was Twin, a divine essence skill that ignored rules, defied the laws of physics, and surpassed the limits of the human body. He opened the system panel again to continue testing it. While my body is still warmed up, I should try a few more times. Then Tichkin suddenly froze. Why does this have a cooldown too? The system asked, "Are you all right?" He gradually calmed down and reconsidered. From activation until now, including the total duration, it was only about 20 seconds. It seems I'll have to use it carefully in the future. Looking at the system panel as it entered cooldown, Tichkin could not help wondering when it would recover. Left with no choice, he trudged home dejectedly. I should go home first. It was already late at night, and his eyes slowly began to close. After training all day, his entire body ached. First I'll soak in a bath, then get a good night's sleep. Tichkin shut his eyes. I still have to go to the dojo tomorrow morning. His stomach growled relentlessly, and Tichkin woke up from hunger. He immediately took out his phone to check. I slept for 6 hours? Then he was startled to realize something. Why did I sleep out in the hallway? Next, Tichkin opened the system to check whether the skill had recovered. Let's first see how much Twin has recharged. It's almost done. So every second of using Twin requires 1,000 seconds of cooldown. If I use up the entire duration, it will take 6 hours to recover. At that moment, an angry message from Zhu Shannying arrived. "Junior brother, why haven't you come to train yet?" Tichkin rushed off as soon as he saw it. "Damn it, I'm gonna be late." Back at Hidden Dragon Dojo, Tichkin pushed open the door and rushed inside. Inside, Zhu Shannying was adjusting a junior brother's joints. When she saw him arrive, she immediately became welcoming. "7, junior brother." Zhu Shannying walked over to Tichkin. "You came at just the right time." She grabbed his hand directly. "Let's spar and show them how to use force properly," Lei Zhan said excitedly. "Who do you think will lose?" Chun Lai replied cheerfully. "Is there even question?" Last time, Six Senior Sister was clearly careless. How could Junior Brother, who has only just begun practicing martial arts, possibly win? Lei Zhan said worriedly, "I hope Six Senior Sister goes easy on him. Don't break our little Junior Brother." Tichkin instantly saw through Zhu Shanying's intentions. Again, she says it's a demonstration, but she obviously wants to regain the face she lost last time. And this time, she definitely won't be careless. Yet he was perfectly willing to go along with her. "No problem. I was just looking to test my abilities. Please enlighten me, Six Senior Sister." Zhu Shanying thought he would throw a palm strike at her. Taking advantage of her opening, Tichkin moved with lightning speed, catching her off guard for a moment. Before she could defend herself, he seized her arm. Without any mercy for the fairer sex, Tichkin threw Zhu Shanying to the ground. She only had time to let out a startled cry. Zhu Shanying was completely dazed, wondering why. "I clearly gave him my all, so why did I still lose?" Tichkin showed no trace of sympathy. He calmly straightened his jacket and said solemnly, "You let me win, Six Senior Sister." Tichkin steadily walked toward the dojo's main entrance as another system notification sounded. The more Tichkin considered his opponent, the more excited he became about what he had gained from sparring with Zhu Shaniying. Zhu Shaniying has extensive combat experience and was on guard against me, yet she still couldn't react in time. Twin's ability is even more powerful than I imagined. It looks like my future training should focus on making the best use of sudden speed differences. Suddenly, Fu Guang called out to him from afar. "Junior brother, would you like to practice the coiling dragon art with me?" Tichkin readily agreed. "Sure, I'll be relying on 5th senior brother's guidance." Fu Guang suddenly seemed to notice something. "Marshal, wait, what is this?" When he looked at Tichkan, Fu Guang was utterly shocked, then broke into a cold sweat. "Junior brother, I thought you were exaggerating when you said you practiced the coiling dragon art all night, but you're already close to cultivating dragon energy." Fu Guang pointed at the spiritual energy surging through Tichkan's body, both embarrassed and astonished. "You've cultivated this much dragon energy after only half an hour? That's absurd." Fu Guang hesitated, then said, "However, there's a legendary supreme realm of the physical body that has been passed down in the martial arts world." He patiently explained it to Tichkin in detail. "It is called the treasure body, meaning to refine one's own body into a treasure. At this realm, the body can attain 5 supreme stages. Growing increasingly animated," he explained, "the first is flesh nurtures dragon elephant, meaning that one's muscles are like those inhabited by flood dragons. In the next stage, the body undergoes a transformation. Tendons receive root, meaning that one's sinews, bones, and meridians become like the roots of an ancient banyan tree. Next comes glass-like skin, meaning flawless, smooth skin like glazed crystal. Then comes uncorroding jade bones, meaning to forge one's bones into eternal jade bones, unyielding and incomparably sturdy. Finally, there's blood melts gold. When inner force is used, the blood throughout the body boils, its temperature like volcanic lava." Fu Guang humorously patted Tichkin on the shoulder. "Still, that's just a myth. No one has ever achieved it." Tichkin felt somewhat unconvinced, but silently made up his mind. "Not necessarily. What others cannot do is not necessarily impossible for me. Perhaps I can try becoming a myth of the martial world." Suddenly, a thunderous crashing sound came from the window. Meng Bachuang had burst in through it. Tichkan's eyes flashed with alarm. Fu Guang was terrified, his face drained of color. "Eldest senior brother." Shattered glass littered the floor from the impact of Meng Bachuang's entrance. He stood there in an extremely cool pose. While Fu Guang introduced him to Tichkan, Meng Bachuang took the opportunity to mock him. "Come, junior brother, let me introduce you. This is our Hidden Dragon Dojo's strongest disciple, eldest senior brother Meng Bachuang." As he made the introduction, Fu Guang added, "He's a little strange. He doesn't like talking, he's obsessed with muscles, hates trouble, has overwhelming martial strength, is a wife-crazed lunatic, and doesn't like using the front door." Tichkin walked closer to inspect him while Fu Guang continued rambling. "He also likes smashing through windows to get in." Tichkin stared at him in astonishment. Looking down from the window, Tichkin saw how high it was. He thought to himself, he jumped up here from the first floor? How much strength would that take? Fu Guang quickly asked, "Eldest senior brother Meng Bachuang, what do you need me for?" Meng Bachuang gestured with his hands, and Fu Guang seemed to understand. "I see." He then gave Tichkin a few instructions before preparing to leave. "Junior brother, I have something to deal with, so I'll be going first. Remember this." The atmosphere suddenly grew unusually serious as Fu Guang spoke, with Meng Bachuang nodding in agreement. The essence of the coiling dragon art lies in force application and shaping. Leaving Tichkin puzzled by his words, the two quickly disappeared. Force application and shaping? Tichkin quickly braced himself and assumed a preparatory stance as he thought. "That's right. I've been focused lately on how to increase the amount of inner energy, but I haven't considered shaping it. Perhaps I can combine it with my precision aiming ability." After some time, he took a deep breath. A change seemed about to occur. 3 hours later, an increasingly dense golden aura gathered around Tichkan's body. His hands gradually changed, with distinctly bulging veins appearing. Suddenly, Tichkin opened his eyes, formed a hand seal, and activated precision aiming. He released a terrifying burst of force that shattered the ground and rocks, sending dust exploding into the air. Tichkin looked at the result of his training in great delight. This is much stronger than roadside stones. Applause sounded from the distance. It was Li Qi and Tan Kyo who had come over after hearing the commotion. I never expected that, aside from your outstanding physical talent, you would also be so gifted at force application. Li Qi was extremely excited and handed Tichkin a medicinal pill. Eat this. Tichkin accepted it from Li Qi without ceremony. He quickly put it into his mouth. Suddenly, Li Qi's eyes widened. Opening his heavenly eye, he said, "Tichkin, look at me." The instant Tichkin looked into Li Qi's eyes, his whole body jolted as he found himself in a different space. What is this? Where am I? What did Master do to me? A pill suddenly appeared in the middle of a lake. From within that pill emerged a wounded golden dragon, its majesty greatly diminished, appearing before him. At that moment, the dragon looked somewhat pained. It seemed that Tichkin and the dragon shared the same affliction, and his eyes gradually changed color. Tichkin's body gradually merged with the dragon, becoming covered in a layer of golden scales. What was this now? Then, looking pained, Tichkin clutched his head as he felt the energy inside his body rampaging everywhere. The power bestowed by the golden dragon shook him deeply. Was it the effect of that pill? Tichkin took a soft, deep breath and quickly steadied himself. He assumed a horse stance and gradually regulated the surging energy. He had to stabilize it first before anything else. The coiling dragon art became more uncomfortable the more he endured it, leaving his face flushed and strained. Within Tichkin's mental world, he sat cross-legged in meditation. It felt incredibly strange. Every distracting thought had vanished. A pair of dragon claws appeared in his mental world. The golden dragon no longer bore any wounds. It obediently and calmly watched Tichkin, then quickly curled around him as he cultivated. I only need to focus on training. Gradually, a golden glow emerged from the dragon claws and condensed into a sphere of light. Tichkin and the dragon merged into one, and the system's voice sounded. Requirements fulfilled. Visualization skill activated. Visualization level 1, 0/300. When he opened his eyes again, they were gradually turning red. Tichkin swayed and looked around before blurting out, "Master Li Qi, Li Qi Shuklat, so you've returned. Had you not come back, your energy would have been completely exhausted." He stroked his beard approvingly. "To cultivate dragon energy on your first try, Tichkin, you truly are impressive. What exactly is dragon energy?" Li Qi calmly explained. Put simply, so-called dragon energy is a kind of emotion. Tichkin automatically imagined what he meant. Think about it. When you are angry and hit someone, aren't you stronger? When fighting to survive, doesn't your whole body feel especially powerful? As he spoke, he demonstrated with opposing streams of blue and red fiery energy in his hands. In a hidden dragon dojo, we call this technique of stimulating emotions dynamic chi. The technique for controlling emotions is called still chi. Tichkin looked at his own hands and proposed, if dynamic chi and still chi can be combined, wouldn't that be extremely effective? Excited, he clenched his fist. "Masterly chi, how do I train it?" Seeing that he was gradually grasping it, Li Qi stroked his beard with satisfaction. "You have probably understood its essence already." He offered guidance to the confused Tichkin. "Don't ask first. Think for yourself. You already know its essence." Tichkin quickly understood. "You mean a state of mind that is not disturbed by external things?" He shut his eyes and calmed himself. Inside his mental world, he was unconsciously drawn into a place filled with mathematical formulas. It seemed that he remembered everything he had learned and seen in his previous life. "I couldn't solve this problem even during my college entrance exams. I clearly haven't reviewed it even once, so why does it seem so easy now?" And this knowledge too, after working it out, he confidently told Li Qi, "I've become smarter. That is only a small part of it." Tichkin's mood was now calm. "Ordinary things can no longer stir my emotions. My imagination has become stronger too." Thinking of a dragon, he said, "I can rapidly visualize the shape of a giant dragon. Even every strand of mane and every golden scale is perfectly clear." Tichkin suddenly realized, could this be the essence of visualization? Li Qi agreed with him and offered some advice, while Tan Kyo munched on bread nearby. Talking alone is useless. You need practice to truly understand it. Tankio, spar with him. Looking embarrassed, she hurriedly finished the bread in her hand. As she stepped forward amid Li Qi's praise, Tichkin assessed her. Tankio's control over her strength was the best among all the disciples. Even her father could not compare. With a figure like that, how could she be so strong? As he watched her prepare to defend, Tichkin wondered who was stronger between her and sixth senior sister. Tankio was already in position, waiting for him. Tichkin did not hesitate and charged at her like an arrow. Fourth senior sister, excuse me. To his surprise, Tankio sent him flying with one strike. Li Qi was immensely pleased by the sight. Your intentions were far too obvious. Tichkin quickly assumed a defensive stance. Her calculations are even stronger than my cheat ability. Tankio casually dusted off her hands. Tichkin's eyes gradually turned serious as he muttered, Fourth senior sister. Tichkin rushed in before Tankio could prepare herself. She'll surely expect the same move again. This time, I'll think of every possible way to win. The two exchanged moves relentlessly, showing no mercy. Underhanded or vicious, it did not matter. In martial arts, the one standing wins and the one lying down loses. In a moment of carelessness, he was kicked away by her. The impact of the kick was tremendous, sending dust billowing into the air. Tichkin's gaze remained resolute as he pushed himself up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Again, the fiercer they fought, the more spirited he became. They continued from morning until dawn appeared. The two still had plenty of energy as they exchanged blow after blow. In the end, Tichkin landed a straight punch squarely on Tankio's chest. The force of it sent her reeling backward in intense pain. Meanwhile, he innocently stared at his fist, wondering whether that strike had been. Li Qi caught Tankio with one hand. Seeing the results, he promptly announced, We'll stop here for today. Tankio looked extremely displeased, folding her arms and puffing up her cheeks. Tankio must be hungry. Continuing the match won't accomplish anything. Go rest first. After Tankio left, Tichkin and Li Qi chatted about her. Come to think of it, Master, why doesn't fourth senior sister ever speak? When she was young, Tankio went through some things. Li Qi sighed, his eyes full of pity when speaking of her. That child's story cannot be told in just a few words. I'll tell you in detail another time. All right. Li Qi turned and asked Tichkin, Tell me, how did today feel? Was the training effective? He answered honestly as system notifications rang out one after another. Stamina, level 5. 827/2000. Exhaustion, 468/800. Running, level 5. 699/2000. I have never been this tired in my life, but I have never been this happy either. A new system task appeared as Tichkin thought of Tankio. Charm, level 4. 66/1/200. Precision aiming, level 3. 567/800. Fourth senior sister is truly strong. More than 4 hours of training raised my experience by this much. Hand-to-hand combat, level 3. 520/800. Force manipulation, level 4. 217/1/200. Visualization, level 1. 251 out of 300. Looks like I'll have to stick close to her from now on. He strolled leisurely down the deserted street. The moment he entered, Tichkin shouted, Huan Ni, I bought you fried chicken. After receiving no reply despite calling several times, he became alert and looked around. Huan Ni, where did you go so late at night? A room was making noises, stirring suspicion in his heart. He slowly approached. Someone's in the bathroom. Looking at the shoes by the entrance, he thought, Huan Ni doesn't bring guests home. There's only one pair of shoes, so Huan Ni must be inside. Could someone have locked her in the bathroom? He froze as he remembered Huan Ni saying she had enemies. Could it be? Panicking, he shouted and threw open the bathroom door. Huan Ni! Huan Ni stared blankly at Tichkin, who was staring at her. You were taking a bath? She suddenly screamed and splashed water at him. Don't look. Unlike Huan Ni's embarrassment, Tichkin anxiously stepped forward and took her hand. If you keep dawdling, the fried chicken will get cold. At the mention of food, her eyes lit up as if she had found gold. Fried chicken. Then Tichkin sat in the bathtub with a flustered Huan Ni. As he lathered shampoo in her hair, Huan Ni could think only of food, and the system issued another notification. Fried chicken, bathing me. Someone has developed affection for you. Charm experience plus 89. Suddenly, the ring on Huan Ni's tail shone with a dazzling radiance. She unconsciously placed a hand on Tichkan's chest. The glittering light was so blinding that he could not help feeling annoyed. When he finally opened his eyes, Tichkan was stunned. A beautiful hand was touching his chest. Tichkan awkwardly called her name. Huan Ni. The dazzling scene before him made him blurt out, "You turned into a human?" Huan Ni the. Realizing he was looking at her, she covered his eyes with her tail and said shyly, "Don't look." With his eyes covered, Tichkan hurriedly explained, "Huan Ni, calm down. I can't see anything." Her face turned bright red as she honestly asked, "Really?" To prevent the situation from becoming even more awkward, he calmly advised, "I'm not lying. No matter what, you should get up first, and then we can figure this out." Suddenly, something made Huan Ni let out a soft cry. Hearing her sound, he instinctively asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "And nothing," she complained in a coquettish tone. Tichkan could only comfort her gently. "Why did you suddenly turn back now?" "Maybe I accidentally met the transformation requirements of the divine relic." Upon hearing this, Huan Ni froze. Transformation requirements? Her gaze slowly dropped to Tichkan's chest. Then just now, she blankly recalled what had just happened. I really did feel something for him. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Looking at her body, she thought, a little excitement plus fried chicken, and then I turned human? What kind of ridiculous activation condition is that? And these cat ears, these fangs, this tail. That damn god left behind nothing but weird things. After composing herself, Huan Ni stammered, "Listen, don't get any improper ideas. This was just an accident." At that moment, she sensed something difficult to describe. Her eyes widened as she looked down into the bathtub, becoming even more flustered. "Why you dare?" Tichkan also trembled in alarm as he explained, "This isn't something I can control. But if you don't get off me, the thing I can't control won't be the only problem. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Huan Ni warily looked at Tichkan, who had shut his eyes. "I'll move my tail away. Keep your eyes closed. Don't open them." For some reason, she slipped and fell, letting out a cry. The sight was enough to make anyone blush and have their heart race. Having witnessed everything, Tichkan darkened and hesitated. "Huan Ni, in this awkward situation," Huan Ni could only give an embarrassed laugh and explain, "I didn't do it on purpose." She inadvertently glanced downward, her expression becoming somewhat distracted. "But didn't you just?" Huan Ni unconsciously let out a soft cry. Hearing her voice and feeling their movements, Tichkan struggled desperately to restrain himself. "Huan Ni, could you be gentler? Moving around on top of me like that makes it very difficult." Hearing his complaint, Huan Ni felt wronged and could only cry. Tichkan tried to compose himself. "I know you didn't mean it. While I can still hold myself back, get out quickly." His declaration left her frozen. "Otherwise, you might not be able to get out later." She immediately fled from the bathroom. She slammed the door shut, while Tichkan could only sigh helplessly. Later, Tichkan calmly approached Huan Ni and asked, "Why did you change back after an hour?" Back in her original form, she was somewhat wary of him. "I don't know. I turned back into a cat after I calmed down, and now I can't turn human again. It's really strange." Sensing that his hand was about to touch her, she immediately leaped away, keeping her guard up. Tichkan's hand stopped in midair. With a dejected sigh, he thought, "That makes sense. After what happened earlier, it is only natural that she doesn't want me touching her." He looked at her seriously and spoke despite her indifference. "Huan Ni, I recently met someone who knows quite a lot about divine relics. Tomorrow, I'll ask her about your situation. Maybe she can help you transform into a human again." Huan Ni only had one thought on her mind. If I could transform again. She imagined herself sitting on top of Tichkan as he begged her in terror. "Cult leader, I was wrong. I was wrong." Seeing Huan Ni beginning to imagine improper things, Tichkan suddenly felt a headache coming on. He allowed a long breath. An uneasy night passed, and rays of dawn filtered into the room. The system sounded while Tichkan was still half asleep. Early to bed and early to rise. Health cultivation experience plus 38. Health cultivation has leveled up. Level 3, 3/800. As he gradually woke up, he unconsciously smiled. He looked at Huan Ni, curled up beside him. Out of habit, Tichkan picked up his phone to check the notifications. A message from No Oten appeared on the screen. "Something has come up. Get here quickly." He excitedly clenched his fist. Finally, I have work. A while later, Tichkin arrived at the provincial library. He looked around in confusion. Where's No-Tin? She told me to come urgently, but she isn't even here. At the large table in front of him sat only a single girl. Apart from the bespectacled girl, there was no one else around. But Tichkin suddenly sensed something off. He looked again, more carefully. No. Seeing him looking her way, the girl smiled and waved. Tichkin thought, isn't that bespectacled girl No-Tin? Only then did she slowly remove her glasses. Engulwatin smiled. Your perception is truly powerful. Tichkin stared blankly for a moment. Then his gaze drifted downward and stopped at her chest. You found me so quickly? Then he noticed her lovely face and full lips. Sensing his gaze, No-Tin coughed awkwardly, her face flushing red. Tichkin hurriedly looked away, pretending not to notice. Not wasting any time, she got to the point. This is divine relic number 128. The ordinary-looking glasses seemed completely unremarkable. They can reduce a person's sense of presence, making them less noticeable. Tichkin accepted the glasses in surprise. Is that all? A notification appeared. Divine substance detected. Absorbing divine essence. 6%. No-Tin explained, of course not. Once the glasses are removed, the suppressed sense of presence bursts forth all at once. The longer you wear them, the more dazzling that burst becomes when you take them off. Tichkin's face darkened as he sighed. So, I didn't suddenly become a pervert. It was just the glasses effect. Remembering something, he turned to ask, right? Didn't you say there was work? She interrupted him. Look at this first. She handed him a stack of documents. This mission is unusual. It is a grade C acquisition mission, and it should not have been assigned to you. However, divine relic number 105, the wicked woman's crown of honor, continuously amplifies the wearer's primal desires. Its current wearer is a girl named Lu Huon. Whenever she sees an attractive man, she cannot restrain her urge to possess him. Tichkin put on the glasses and asked, so these glasses were specially prepared for me? No-Tin answered naturally, of course. You already have an excellent foundation. As long as you wear the glasses first, the moment you take them off, Lu Huon's desires will definitely erupt completely. There was an underlying implication in her words. At that point, you can easily remove the wicked woman's crown of honor and restore her to normal. For this acquisition mission, there is no one more suitable than you. Understanding her intention, Tichkin could only smile helplessly. So after all that, you want me to use my looks to lure her in? The system displayed, absorbing divine essence, 41%. Tichkin considered it. But honestly, this suits me rather well. Not only can I absorb all the divine essence from 2 relics at once, I can also gain a huge amount of experience. A rather improper smile spread across his face. Besides, these glasses suit me perfectly. I'll wear them for about 15 minutes first, then take them off. A radiant, glorious future kept appearing in his mind. From now on, wouldn't he be standing above the heavens? As he pictured the scene, No-Tin called out to Tichkin in confusion. Only then did he return to reality. He cleared his throat and replied, by the way, are these glasses yours? She explained, of course not. I merely borrowed them from another acquisition company. Tichkin asked in surprise, there are other acquisition companies? Engulwatin blanked. Oh, I didn't tell you. Our company feels rather mysterious and high-end, so I assumed this was the only branch in the entire country. She smiled. You misunderstood. Divine relic acquisition companies are somewhat unusual, but if I had to describe them, No-Tin's next words left Tichkin gaping in shock. Basically, we're no different from street sweepers. He interrupted her. Comparing us to street sweepers makes us sound awfully poor. Yet No-Tin did not think she was exaggerating. There are already several thousand known divine relics in this world alone. The people who obtain relics are numerous and varied. They can appear anywhere at any time. One acquisition company simply cannot handle all. Moreover, this job is very dangerous. Not just anyone can do it. Tichkin asked curiously, do we cooperate with the other acquisition companies? No-Tin replied, not exactly. In essence, acquisition work is outsourced to us by the government. Her gaze turned serious as she added, some companies will stop at nothing to make money. If you meet people from another company, be careful. Tichkin note that? Understood. Then he took off his glasses and said, right, I want to test their effect. No-Tin asked curiously, what effect? The moment he removed the glasses, Tichkin seemed to be enveloped in a brilliant aura. System notification, absorbing divinity, 6.3%. The sight instantly froze her in place, making her heart race uncontrollably. A notification appeared. Someone has developed favorable feelings toward you. Charm value plus 19. Tichkin praised it with satisfaction. Looks like the effect is excellent. Sometime later, only a few vehicles moved along the main road. Sitting on the bus, Tichkin carefully read the documents No Tin had given him. They contained information on one person, name Lu Huon, age 45, Gong, Ru Sigong, area of activity, bars, karaoke lounges, and nightclubs in South City. Tichkin thought to himself, Lu Huon, her main territory is the bars, dance halls, and nightclubs of South City. He began imagining what this woman looked like. That territory was exactly what one would expect of a female underworld boss. The file stated that Lu Huon had relied on the physical enhancements granted by the Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor to establish her own sphere of influence and form a small gang called the Rose Gang. Furthermore, every day she drained the vital essence of countless men in the area, while the Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor continuously intensified her lust. Just thinking about it made Tichkin's scalp tingle. The stronger her desires became, the greater her physical enhancement would be. If no one stopped her, the Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor would keep stacking its effects. Simply removing the Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor would return her to her original state. So he had to find a way to take advantage of that. As he considered this, the bus arrived at its stop. You have arrived in South City. Passengers wishing to alight, please exit here. As he stepped out through the rear door, the system notification followed. Absorbing divinity, 7.9%, South City. A young man was being brutally beaten with a wooden club. The woman watching looked delighted, trembling with pleasure as she exclaimed, "This feeling of doing whatever I want is incredible." She spread her arms and laughed loudly. "I can do whatever I want. Who dares control me? I'll beat them." From a distance, Tichkin watched the entire scene in speechless disbelief. This old woman is way too immature. Looking more closely, he discovered a shining crown on her head. It's her. A middle-aged man approached with a servile manner and quietly said, "Sister Lu, take care." Huon curled her lips into a smile and interrupted, "Who said I was leaving? Where are your two sons? Why don't I see them today?" The man forced a smile. "Sister, whichever one you want. I'll call him over immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, she showed an expression of extreme hunger and said in a low voice, "Which one?" "Naturally, I want both." After confirming that she was indeed Lu Huon, Tichkin sighed in despair. "I have to seduce this old woman. You might as well kill me now." Suddenly, a group of fierce-looking people appeared from nowhere. Their underlings shouted excitedly, with Brother Duan taking action this time, "That old hag Lu Huon is as good as dead." Tichkin exclaimed, "An enemy has come for revenge? I'd better hide and watch first." The large man in the front stepped forward and shouted, "Lu Huon, I hear you've been awfully arrogant lately." He was Duan Kaiping, leader of the Blade Gang. Hearing this, Huon did not care much. "Who are you?" "I am Lu Huon, leader of the Rose Gang." Not far away, several of her underlings had already been beaten black and blue, their faces swollen. They complained, "Sister Lu, that's Duan Kaiping of the Blade Gang. He's the one who beat us into this state." Huon exclaimed, "Duan Kaiping? Looking closely, your figure isn't bad at all." She licked her lips greedily. "Want to have some fun with your big sister?" Seeing her perverted behavior, Kaiping gritted his teeth and trembled with rage. "You old hag." Unable to endure any longer, he charged forward with powerful punches. "Get my territory back." But Huon was no pushover. She easily dodged every attack. "You filthy old hag. If you've got guts, stop dodging." After overhearing their exchange, Tichkin understood what was happening. This had originally been Blade Gang territory, but Lu Huon's Rose Gang later seized it. That was why the two sides had become enemies. Isn't this just gangs fighting each other? Returning to the battle, Kaiping could not land a hit on Huon, so he ordered his men, "Dodge, dodge, dodge. You only know how to dodge. Charge!" The other side shouted as well. Rose Gang charged too. A tattooed thug pounced forward and smashed a brick violently into the young man's head. Witnessing this, Huon's eyes widened in shock. "Little Bao," the older man behind her cried fearfully, "My son, Seeing her prey beaten right before her eyes, she went mad and cursed. "You trash from the Blade Gang. Don't ruin my good time." Kai Ping sneered. "You filthy old hag, you're finally getting serious." He charged in at great speed and unleashed a powerful strike. "Then I'll show you what I can really do." The scene made Tich Can's eyes widen in surprise. Hit by the powerful blow, Huon had no time to retaliate and was sent flying backward. Yet she was completely unharmed, and her smile only became more crazed. "Interesting. Let big sister trade moves with you." The fight was so thrilling that Tichkin could not look away. As soon as she finished speaking, Huon stamped the ground and lunged forward. Kaiping vanished from his original position as well. The two sides fought fiercely, and a thick cloud of dust obscured Tichkin's vision. Watching further, Tichkin thought, this thug Duan Kaiping is no ordinary man. He uses his hand as a blade. His palm is like a razor-sharp edge that can cut through iron as though it were mud. Yet Lu Huon suffered only minor scratches. In terms of combat ability, Duan Kaiping was stronger than Lu Huon, but her flesh was too tough for his attacks to matter. After exchanging blows for a while, Kaiping was ultimately struck by a palm attack. How long are they going to keep fighting? At that moment, the system announced, Divinity Absorption complete, 100%. Action speed has now been activated. Tichkin smiled in satisfaction. Finally, it's absorbed. The system offered him several choices: physical strength, body defense, reaction speed, computational ability, concentration, and memory. Without hesitation, Tichkin selected physical strength. "I chose speed last time. This time, I'll combine it with strength." He wondered eagerly, "I wonder how powerful it will be after the upgrade." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue glint flashed in his eyes. Then Tichkin forcefully hurled a stone ahead. The unlucky person struck was Kaiping. With just one blow, the bones in his leg were shattered. The effect is obvious. Witnessing this, Huon stared around blankly and asked, "Who was that? Come out now." Kaiping trembled all over and could not stand steadily. "Bitch, are you resorting to sneak attacks?" His underlings hurriedly supported him as they retreated. "Let's go. You filthy old hag, just wait. We'll be back." Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Huon spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, that hurt." As she finished speaking, Tichkin finally stepped out. Startled, she asked, "Kid, was it you just now?" With his hands in his pockets, he answered coldly, "It was." Huon asked suspiciously and warily, "Are you carrying a gun?" Tichkin lightly tugged at his jacket zipper. "You can think of it that way, but I won't use it against you." Lu Huon fought without any real form or technique. It was obvious at a glance that she had never received professional training. The more she listened to him, the more confused she became. Her face was utterly bewildered. Before she could understand anything, Tichkin had already assumed a stance. "Then I'll try defeating her head-on without sacrificing my looks. If it doesn't work, I can always take off the glasses midway and control her." After collecting herself, Huon sneered. "You want to deal with me using only that? Maybe it would be enough in bed." Tichkin ignored her and inhaled deeply. Huon's expression rapidly changed. All the chi around Tichkin surged outward, taking the phantom form of a massive dragon. She wondered, could this young man actually be very strong? Huon was no longer as arrogant as before. Frightened, she cried, "Who are you?" Hearing that, he tilted his head back and considered it. "Who am I?" At last, Tichkin made up another name for himself. "You may call me Perfect." A powerful golden light flashed deep within Tichkin's pupils. System notification, twin state activated. The instant the state was activated, he shot forward at blinding speed and delivered a savage kick to Huon's body. The painful blow made her vomit blood. Caught off guard, she could not react in time and flew backward into a stone wall. When Huon opened her eyes again, another incoming punch was reflected in her pupils. Tichkin showed no mercy. His attacks were overwhelmingly powerful as he threw a barrage of punches at dizzying speed. Pinned beneath him, she could only endure helplessly with her teeth clenched. Finally, another decisive blow shattered the entire wall into fragments. Huon was buried beneath the rubble. Only then did Tichkin get a chance to rest. Looking at his reddened, swollen arm, he sighed. She really is tough. Witnessing everything, Huon's underlings were too terrified to move. "Are you filming this?" Even the wall got smashed apart. Could Sister Lu be smashed to pieces too? Who is that guy? Even Duan Kaiping was beaten by Sister Lu, yet he can pin her down and beat her. As their murmuring ended, a hand emerged from the rubble. Hyo-on had not been defeated after all. Holding a wooden club, she ground her teeth in fury and shouted, "You brat!" The crown relic on her head emitted an eerie violet glow. It granted her strength 10 times greater than before. Her eyes glowed blood red. "You've truly angered me now." Hearing this, Tichkin remained entirely calm and fearless. He smiled. This is what fighting feels like. Not wasting another moment, Hyo-on charged forward like a crazed beast. "I'll smash you into pulp." As her wooden club came down, Tichkin lightly shifted aside to evade it. Then, as fast as lightning, Tichkin bent his legs and sprang forward. By the time Hyo-on realized what was happening, it was too late. His knee struck her squarely in the face, making her cry out in pain. Her body snapped backward, blood spraying from her nose. Yet she wore a strange, satisfied smile. While Tichkin was not paying attention, Hyo-on had seized his hand. "You can't escape this time." Before she could act on her intentions, however, his other hand moved first. A fierce glint appeared in Tichkin's eyes. He flicked his finger with full force, causing pain so intense that her eyes nearly popped out. Hyo-on staggered backward, dropping her club and clutching her face as she screamed miserably, "My eyes! My eyes!" As she trembled, Tichkin thought with satisfaction, "Master once said that being underhanded or ruthless is fine. As long as you win, any move can be used. Only the one standing at the end has the right to speak." Before Hyo-on could understand what had happened, she took another kick to her most vulnerable spot. It was not only a weakness for men, women had one there as well. Once he saw that she could no longer resist, he slowly approached her. This time, Tichkin clasped both hands together and raised them high. Then he brought them down in a fatal strike, knocking the crown flying from her head. Hyo-on completely lost consciousness and lay motionless in a large crater. Her crown rolled across the ground several times. Behind him, the underlings were trembling with fear, their mouths hanging open. Tichkin paid them little attention and bent down to pick up the relic. System notification. Divine relic number 105, Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor. Divine material detected. Extracting divinity. Extraction complete. Having completed the mission, he took a photo for his report. On his phone was a chat with No-10. Attached to the photo was the message. "Got it." Tichkin stood there and thought, "Don't let her suffocate." As for the punishment she deserved after wearing the Wicked Woman's Crown of Honor and committing so many evil deeds. Thinking this, he used his foot to turn Hyo-on over. "I'll leave her to the residence she has oppressed all this time." System notification. Absorbing divinity. 33/100. Absorbing divinity. 39/100. Twin. Absorbing divinity. 42/100. He wondered in surprise. It seems to be absorbing faster now. Tichkin noticed something new. "What's down here?" While he was distracted, a man approached and called out, "Hey, kid." Hearing the voice, Tichkin turned around in alarm. The white-haired man ordered, "Hand over what you're holding. You have no right to touch that." The absorption process was still ongoing. Absorbing divinity. 73/100. Tichkin gripped the crown tightly. At a critical moment like this, I can't let this guy interrupt it. What if I refuse? The white-haired man's expression immediately changed, his face filled with murderous intent. "Kid, you're courting death." Warnings appeared clearly within his field of vision. Estimated physical level, 1.7 to 1.9. Physical aberration rate, below 1%. Signs of martial arts training. No distinct specialized body parts. Unable to calculate combat pattern. Comprehensive danger rating, 2.1 to 2.5. He looks only 16 or 17 and lives out in the suburbs. Yet he has a rating above level 2. Thinking this, the man smirked disdainfully. Still far too weak. Seeing that Tichkin was not a threat, the white-haired man quickly advanced. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance." But before he could get close, Tichkin kicked him in the groin. Yet the white-haired man was completely unharmed and laughed. "Does a despicable martial artist like you use dirty, lowly tricks like that every day? How could I not guard against them?" Tichkin was left speechless. "Run? Who normally guards against that move? Are you some kind of freak?" The man gave chase and shouted, "Stop right there! I'm going to kill you." As he ran, Tichkin thought, is this man a manager from another acquisition company? His body is strange, hard as if it were assembled from mechanical parts. Before he could figure it out, the white-haired man rammed straight through a solid wall. The man's lips curled into an excited smile as he reached out his hand. Just as he was about to grab Tichkin stepped back in time and avoided him. Taking advantage of the white-haired man's delayed reaction, he continued running. Every passing second made Titchkin more anxious. That man was unfathomable as the sea. He could not afford to remain entangled with him for long. The system displayed Absorbing Divinity 81/100. As he stared intently at the screen, Titchkin suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. Acting on instinct, he swiftly raised his hand and blocked the white-haired man's surprise attack. However, the blow was so powerful that he was still sent flying through several stone walls. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Titchkin thought, no matter how I run, he always catches me. Just when everything seemed over, the situation was finally reversed. Divinity absorption complete. Shadow Flame has not been activated. Divinity required for activation 539/500. Requirements met. Activate? Yes/no. Without the slightest hesitation, he selected yes. Not far away, the white-haired man was still slowly approaching. Hand it over. I'll only break one arm and one leg, then spare your worthless life. Before he could finish, a hand shot out and clamped tightly over his mouth. Terror filled his eyes, and his body trembled. From deep beneath the rubble, Titchkin spoke. I bestowed one. Are you referring to me? As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired man jerked backward, breaking free from Titchkin's grip. Who else could it be but you? His gaze swept over the strange black aura enveloping Titchkin. That black flame. Not only that, the power emanating from Titchkin was immensely oppressive. This aura, in the blink of an eye, Titchkin burned away all the surrounding earth and stone, leaving nothing behind. The white-haired man cried out in horror. I actually went up against a bestowed one. The system then notified him. Shadow Flame, level 1. Divinity required for upgrade, 539/100. Effect, converts darkness into tangible flame. Divine Incarnation, locked. Unlock condition, Divinity 539/2000. Reach level 10. Hearing what the white-haired man had said, Titchkin looked at himself in astonishment. He saw the black flames and immediately connected me to a bestowed one. What exactly is the connection between us? And what is a bestowed one? While he was still trying to understand what had happened, the man quietly tried to slip away, but Titchkin noticed. No, I can't let him escape. At that thought, the black aura began moving, streaking forward at high speed. It was headed directly toward the white-haired man. Panicking, he waved his hands and shouted, Don't come any closer. Stay away. Even Titchkin could hardly believe it. What is going on? I only thought about it, and Shadow Flame rushed over there immediately. Is this some kind of automatic attack system, like a guided missile? As the white-haired man fled, Shadow Flame drew closer and closer. Damn it! At that instant, Titchkin's eyes flew open and his pupils contracted. Shadow Flame seemed able to heed its master's commands. It slipped directly into the man's nostrils, and a horrifying scene unfolded, making Titchkin gasp. The white-haired man's body gradually twisted out of shape. His eyes turned completely white, while every joint and bone in his body cracked loudly. The sight alone left Titchkin speechless. After a while, the white-haired man lay still, no longer moving. The system notified him. You have just won a battle against a stronger opponent. Combat experience plus 402. You have just won a battle against a stronger opponent. Combat experience plus 633. You have just won a battle against a stronger opponent. Combat experience plus 422. You have just won a battle against a stronger opponent. Combat experience plus 558. Physical training increased to level 6. 28/3000. Health cultivation increased to level 4. 25/1 Marksmanship increased to level 4. 102/1 Combat increased to level 4. 895/1 Force control increased to level 5. 127/2000. At last, only 2 words remained on the system screen. Shadow Flame. Having dealt with the dangerous man, Titchkin stepped forward and examined his naked body. He was greatly astonished. This guy is incredibly extravagant. His entire body is made of synthetic skin, and this skin is extremely durable. After being burned for so long, it only has a single mark. He picked up a rock from nearby. If it hadn't been destroyed from the inside, it definitely would have been difficult to kill him. Compared with him, this rock looks tough, yet it was soon burned like this. The damage dealt by the black flame must depend on the target's durability. Moreover, the rock's surface shows no signs of carbonization. It is still ice cold to the touch. The solid rock vanished without even a speck of dust left behind as soon as it rested in Titchkan's palm. It seems this black flame does not share the properties of real fire. As he spoke, the early sunlight shone down from above, causing the black flames to gradually weaken. Titchkin looked upward, recalling the system description. It said that the black flames were transformed from darkness. Now that there is less darkness, the flames have weakened as well. Perhaps the larger the area of darkness around me, the more shadow flame I can produce, and the stronger it will be. Before Titchkin could experience that power any longer, it had all dispersed. He sighed helplessly. That's it. It's all used up. There wasn't even a notification. I don't even know how its cooldown works. But there was nothing he could do. He took out his phone and photographed the white-haired man's body. Forget it for now. I'll leave this man here first and explain the situation to No-10. Scene changes to South City. Inside a laboratory, a grotesque creature was slowly growing. A man standing nearby watched it intently. He gently extended his hand and stroked the horrifying creature. Kaiping, do you know why I called you here? Duan Kaiping, his body covered in wounds and bandages, knelt on the floor. Ido, you repeatedly warned me not to cause trouble recently. Before he could finish, the man vanished from his original position. While Kaiping was still dazed and unable to understand what had happened, a huge hand seized him by the head. The man was suddenly towering over him. Anger filled his eyes. You clearly knew better, yet you still did it anyway? Are you tired of living? Do you no longer want to live? Kaiping turned pale with fright at the sight. He hurriedly kowtowed over and over. Master, your disciple was wrong. Please forgive me. With no other choice, the man finally relented. Fine, get up. After speaking, the man walked over to the creature. Have the two you sent out earlier reported anything? Kaiping answered, it seems they were eliminated. The man's face darkened. They were both white fangs. Explain. I heard that one of them was severely injured by a teenager. At the mention of that word, the man lost his composure. A teenager? Kaiping was drenched in sweat as he lowered his head and continued. I heard that teenager's name is Titchkan. His background is nothing special. He is just an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, the man roared furiously. How could an ordinary person possibly defeat them? Terrified, Kaiping continued bowing. Why, yes, you are right. The more the man thought about it, the more enraged he became. Though these experimental specimens were imperfect, they were not meant to be humiliated by mere mortals. Looking at the creature that had begun to move, he ordered, capture that boy. I will personally feed him to the great heavenly foot brood mother, so that she can bear more children of better quality. One day, I will seize this planet. Provincial Library. Titchkin stood in the elevator with his eyes closed, causing such a huge mess while carrying out the mission. I wonder how No-10 will handle this. After thinking it over, he still did not know how to explain himself, so he simply left it to fate. There is no use thinking about it. I'll deal with it when I get there. At worst, I can make up for my mistakes with merit. Soon, the elevator reached the 7th floor and its doors opened. Contrary to Titchkan's expectations, Otin was not angry at all. Instead, she lowered her head and accepted the blame herself. I'm terribly sorry. I never expected such an accident to happen. Leaving you alone to face that danger was a serious oversight on my part. Titchkin froze, his eyes widening. She continued, I will upgrade this mission to C+ rank and compensate you accordingly. I hope you will accept. Naturally, Titchkin had no reason to refuse. No problem. What is going on? Her reaction is completely different from what I expected. Otin let out a relieved breath. Thank you. As they talked, the two walked over to a large table. The identity of the man you killed has been confirmed, she explained. His name was Zhou Kuan. He was a C-rank acquisition operative employed by the Sioux City Acquisition Company. I contacted them already. They said this was most likely his personal action and had nothing to do with the acquisition company. Titchkin sat down and said, a personal action? Tapping the table lightly, he asked suspiciously, why would a man need that wicked woman's crown of honor? Otin handed him a document. You can take a look at this. Pointing to the marked locations, she explained, this is also what concerns me. The Sioux City Acquisition Company is in the inner ring. They truly would not send someone so far away for a mission in the outer ring. There are no apparent flaws in that explanation. Otin put away the documents and reminded him, there may be other hidden circumstances behind this matter. Leave it to me. Don't get involved too deeply for now. Note that. Understood. He took out the crown and removed his glasses as well, handing them to her. Right, I nearly forgot to return these. And the glasses too. I should give them back to you now. But Otin waved her hand, refusing to take them. Keep the glasses. You may need them for your next mission. She continued. More importantly, the autopsy report on Zhou Kun has several strange points. All of his internal organs disappeared. There are no traces left behind. How did you do that? Hearing this, Tichkin recalled what had happened. Shadow Flame is far too dangerous. Even I still do not fully understand how it works. I should keep it hidden for now, to distract her. He pressed the button on his glasses and put on an innocent expression. Can I not say? The moment she saw that look in his eyes, all Otin's suspicions vanished. Her heart began to race. She quickly covered her face. Fine, don't say it. Everyone has secrets. Put your glasses on first. He thought to himself, these glasses really are a divine artifact. Just as he was about to leave, Tichkin remembered something else. Right. He held up a black card and asked, what is this thing you gave me? Otin smiled. It is an acquisition certificate. With it, carrying out future acquisition missions will be much more convenient. Tichkin exclaimed happily. So that means I count as an official employee now? She snapped her fingers. Of course. Besides the benefits granted by official organizations, the files in this library will also be fully accessible to you. I'm running out of time. Otin stood up to leave. I have some matters to deal with. Go in and look around as you please. Take care. Once she disappeared from view, his eyes lit up. Great. Maybe I can find clues about the cattail ring. A while later, inside the library, he began looking around. At the countless items stored there, Tichkin could not help but marvel. This place truly is a different world. Various relics with different classifications sat inside glass display cases. Tichkin casually picked up a box. God 018, Goddess of Death's unprovoked favor. A divine relic I have never seen before. He quickly used the card he had just received and touched the box. A notification sounded. Insufficient authorization. Unable to view. Unable to believe it. He tried another box. What about God 069? Cinderella's boy. The serial number is this far back, so I should be able to view this one, right? But the same notification appeared. Insufficient authorization. Unable to view. Refusing to give up, Tichkin frantically searched in vain. God 227. Insufficient authorization. Unable to view. God 580. Insufficient authorization. Unable to view. God 666. Insufficient authorization. Unable to view. After struggling for a while, he was exhausted. This is ridiculous. Didn't she say everything was open to me? Why do I still need authorization? Does even the cattail ring require authorization? Fine, I'll find it first and worry about that later. After some more time passed, Tichkin finally found what he was looking for. God, 1391, cattail ring. Taking the box out, he did not open it right away. Instead, he clasped his hands and prayed. Please. As soon as he scanned the card, a notification sounded. God, 1391, cattail ring. File unlocked. Tichkin was so happy he nearly cried. It worked. The item information appeared. This divine relic's danger rating was B, which did not correspond to Tichkin's C-rank acquisition operative status. He could access only the first 2 levels of the file. Startled and confused, he wondered, isn't this thing only capable of turning someone into a harmless kitten? Why is it rated at the same level as divine relics capable of destroying an entire street? Unable to wait any longer, Tichkin began researching it. From the cattail rings file, he learned a few more things. After wearing it for 1 month, its owner could freely switch between human and cat forms. That is actually quite convenient. The document read, in a certain year, a doctor saw the cattail ring, immediately let out fanatical screams, and founded the Other God cult. Reading this, Tichkin stopped in confusion. The Other God cult? Wanting more information, Tichkin rummaged through the files again. There must be records on the Other God cult too. The images gradually appeared. After the god of death appeared, cracks formed across the earth, and vast borderlands emerged from those fissures. As people explored deeper into the cracks, they discovered tools capable of communicating with other gods. Groups of people gathered because they craved power and begged the other gods for it. They were called Other God cults. Those who received gifts from other gods were called bestowed ones. At last, Tichkin understood the meaning of that term. So that is what a bestowed one is. His hand rapidly flipped through the following pages. 200 years ago, an Other God cult known as the Lion Saint cult sought to establish contact with the god Batet, but the deity never responded. Then, a man placed a ring on his finger. until a believer who obtained God 1391 transformed into a cat. The goddess's blessing was finally received. However, it was not the believer who received it, but God 1391, the cattail ring. From then on, the cattail ring possessed even more mysterious power. As the degree of fusion deepened, the wearer would begin to gain Bastet's power, until eventually becoming Bastet herself. The more Tichkin learned, the more he realized a cruel truth. That was why the Lion Saint cult would stop at nothing to kill the current owner of the cattail ring and take it back. Which means, his face darkened and his hands trembled. They're going to kill Huan Ni. Tichkin recalled his earlier conversation with Huan Ni. She had told him to train and become stronger. No wonder Huan Ni urged me so strongly to go to the dojo. If I cannot grow stronger quickly, both of us may die. While his thoughts were in turmoil, he suddenly found something. The second document was exactly what Tichkin needed. God 1391, cattail ring fusion conditions. He carefully read every line. The first fusion requires a powerful emotional stimulus. Every subsequent fusion requires the wearer to continuously evoke that same emotion in order to increase the fusion progress. He tried to remember a powerful emotional stimulus. At last, Tichkin remembered that day in the bathroom. I remember that I was imagining Huan Ni growing a pair of ears, then becoming a cute girl with a swaying tail. Thinking of it, Tichkin shook his head repeatedly in embarrassment. I cannot think about this anymore. Those imagined images are far too vivid. But that realization struck him like lightning. If she truly has to go through what happened last time in order to turn human, then Huan Ni and I will have to do it often. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. How am I supposed to explain this condition to Huan Ni? Suddenly, he noticed several lines of text above it. They read, God 1391, side effects of the cattail ring. This divine relic from an other god has no side effects. It grants only strength and divine authority to its wearer. The only thing to worry about is the other god cult. Tichkin let out a sigh of relief. That scared me half to death. No side effects is good news. Then, Tichkin suddenly realized something. That's all? What abilities does Bastet actually have? And how do I take it off after putting it on? Are there really no answers to these key questions? A C-rank acquisition operative's clearance was simply too low. Before he could finish, his phone received a notification. Opening it, Tichkin found that a bank transfer had arrived. Hello, Mr. Tichkin. Your savings card, ending in 3166, has received 231,511.31 yuan. Current balance, 235,212.25 yuan. He stared in shock. They pay salaries that quickly? No, this must be the compensation No Oting gave me. But why is it so much? At the thought of delicious food, Tichkin practically drooled. From now on, he would no longer have to carefully ration every meal. That would leave him more time to train. He could become stronger. Without hesitation, he headed home in high spirits. Tonight, I'll buy some expensive ingredients and make Huan Ni a proper feast. Later, I'll find a chance to tell her the condition for becoming human. 5 days later, at Tichkin's home, the dining table was covered in lavish delicacies. Huan Ni pounced on the food and devoured it with relish. Stroking a chicken drumstick, she asked curiously, "Come to think of it, why have you been living so extravagantly lately? Did you make money, Tich?" Tichkin was about to eat when he froze for a moment. Should I tell her I used to be rich too? He began recounting the past few days. I've been learning a martial technique from master called armor fighting art. The technique itself isn't anything special, but there are a lot of procedures involved in learning it. During training, I have to drink medicinal brews, train, and then soak in medicinal baths. Every complete set costs 40,000 yuan. Tichkin wearily clenched his hand, crushing the lobster claw in his grip. I trained through 5 sets over the past few days. I didn't expect 20 prescriptions to use up so much. Huan Ni interrupted in confusion. But shouldn't there still be more than 30,000 left? Why are you acting like you're broke? Tichkin immediately pointed at the table full of food before her. Understanding his meaning, she did not ask any more questions. Your filial devotion to this cult leader is commendable, but I must still warn you, money must be spent sparingly. She slowly leaned closer and continued. Besides the medicine you mentioned, you'll need to buy weapons and conceal weapons later. You'll also need formal attire to enter high-class venues. A single outfit can easily cost over 100,000 yuan. Tichkin's face went pale. That expensive? Huan Ni patted the lobster beside her. Luxuries like this should be limited to once a month. Tichkin nodded in agreement. Yet he could not stop thinking about his now empty wallet. He had never expected there to be so many more expenses ahead. Payday was still a long way off, and No Tin would have a hard time arranging another job for him on such short notice. If I don't find a way to earn more money, I'll be living on the wind and drinking the dew again. With no other choice, Tichkin opened the chat window and sent Fu Guang a message. Senior brother, I'm a little short on money lately. Do you know anywhere that needs people? I can work as a bodyguard or carry things, anything. Fu Guang replied, you came to the right person. Come to Hidden Dragon Dojo tomorrow afternoon. Senior brother will check how much you've improved. While he was still absorbed in messaging, Tichkin suddenly heard loud chewing from the table. By the time he realized it, Huan Ni had already finished all the food. He slammed the table and shouted, hey, you should have saved some for me. Time quickly passed, and soon it was the following morning. At Hidden Dragon Dojo, Tichkin arrived for training as usual. With his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them wide, his gaze brimming with force. He immediately thrust his palm forward. The system notification sounded. New skill unlocked. Soft Force, level 1. Standing to one side, Fu Guang watched everything and thought, this junior brother is no ordinary person. He's only trained in armor fighting art for 5 days, yet he has already reached this level. Just then, a girl ran up to Tichkin and shyly asked, junior senior brother, we're testing our strength right now. Could you demonstrate a few moves for everyone? Before Tichkin could respond, Fu Guang quickly rushed over and cut in. Go on. But Fu Guang's expression darkened as he whispered, take this opportunity to test the effects of your training. Let everyone broaden their horizons, too. With no other choice, Tichkin agreed and stepped forward. Cupping his fist, he said, then I'll give it a try. However, upon hearing that, the people in the dojo looked at him with disdain. Junior senior brother only joined recently. He may not be familiar with the strength test yet, so don't force yourself. That's right. Don't injure your hand and then blame us. They were Van Shiu Vin, whose punching force was 201.3 kilograms, and Daik Ung Nak, whose was 212.2 kilograms. Unable to bear it any longer, the blonde girl shouted, stop talking nonsense. My junior senior brother is really amazing. She was Nin Man Man, whose punching force was 202 kilograms. Without wasting any more time, Tichkin threw a punch at the target. After waiting for a while and seeing nothing happen, the others laughed even harder. Junior senior brother, why didn't you gather your strength? Why was that so quiet? Didn't you use your full power? Are you deliberately holding back because you're afraid of embarrassing yourself? Before they could finish, every seam on the target burst open, stuffing spilling out everywhere. The strength tester displayed the maximum score, 9,999. The people who had mocked him moments ago were all struck speechless. Junior senior brother, this is... Tichkin maintained his smile. Soft Force. Strength is not always better when it is greater. The move I used just now is called Soft Force, an advanced application of internal force. First, you concentrate the power at one point, send it into the target's body, and then make it erupt. You can all try to comprehend it. Man admired him even more after hearing that, her eyes sparkling. Thank you for teaching us, junior senior brother. Tichkin turned to Ung Nak. Junior brother, please go to the storeroom and get a padded striking mat to wrap around the testing machine. Ung Nak hurriedly answered, yes. Fu Guang came over and asked, with this level of skill, junior brother, senior brother has nothing to worry about. Recently, an important person has been looking for bodyguards. The situation is a little complicated, though. Would you like to try it? Without hesitation, Tichkin took the information sheet and looked it over. The sheet showed a huge hotel and several lines of text. Address, Ruecho Hotel, number 617 Jinhai Street, East City District. Compensation, 800,000 yuan. That number practically flashed before Tichkin's eyes. Tichkin could no longer think about anything else. Grabbing Fu Guang by the shoulders, he immediately agreed. This job absolutely has to be mine. Outside Ruecho Hotel, a luxury car rolled to a stop. Tichkin stepped out, dressed in a neat, formal outfit. As soon as he entered the lobby, countless eyes turned toward him, accompanied by murmurs. Who is that? Judging by his clothes, he looks like a martial artist. Maybe he's the descendant of some family attending the banquet. He was probably invited to handle security. He's a martial artist, but he looks so young. Seeing that everyone seemed to be speaking well of him, Tichkin smiled with satisfaction. Just as my senior sisters said, people judge others by what they wear. He recalled what had happened before he came here. Zhu Shanning had stopped him and asked, "Are you planning to wear that?" Tichkin answered, "What's wrong with these clothes? They're comfortable." Speechless, she explained, "People judge by appearances. If you dress too cheaply, they'll look down on you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Shanning swiftly produced a dazzling red suit and said with a smile, "But don't worry. Senior sister prepared one for you long ago. This suit is from a famous designer." After looking it over, Tichkin took a step back in alarm and refused. "Isn't that too flashy? I'm not going on a blind date." Just then, a finger gently tapped his shoulder. Tan Kyo had appeared at some point, carrying a black outfit decorated with bamboo leaf patterns. Zhu Shanning was immediately displeased. "Senior sister, you're so sneaky. I clearly got here first." In the end, Tichkin chose Tan Kyo's outfit. When it comes to taste, senior sister Meng is still a level above. Nearby, several beautiful young women excitedly praised him. "He's so handsome. Should we ask for his phone number?" Two men walking behind them looked displeased as they discussed him. "Is that guy a senior disciple of Hidden Dragon Dojo?" "Impossible. I met all 6 of Hidden Dragon Dojo's lineage disciples, even the youngest one. I don't know that kid." The man in the red hat curled his lips into a smile. "So they're not allowed to take new disciples?" The man in the white suit turned away and replied, "That's not what I meant. Old Master Li Chi said long ago that he would take 7 disciples. But his 7th disciple must be an exceptional talent with extraordinary aptitude and natural gifts. Otherwise, he would rather not take one at all." As he spoke, he showed open contempt. "That kid looks like a pale, bookish pretty boy. How strong could he possibly be? He absolutely cannot be Li Chi's senior disciple." The man in the red hat patted him on the shoulder, interrupting him. "Don't judge a book by its cover." Watching Tichkin's every movement, he explained, "Look, his steps are extremely steady. Every stride is exactly the same length, neither too much nor too little. Even his upper body does not sway at all. His control over his body is clearly exceptional, and his force control training has reached a considerable level." But the man in white still paid no attention. "So what? Even if he can achieve 10 times the effect with 1/10 the strength, wouldn't he still lose against 100 people?" Seeing how stubborn he was, the red-hatted man could not be bothered to continue. He turned and left. "You're impossible." At the reception desk, an employee asked, "Excuse me, are you the martial artist in charge of security?" Tichkin smiled and introduced himself. "Tichkin of Hidden Dragon Dojo. Pleased to meet you." Without hesitation, the employee laid out a map. "Pleased to meet you. First, let me introduce the details of this assignment. We have hired 6 martial arts masters, each responsible for a different area. Tichkin, you are assigned to the stage area. The lighting there is not very good, so please pay extra attention." Tichkin accepted it with satisfaction. "Don't worry. Besides, with so many martial artists here, surely no one would dare cause trouble, right?" The employee gave an uneasy, forced smile. "That's hard to say. In any case, it's better to have more people as a precaution. I won't keep you any longer. I need to get back to work." Watching the employee hurry away, Tichkin could roughly tell that something was wrong. Hiring more guards was one thing, but hiring 6 martial artists was a major matter. His gaze swept over the people nearby. Moreover, they had also hired a large number of bodyguards, all clearly professionals judging from their equipment. And there were all these surveillance devices, far exceeding what an ordinary hotel would have. When something is abnormal, there must be something strange going on. The more Tichkin thought about it, the more puzzled he became. What exactly had happened here to warrant such an elaborate security arrangement? Just then, the man in the white suit swaggered over and asked, "Are you the new lineage disciple that Hidden Dragon Dojo has accepted?" Tichkin turned around in surprise. "You are." The man pointed at himself and introduced, "Li Chiu, Tone of Amber Dojo. Don't worry, I'm not looking to cause trouble for you. But as colleagues, it isn't unreasonable for us to get a preliminary idea of each other's abilities, is it?" Tichkin had never feared anyone, so he agreed right away. "Sure. How?" Chiu Tone rolled up one sleeve and explained hand testing. Tichkin replied, "Fine." Hand testing was a method martial artists used to probe one another's level. From the way Chiu Tone had approached him, Tichkin could tell what the man intended. Perhaps he thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe in my strength. That's fine. I can also find out exactly how strong I am. Not far away, Hu Quan was also present. Seeing the situation, he was startled. "Brother Can? Why is he here?" A woman walked over and asked, "Second young Master Bowie, do you know that handsome young man? Who do you think will win?" He hesitated. "Well, Before he could speak, another man with purple hair stepped forward and said, I vote for that young man. The others exclaimed, It's eldest young Master Bowie. The woman smiled and continued, but Li Chiu Tone is very formidable. The last time second young Master Bowie tested hands with him, he was twisted until he howled in pain. Hugh Kwong shouted awkwardly, Don't bring up my sore spot. Back at the contest, someone noticed something and asked, There's no movement at all from that handsome guy's side. Is he about to lose? The purple-haired man smiled. It isn't that there's no movement. It's simply that ordinary people cannot see it. That young man may look thin and weak, but his body has actually been tempered hundreds of thousands of times. It has long since become as tough as steel. His aura is both pure and clear, something Li Chiu Tone cannot compare to. As he spoke, he glanced at Hugh Kwong and urged, Hugh Kwong, after the contest ends, introduce this outstanding young man to me. Hugh Kwong answered, yes. Seeing how powerful Tichkin was, he could not help marveling. How long has he even been? Brotherkin has already become this strong. Chiu Tone, however, remained oblivious to the danger ahead. He grinned to himself. This kid doesn't have even the slightest trace of force on him. Sure enough, he's just an amateur. Kid, you'd better pack up and go home early. Through their contact, Tichkin judged that this man was indeed quite strong and had likely trained hard for a long time. Thinking that, Tichkin revealed a meaningful smile. Still, compared to me, he falls a little short. Very soon, Chiu Tone felt a surge of pain and thought in horror. What is happening? Tichkan's grip was gradually growing stronger, as though it were about to crush his hand. How can his strength suddenly be this great? Sweat poured from Chiu Tone's palm, and he began trembling uncontrollably. This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. Yet he still refused to admit defeat and strained with all his might. In that instant, all the bones in his wrist and fingers were crushed. Hearing his cry, Tichkin was startled and stopped. Oh no! He released Chiu Tone's hand and asked, Was that sound just now? A bone breaking? Are you all right? Chiu Tone forced himself to laugh loudly. Of course I'm fine. But you, kid, are truly remarkable. You really are a senior disciple of Hidden Dragon Dojo. I admire you. Before Tichkin could say another word, Chiu Tone turned and walked away. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I need to use the restroom first. Brother, let's have tea together sometime. He rushed straight toward the emergency exit. Once no one was around, Chiu Tone clutched his swollen arm, tears and snot streaming down his face. It hurts like hell. He collapsed to the floor, trembling as he cursed. Damn it, that kid is a monster. Outside, Tichkin was still dazed. Is he really all right? That definitely sounded like bones breaking, didn't it? At that moment, Hugh Kwong walked over and called out, Brother Can. Tichkin jolted and turned around. Hugh Kwong smiled warmly and waved. Brother Can, long time no see. A while later, in the stage area, Tichkin learned through their conversation why Hugh Kwong was here. So you really are a rich young master. I thought you were just bragging. Hugh Kwong scratched his head awkwardly. You're joking, Brother Can. I'm actually my father's son with his mistress. If not for my eldest brother looking after me, I wouldn't be able to live this comfortably. Without wasting any more time, Tichkin got to the point. So, why were you looking for me? Hugh Kwong replied, Well, your hand test with Li Chiu Tone was very impressive. My eldest brother said he wants to get acquainted with you. He's also very formidable, a genius who entered the Inner Ring University through the martial arts entrance examination. On the stage above them, the purple-haired man stood there, raising his glass in greeting. It's him. Several girls saw Tichkin and eagerly waved at him. Hugh Kwong added, There are also some young ladies and wealthy madams who want to get to know you. Do you have time? Definitely not today. I still have work to do. Besides, if they only want to get acquainted with me, I don't have a problem with that. As he spoke, he lightly patted the man on the shoulder. But if they really want to befriend me, tell them to come find me themselves. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself instead of sitting around waiting for someone to deliver it to your door. With that, Tichkin struck a cool pose and turned to leave. I still have something to do, so I'll be going now. Hugh Kwong remained where he was, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Brotherkin is so cool. But before he could take more than a few steps, the girls rushed toward him and said in unison, Handsome, you're absolutely right. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. A blonde girl gathered her courage, held out her phone, and asked, Handsome, can I add your contact? The others immediately clamored. Me too. I want to add you too. While they competed to ask for his contact information, Tichkin noticed something unusual. Go on, add me. You won't regret it. The manager never told me anyone would be bringing anything in here. Without hesitation, he intended to go over and stop the person. "Hey, you," but the blonde girl grabbed him tightly. "Come on, add me," she pleaded coquettishly. "I'll tell you all sorts of interesting things." With no other choice, Titchkin reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'm scared of you. What's your number? That's more like it. I want to add you too." Meanwhile, the strange man in a cap had entered the room and pressed a button on a controller in his hand. The device activated at once. Titchkin sensed a burst of electricity. The phones are being jammed. Startled, he turned around to inspect the area. No, that's not right. The moment he realized it, everything was swallowed by darkness. Nothing could be seen anymore. The guests anxiously asked one another, "The power's out? Wait, I'll turn on my phone flashlight. What's going on? My phone won't turn on either." The atmosphere gradually became strange. Really? None of the phones will light up. Did everyone's battery die? No way. Titchkin stated firmly. "I'm certain my phone was fully charged." He thought it over. In this pitch-black situation, there were dozens of people present, yet not one person had taken out a phone to use as a light source. Clearly, no one's phone could be turned on. Together with all the lights going out, it seemed that every electrically powered device had malfunctioned. An electromagnetic pulse was an advanced technology capable of destroying electronic devices in an instant. But why would the other side use something like that? If it was only to kill one person, wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? While Titchkin was still deep in thought, a loud crash rang out. Rows of windows shattered all at once. The blonde girl fearfully pressed herself against him and screamed, "Something's definitely wrong." The banquet hall was plunged into darkness, so no one could see what had happened. What was that sound? Breaking glass. Do not scare yourselves. It was probably the wind, or someone knocked something over. Does anyone have a phone with battery left? My phone is completely unusable. Wait, where's old Wong? He was standing beside me just now. Fortunately, Hugh Kwong still had a lighter, which became the only small source of light. His older brother looked around and clapped to signal everyone. Something isn't right. Don't move around recklessly. Stand back to back and gather together. Everyone, follow me. The crowd obeyed young Master Bowie's instructions. But before they could calm down, a blood-curdling scream rang out nearby. "There's something over there." While they were distracted, a man standing at the very back was dragged away. His body was covered in blood. What happened? President Zhang is gone too. Only by the flickering firelight did they discover bloodstains on the floor. Blood! It's blood! Everyone turned and fled in panic, paying no attention to anyone else. Seeing this, young Master Bowie shouted, "Danger! Don't run around." Before he could finish speaking, a lightning-fast slash swept past him. Blood began seeping from the cut on his cheek. Worse still, the creature charged at him again at incredible speed. Young Master Bowie clenched his fist in alarm and threw a straight punch. It landed, sending the creature flying backward. I hit it. He thought it would flee, but it turned back once again. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Hugh Kwong shoved his brother away. Big brother. The unfortunate man behind them was struck instead, his upper body severed cleanly in half. Young Master Bowie went pale, unable to believe what was happening. Only then did they see that the creature resembled a gigantic insect. Horrified, he urged run, but the monster moved too quickly. Ordinary people could not react in time at all. It's too late. Damn it. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped forward. Without hesitation, Titchkin swung his leg and kicked the monster flying into the wall. He looked toward the monster and wondered, what is that thing? Unable to resist Titchkin's blow, the monster slammed into the wall with such force that it left a huge dent. Blue blood gushed from its mouth. Seeing this, he immediately recognized it. It's this thing again. It seemed his recent efforts had not been wasted. Otherwise, he would not have been able to send it flying so easily. The people behind him could not help praising him. Amazing. He kicked that monster straight into the wall with just one kick. Where are the masters and bodyguards from the other martial arts schools? Damn it, they ran away. Hugh Kwong happily stepped forward. Brother Can, thank you for saving Big Brother and me. Before he could finish, Titchkin raised a hand to stop him. Don't come over. That thing isn't dead yet. Just as he expected, the monster regained consciousness. Its eyes glowed red as it charged forward like a moth to a flame. Titchkin quickly dodged aside. Its vitality is even greater than last time. Has it evolved? He decided to test it first. If he could not beat it, he would have to retreat. Titchkin raised his arm. It isn't worth trading my life for a little money. With that thought, he used inch force to slam the back of the monster's neck, catching it before it could react. Once again, he sent it flying. A fierce glint flashed in Titch Kan's eyes as he pressed the attack. Beast, you're not the only one who can move freely in the dark. After that kick, the scene before him suddenly became much clearer. A notification appeared. Shadow Flame, Night Vision. With it, darkness was no longer a problem for him. This skill actually has night vision? The skill panel never explained it clearly. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. Both sides attacked in rapid succession, leaping from place to place. Watching them, Li Qiu Tone cried out in disbelief. Tichkin can actually fight that monster evenly? Young Master Bui interrupted him. No, he continued. It may look as though he is barely managing to dodge, but if you look carefully, you'll see he has not taken a single step back from beginning to end. His hand tightened into a fist. He's protecting us. Without thinking any further, Li Qiu Tone pointed toward the emergency exit and urged, "Let's go. Staying here will only make Tichkin worry about us and distract him." That's right. We can call the police and bring people here to help. Seeing that everyone had safely left, Tichkin finally felt at ease. Now I can finally fight without holding back. He crooked a finger at the monster in provocation. Looks like you had a lot of fun just now. Next, let me have some fun too. The creature went berserk, beat its wings, and rose into the air. Before Tichkin could understand what it was doing, it flashed past him. When he looked down, a bleeding cut had appeared across his chest. This beast has a trump card too. Its speed is much faster. Having achieved its goal, the monster stopped and spun around. It wore a grotesque, expectant smile. The next second, Tichkin felt a powerful force dragging his body downward. He could not move. Startled, he wondered, what's happening? Is my life flashing before my eyes? Could I really be dead? Dead at the hands of such an ordinary-looking human. Impossible. I spent so much money learning martial arts. How could I lose to something like this? There must be something wrong somewhere. As his body slowly descended, it suddenly touched a huge hand with sharp claws. Tichkin abruptly opened his eyes and looked up. Standing, there was a majestic golden dragon. This dragon, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. At the same time, outside his consciousness, the monster saw that he was unresponsive and rushed in. But before it could strike, its eyes suddenly rolled back. A huge mass of golden energy radiated outward from the center of Titch Kan's chest. Then, his eyes finally snapped open. He felt lighter than ever before. Swinging his arm back, he asked softly, "It's only fair that I return the favor, right?" Hidden Dragon Flow, Slaying Strike. But Tichkin did not stop there. He followed up with another move aimed at the monster's head, Wind Cloud Tail. At last, the battle was over. The monster's head was crushed into fragments, while its body still stood there swaying, on the verge of collapsing. Tichkin himself was rather surprised by the move he had just used. "It seems I've comprehended something incredible." As soon as he spoke, he heard movement below. The monster was slowly regenerating its head. It's still not dead. Then again, even mutated, this thing was still fundamentally a cockroach. Titch Kan's face darkened. Even after losing their heads, cockroaches could survive another 8 or 9 days. Refusing to let that happen, he destroyed its lower body as well. It seems a cockroach's true weakness is the nerve ganglion beneath its esophagus. Its guts were torn out as well. Right here, are normal cockroach nerve ganglia really that large? The others, who had been hiding beneath tables, noticed that things had gone quiet and cautiously emerged. Is it over? Is it dead? They cheered with joy. He killed that monster. Which martial arts school is he a disciple of? I want to sponsor 1 million. I'll sponsor 2 million. Second, young Master Bowie, hurry and take us over to get acquainted with him. The red-haired man said with a grin, "Oldly, I truly admire you. You even dared provoke someone like him." Li Qiu Tone replied, drenched in sweat, "Stop mocking me." Recalling what had happened earlier, he thought, that young man probably did not even use 1% of his strength against me. It's fortunate that he showed mercy. Tichkin urged everyone, take this chance to leave quickly. I don't think this is as simple as it looks. Hugh Kwong said worriedly, "Brother Kan, you're injured." A man approached and asked, "My friend, who are you?" Tichkin replied, "I am." The man introduced himself. "I'm Deep Thua Lam, the host of this banquet." "You mean this incident wasn't?" Tichkin accepted the business card and answered, "Based on my observations, this was not an ordinary power outage, but an electromagnetic pulse phenomenon. There's a high probability it was caused by someone. That monster was likely released deliberately as well, and the purpose may have been to slaughter everyone here." Hearing that, Thua Lam hurriedly averted his gaze and shouted, "This must have been an organized and premeditated assassination attempt targeting us." I'll definitely have my father investigate this thoroughly. Tichkin eyed him suspiciously. He installed so many cameras and invited so many martial artists. He knew something would happen, yet he insisted on holding this event. Isn't he the suspicious one? None of the people who could attend this banquet were ordinary. Why would someone want to kill them? And this deep Thua lamb was definitely hiding something. Tichkin looked at the crowd and said, "Although that monster is dead, the danger has not been eliminated. We should leave this place as quickly as possible." With no other option, everyone quickly departed. "Go slowly. Don't push. Anyone with a lighter, take it out and give us some light." Only after everyone had left did Thua Lamb cautiously approach and ask, "By the way, do you know what that monster was?" Tichkin replied, "I'm a bodyguard. I can only do my best to keep everyone safe. I don't know anything else." Tichkin's expression darkened. "He's testing me already? It seems this situation runs deeper than I thought." Outside the hotel hall, everything had descended into chaos. "Quick, call your families and tell them to pick us up. I want to go home. I don't want to stay at this hotel anymore." Sitting in a nearby chair, Tichkin thought to himself, "This time's gains. System notification. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death. Your body's potential has been stimulated. Body tempering experience plus 1072. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and tasted the sweetness of victory. Your mood is exceptionally pleasant. Health cultivation experience plus 829. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and gained new insights into training. Running experience plus 538. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and been stained with killing intent, making you more attractive to certain people. Charm experience plus 551. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and improved your precision. Aiming experience plus 518. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and gained profound insight into combat methods. Fighting experience plus 1539. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and successfully learned a new killing move. Force manipulation experience plus 1347. Specialization requirements fulfilled. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death and visualized the scene of a true dragon sweeping through the sea of clouds. Visualization experience plus 1211. Not only that, all of Tichkin's attributes had risen considerably. Body tempering increased to level 7, 135/4, 500. Health cultivation increased to level 5, 298/2000. Running increased to level 6, 359/3000. Fighting increased to level 6, 324/3000. Visualization increased to level 4, 748/1002. Tichkin thought happily, 4-digit experience gains, and I even fulfilled the specialization requirements. Suddenly, the wound on his chest began to heal slowly, and the bleeding stopped. After a while, it had completely healed as though nothing had happened. The wound is completely healed. Feeling refreshed, Tichkin stood up and stretched. What is this? After leveling up, my condition returned to full. System notification, requirements fulfilled. You may convert basic force manipulation into special force manipulation. Specialize? Tichkin did not answer immediately, instead considering it. Is the condition the wind cloud tail? I comprehended. This special force manipulation is related to the martial arts of the hidden dragon flow. After thinking it over, he selected accept. Special force manipulation. No matter how I look at it, it sounds more powerful than basic force manipulation. The upgrade was immediately completed. Specialization successful. Force manipulation level 6, 2080/3000. Total experience, 6,880. Converted into Hidden Dragon Force, level 4, 1,880/4000. This feeling, Tichkin could feel that his body had truly changed. It was like rusty machinery being lubricated. The flow of power within his body was smoother than ever before. Not wasting another moment, he quickly sat down. Such an opportunity was rare. While everyone else ran about in chaos, he simply sat cross-legged and cultivated, taking advantage of the moment to practice the armor-fighting art once more. Outside the door, medical personnel arrived. Where are the injured? Young Master Bui pointed inside. The banquet hall on the 17th floor. Before he could finish, the sight before him left him frozen. Around Tichkin's body, the phantom image of a massive golden dragon appeared, coiling around him. Time passed until that evening. At the Hidden Dragon Dojo, Zhu Shanning worriedly applied medicine to Tich Kan's wound. He said softly, "Thank you, senior sister, for personally treating my wound." She interrupted. "Why did this happen?" It was clearly just an ordinary security assignment, but a monster like that appeared. "Little junior brother, you're terribly unlucky." Li Chiu Tone also stepped forward and added, "The dojo's assignments are inherently dangerous. Unexpected accidents are unavoidable." Hearing that, Tichkin asked, "Master, you are knowledgeable and experienced. Do you know the origin of that monster?" He answered solemnly, "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I only know that it is very likely related to the boundary zone." Tichkin thought the boundary zone is the naturally formed rift mentioned in the materials created after the gods died. What exactly is inside that rift? Tichkin looked tense. Li Chiu Tone laughed and waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. It's already fortunate that you survived. Besides, you turned misfortune into a blessing and comprehended the Hidden Dragon Flow's killing move, Wind Cloud Tail. For martial artists, tempering oneself between life and death truly is the best teacher." Tichkin spoke up. "Master, not only that, it seems I've comprehended the essence of the Hidden Dragon Flow as well." The moment those words left his mouth, his master sprang up from his wheelchair and rushed over to investigate. Li Chiu Tone lightly touched Tich Kan's hand to examine him. Before Tich Kan could even understand what had happened, the old man was knocked backward by an invisible force. In disbelief, he asked, "Little Kan, you've raised a dragon?" Ignoring the question, the old man threw back his head and laughed. "A true dragon lies hidden, churning the clouds through heaven. It must be nurtured, its coils wrapped around the body. Junior brother, you've raised a dragon within yourself. Then martial arts training is no longer merely training in martial arts. It is nurturing a dragon within one's body. That is the true essence of the Hidden Dragon Flow." Even Zhu Shanning did not understand what that term meant. "Master, what does breaking one's limits mean?" "It means remaking the body from its very foundation. Though one may still look human, one's life essence is no longer human." Tichkin worriedly thought, "Master's legs must have been an accident." Sitting nearby, Zhu Shanning asked, "But Master, I heard Senior Brother say that you were once an expert who crossed the Dragon Gate. Why did you end up like this?" The two of them froze in disbelief. Li Chi did not conceal anything and began to recount the past. "Every day, Man Bak Thuong and I would challenge others to duels. Because of that, I made countless enemies. Those enemies could not defeat me, so they targeted Man Bak Thuong's wife and child instead. At that time, rage clouded my mind, and I wanted only revenge. It was an exceptionally bloody battle. Countless people came to stop me, but I feared none of them. Whoever came, I killed. For 1 month, I even had the illusion that I was invincible beneath heaven. But before long, retribution came nonetheless. On that fateful day, an expert cut off both my legs and killed the true dragon within me. My fighting spirit was destroyed, and I became half a cripple." Thinking of this, he could only sigh. Later, to evade our enemies and protect Tonkyo, we left the Northern City District and came here to establish the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Li Chi replied, "Of course I do. But all my enemies are influential figures in the Northern City District. They are not insignificant people here. Even one of them would be difficult to deal with, let alone so many." By the time the moon hung high in the sky, Tichkin finally returned to the street where he lived after a long, exhausting day. Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. Ching Chong Bank. "Dear Mr. Tichkan, hello. 800,000 yuan has been deposited into the bank card ending in 3166. Your current balance is 8,800,011.03 yuan. But the house was completely dark, and there was no sign of her." Through the skill, Tichkin saw Huan Ni happily running and jumping outside. She seemed to be having quite a lot of fun. Then she climbed onto a window. Was she planning to go out? Tichkin hurried over and looked outside. In the distance, he spotted several figures standing there. Huan Ni was among them, being attacked by 2 strangers. Tichkin cried out anxiously, "Oh no, Huan Ni is in danger." Perched atop a broken wall, Huan Ni raised her sharp claws and asked, "Didn't you people run away? Why did you come back for me?" "The infinite dragon? Ananda." The man stepped forward. "Cult leader, your aptitude is exceptional. You will surely become the chosen one. When that time comes, we can borrow the power of the main cult to rebuild." Seeing that the newcomer was Tich Kan, Huan Ni asked in surprise, "Kan, why are you here?" She was naturally worried about that as well. Cold sweat soaked her body as she thought of Kongda's security company. Seeing this, the man hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. What I mean is, if you continue staying in this boy's home and Kongda's security company discovers it, he will certainly be implicated. But seeing her appear as though she wanted to speak, yet could not, Tichkin felt uneasy. Could Huan Yi really want to leave? Kongda Security Company was one of them. Unlike the other companies, it grew rapidly and soon became a deeply entrenched behemoth. Now, it no longer accepted control from anyone. Because of that, Tichkin became even more worried for Huan Yi's safety. Ninman Man, turning into a cat and hiding here, had already been discreet enough, but now members of the dragon cult had come looking for her. The risk of her being exposed had increased drastically. After thinking it over, he made his decision. She isn't leaving. The man stomped hard on the ground. Boy, do you really think you can protect the cult leader? Before he could finish, Huan Yi shouted, "Enough! If you hadn't come, none of this would have happened. I never wanted to be some dragon cult leader. That damned old man decided it all by himself, arbitrarily naming me his successor. And now he wants me to undergo some kind of blessing? If you want to undergo it, go yourselves. Stop coming to me." The girl standing behind them was startled by the shout, her face full of confusion. Huan Yi blushed and added, "Besides, no matter what happens, Akan will protect me properly, right?" Tichkin smiled and nodded. The other two remained standing there, at a loss over what to do. The white-haired old man asked in astonishment. Even when Cheng Xian was 17, he likely would have struggled to defeat number one. Is there actually a genius in Qingqing stronger than Cheng Xian? Before he could finish, the old man threw a phone at him. "Forget it. It is unimportant. Though the results did not meet our expectations, at least several people died. Consider it a warning bell for the governing council." Kai Ping replied, "It ate number 7 last night. It has only been born for 10 days, yet its growth rate is already terrifying." As he spoke, he stroked his mutated beast and smiled. "Also, find a time to let number 9 make its debut. That high school student is at the best high school in Qingsheng, correct? If something happens there, it should greatly raise support for that proposal." Kai Ping immediately bowed his head. "Yes, sir." Inside the school gymnasium, Tichkin had already arrived and was diligently training. If he continued to improve his martial arts, one day he would be able to solve every problem. Even if he could not solve a problem, he could certainly solve the person who created it. No matter what company it was, he would smash everything apart with a single fist. Just then, Fu Guang poked his head in and shouted, Junior brother, you've struck it rich." Fu Guang held up his phone screen, which displayed a long list of incoming transfers, and beamed. "Today, our Hidden Dragon Dojo received a great many donations, all from those rich heirs. Master said this money is all your reward, and it will all go into your account. The total is 22 million. Inside, it read. Fu Guang reminded him, "Keep turning to the next page." The more he read, the more his voice trembled and his face darkened. Once every 2 weeks, tendon relaxing massage, 1,800,000 yuan. Every month, 1 session cultivating in the high-pressure stone chamber, 2 million yuan. Fu Guang took out his phone and handed it over. "There's more, junior brother. Look at this." As soon as he finished speaking, Tichkin's phone rang. With no other choice, Tichkin answered the call. "Hello." Before Tichkin could understand what was happening, an angry shout came through the phone. The teacher continued, "The school sports meet begins in a few days. First, I'll register you for the 100-meter race. You must also participate in the 200, 400, 800, and 2,000-meter events. And there's also..." Seeing her, he said, "Teacher, something has come up on my side, so I'll hang up first." She walked over and replied, "There's a commission for you. The reward is very high. A sparring partner. The client is also a martial artist. After seeing the news, they became curious about you and want to spar with you. The reward is 500,000 yuan. A little later, in the northern section of the inner ring, where most senior government officials lived, the area had long been known as North Nobility District. It was said that anyone here could earn in minutes what an outer ring family earned in an entire year. The sight of the luxurious mansion before him left Tichkin stunned. It was truly extravagant. To the client, this small amount of money was likely nothing. The people standing there were actually the Hugh Kwong brothers. What were the two of them doing here? "Us," young Master Bowie replied. "No, you misunderstand. Someone wanted to arrange a meeting with you through us." Tichkin moved closer and asked, "So your father invited me here?" He led Tichkin onward. That person is from a government organization, but I do not know exactly which organization. My father also specifically instructed us to do our best to fulfill any request you make. After talking for a while, they arrived at a large room. The man turned back and warned him, Tichkan, although you are very strong, I still need to tell you this. Do not let your guard down. The man inside may be stronger than anyone you have ever met. Inside sat a waiting figure, a burly, dark-skinned man with an arrogant, unruly expression. At a single glance, Tichkin knew something was wrong. This man was no ordinary person. Not only that, there were marks resembling bullet wounds on his arms, scars around the web between his thumb and forefinger, bullet scars on his shoulder. These were not things an ordinary person would have. Before Tichkin could make sense of what was happening, the wooden chair was shattered by a powerful force. The man lunged forward, laughing. The best way to get acquainted is to have a fight. Without hesitation, Tichkin countered with a punch swung from behind. If this man really was from Conda's security company, then he would take him down. Their fists collided head-on, and a powerful shockwave burst outward. Mountain Goblin curled his lips into a triumphant smile. He thought to himself, that kid's arm is probably crippled now. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Tichkin was completely unharmed. My turn. Mountain Goblin's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? While Mountain Goblin was still dazed, Tichkin struck him hard in the back. Hit by the wind cloud tail, Mountain Goblin was sent flying, his head plunging straight into a large mound of dirt. The Bowie brothers turned pale at the sight. If Mountain Goblin's punch had landed on either of them, their arms would definitely have been smashed to pieces. Yet Tichkin's arm was completely unharmed, and he had even counterattacked. Just how much strength was he still hiding? Looking at Mountain Goblin twitching in the dirt, Tichkin calmly dusted off his hands. Is this level enough to make him nothing more than an ordinary rich second-generation brat? After a while, Mountain Goblin finally crawled back up, his entire body trembling. That punch. As he spoke, he stood up and shouted, that felt great. What are you standing there for? Mountain Goblin grinned at Tichkin. Come on, keep hitting me. Tichkin was speechless. He could clearly see that the blow had reddened the back of Mountain Goblin's neck, yet the man seemed completely fine. Strange. The wind cloud tail could smash mutant cockroaches apart, but it had no effect on him? Why did this feeling remind him of Zhu Yingquan? Thinking of that, Tichkin asked, are you an altered being? Mountain Goblin exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect someone living in the outskirts like you to know that much. He admitted it directly. Beneath my skin is a Class B defensive dermal membrane. It is an entry-level military-grade altered organism. It can absorb extremely powerful vibrations and is especially effective at protecting against the force of martial artists. After explaining, he asked again, what do you think? Interested? Want one installed? Tichkin interrupted him. No need. I'm not interested. Mountain Goblin scratched his head and sighed. Every single one of you gives the same answer. Tell me, why are martial artists like you unwilling to face reality? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a rocket and shouted, wake up, the times have changed. His palms slammed together, producing a thunderous clap. Just from receiving the sound wave, Tichkin's ears began ringing. Mountain Goblin explained, my hands have been modified. Clapping them produces special sound waves that can stun people. Your ears are basically useless now, and the closer you are to me, the stronger the sound waves become. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he pressed forward with a punch. I'm the winner of this match. Suddenly, a hand reached out and pressed against Mountain Goblin's chest. Mountain Goblin felt as though his body had been pinned down by a mountain. He could not move at all. This is impossible. With just one strike from Tichkin, Mountain Goblin was sent soaring upward, his chest taking a heavy blow. Tichkin spoke Ganli. Your flesh is tough, so I'll just channel the force directly into your body. This time, the attack was effective. Mountain Goblin could no longer talk tough as he had before, and his eyes rolled white. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Tichkin stepped back and sighed. Knocking someone unconscious doesn't require that much force. He crouched beside Mountain Goblin, who was foaming at the mouth. A light hit would have been enough. Looking more closely, Tichkin discovered something new. What was exposed on Mountain Goblin's chest was not human flesh, but a metal plate. A voice came from within it. Mountain Goblin's consciousness has been interrupted. It seems he is no match for you. Tichkin was astonished. A communications device implanted inside their bodies? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? The other person replied, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Tichkin urged impatiently, hurry up. I am Buse. The voice answered, I won't keep you waiting long. As soon as the voice stopped, the Bowie brothers ran over and asked, "What exactly do they want from you? Could this be some kind of initiation test from a mysterious organization?" Titchkin interrupted wearily. "Your imagination is too wild." Still, they found the idea quite logical. It really does seem like it. Noticing that Mountain Goblin had awakened, Titchkin looked down at him and said, "Hey, if you're awake, get up." Mountain Goblin could no longer pretend, so he sat up abruptly. That really hurt. "By the way, how did you break my move just now?" Titchkin explained, "At its core, that move uses sound waves to impact the brain. I only needed to counter it with greater force and cancel it out." Mountain Goblin asked in astonishment, "Greater force?" Only then did he realize that he had lost from the beginning. It seemed the kid had not even used his full strength. After thinking for a moment, he glanced aside and ordered, "You two, go play somewhere else." The Bowie brothers replied in surprise, "Huh? All right." Once they had gone, Mountain Goblin stood and said, "The Bowie brothers were right. I am indeed a member of an official organization, and I would like to invite you to join us." Titchkin refused bluntly. "I was never interested in joining any so-called secret official organization, especially after meeting you." He continued, "If you are really an official organization, why not invite me properly? Why go in circles and put on this kind of show? I'm very dissatisfied with your organization's style. I have no intention of joining. Even if you had invited me properly, I still would not join. I'm very satisfied with my current life, training in martial arts peacefully, improving little by little, and occasionally taking acquisition commissions to upgrade my divine abilities. It's quite comfortable." Mountain Goblin anxiously waved his hands. "Don't refuse so quickly. I admit that my methods are somewhat uninhibited, but joining us will only benefit you." As he spoke, he demonstrated how sturdy his body was. "Look at this Class B protective membrane. You couldn't buy one even if you had money. Once you join us, you can get one for free." Titchkin cut him off, "But you still got hurt." Mountain Goblin refused to give up. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Brother, I admit you are a genius, but you will soon realize that the human body has limits. The feeling of being unable to advance any further will drive you completely insane." Yet Titchkin still would not listen. "You're right, but I refuse. Using nothing but my unmodified body to crush enhanced people like you sounds much more interesting to me." Even after Mountain Goblin had foamed at the mouth from being beaten, Titchkin would not budge. Furious, Mountain Goblin shouted, "Why won't this guy listen to reason?" Another voice rang out. "Shut up, Mountain Goblin. Your recruitment skills are terrible." He froze. "Captain," the voice ordered, "look up." Just as the two of them looked into the sky, a figure appeared overhead and descended. Upon getting a clear look, Titchkin recognized her immediately. "That's Surun." As soon as he finished speaking, she landed successfully, kicking up a cloud of dust. Surun stood there smiling. "We meet again, Titchkin. You probably still remember me. I am the captain of White Crow Special Operations Team 88. The gorilla beside you is my team member." Mountain Goblin angrily interrupted, "I'm not a gorilla." Without hesitation, Titchkin ran over and whispered, "Didn't you introduce me to Wu Yuqing before? Why are you trying to recruit me now?" She coughed lightly and explained, "This time, it was an order from above." Looking at the glowing device on her wrist, Su Run continued, "Besides recruiting you, I have a second mission here. This is the monster you killed a few days ago. Do you know where it came from?" Titchkin asked seriously. "A creature from the boundary zone?" She replied, "Not entirely." Surin explained, "It does possess characteristics of boundary zone creatures. For example, this core. Cores are the source of a boundary zone creature's power, but they do not necessarily exist in the heart. They could be in the limbs, claws, or even the skin. As long as the core has not been removed, they can revive endlessly." Hearing this, Titchkin felt fortunate. Fortunately, he had accidentally struck it and removed its core. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, he asked, "If it has a core organ, why do you say it is not entirely a boundary zone creature?" Surun projected another grotesque creature and replied, "This is called the thousand-legged brood mother. It is a creature from the rotting flesh lake in boundary zone F056. Its highest danger rating is 6.2. Yet after hearing all that, Titchkin was still confused. "Wait, what is a danger rating? And what does 6.2 mean?" She asked in surprise. "Does the martial arts school in the Outer Ring not even teach this?" She turned to Mountain Goblin. "Gorilla, send me the battle data from your fight." Though displeased, he had no choice but to comply. "I'm not a gorilla." Looking at the device on her wrist, Surin exclaimed, "Oh, Your current danger rating is around 2.9 to 3.1. Tichkin looked blankly at her. She projected the information and explained, an ordinary adult male has a danger rating of only about 1.1. A rating of 2.9 means you are equivalent to 1,280 ordinary adult men. As for the thousand-legged brood mother, it is equivalent to more than 65,000. Tichkin continued anxiously, then it really is dangerous. She added, but that is only the extreme case. When the thousand-legged brood mother has not awakened, its danger rating is only around 1.8. Furthermore, its primary function is reproduction. The thousand-legged brood mother can devour creatures, absorb their genetic information, and produce corresponding insect species. It can even consume different creatures and blend their genes together. A month ago, a smuggling group captured a thousand-legged brood mother from Rotting Flesh Lake and took it outside. After we received the information, we pursued them all the way, but eventually lost track of them in the southern city district of the provincial capital. At this point, Su Ren looked toward Tichkin again. And now, through you, we have finally found a clue. Startled, he asked, "You mean the cockroach monster I killed was created by the thousand-legged brood mother?" She replied, "That's right." The more Tichkin heard about these cockroach people, the more troubled he became. Cockroach people. He suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. His hand trembled uncontrollably. That thing was created by fusing cockroaches and humans. Su Ren said, "You must have noticed that the cockroach people are becoming stronger and stronger. I'm afraid whoever possesses the thousand-legged brood mother is continuously improving them, and you have disrupted their plans multiple times." As she spoke, she pointed directly at Tichkin. "You have become their target." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "You're not inviting me to join just to protect me, are you?" "Of course not," Su Ren replied. "Tichkin, you are only 17 years old. Not only are you exceptionally talented, you also possess the courage to confront boundary zone creatures head-on. Our White Crow Special Operations Team is backed by the agency and has the most advanced professional training system in all of Xia. We can certainly develop every aspect of your potential without leaving a single blind spot." Tichkin did not answer immediately. Joining White Crow, backed by the agency. Everything she said sounded wonderful, but unfortunately, he had possessed the ultimate training system from the very beginning. With that thought, he decisively refused. "Sorry, I refuse." Su Ren did not force him. She merely sighed. "It's fine. I can roughly understand what you are thinking." She continued, "How about this? Using my authority as captain of Team 88, I will grant you the status of an external staff member of White Crow Special Operations. When necessary, I will ask you to carry out work in the form of commissions. Naturally, you will receive appropriate rewards." Mountain Goblin sweated heavily. "Are you serious?" Tichkin began to waver at this offer. These terms were too favorable. He asked, "Does your agency have divine relics?" Although somewhat surprised, Su Ren quickly regained her composure. "Of course. One of the agency's scientific research departments is the Divine Relics Research Institute, where many divine relics are stored. If you accumulate enough merit, obtaining one will not be difficult." At that, Tichkin's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he changed his mind. "Deal. To be honest, I've always been a devoted fan of White Crow. My dream has been to become an external staff member of White Crow." Su Ren shook his hand, smiling in satisfaction. "A pleasure working with you." After their discussion ended, Tichkin got into the car and left. Only then did Mountain Goblin ask, "Captain, was that really necessary? He's just a martial arts genius." "They're rare, but not that rare," she replied. "This person is far from simple." She explained seriously, "Yesterday, I had another interaction with that young lady from the Wu family. The importance she places on Tich can far exceeds anything I imagined." He exclaimed in surprise, "Wu Yuqing? That chosen one? Do you remember? She has always been trying to remove her status as a chosen one. She once said that only a god can oppose a god." Su Ren said, "Except for divine relics. Tichkin is the only thing she cares about. Therefore, he must have something special that we have yet to discover. Even if we do not know what makes him special, we need to secure him first." That evening, while sitting in the car, Tichkin looked around and thought, the provincial capital truly is prosperous. Even the busiest area here cannot compare to a single hair of the northern city district. At that moment, his phone notification sounded. It was Wu Yuqing. "When you are free, come find me at the library." He immediately replied, "I'm coming now." Then he said to the driver, "Please take me to the provincial library." A while later, Tichkin arrived on the 7th floor of the provincial library. Seeing that he had arrived, Yu Qing urged, "Sit down." As soon as he sat down, he drained the entire glass of water in one gulp. But Titchkan's face suddenly darkened. "Boss, can't we drink something better? Just how much does this woman like soda?" She smiled and replied, "You don't like it? This tea was brewed with water created by the divine relic you like most. I choose cola, thank you." While opening the can of cola he had just received, Titchkin heard Yu Qing ask, "White Crow has already contacted you, right?" Titchkin had no intention of hiding it. "They invited me to join White Crow, but I refused," she said approvingly. "You made the right choice." He asked, puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Yu Qing explained, "Crows are generally regarded as ominous creatures, birds that bring disaster and death. White crows, however, are considered symbols of rebirth, benevolent birds that bring good fortune. The name carries beautiful hopes because White Crow's work has an extremely high mortality rate. In the 36th homecoming gathering of White Crow Special Operations, since White Crow was founded, more than 65 people had died. Only 3 have safely lived to retirement." Hearing this, Titchkin stared blankly, his voice trembling. "Then it really is dangerous. Twins. It seems I'll have to carefully consider White Crow assignments in the future. The resurrection effect of twins can only activate once within a short period of time." Remembering something, he asked, "Oh, right, boss. What exactly is the agency?" She replied, "Its full name is the Special Agency for Emergency Management and Response to Anomalous Disasters." After the beginning of the new era, Xia established this special organization to deal with all kinds of anomalous disasters. It has an independent operational system and is not governed by the 5 major agencies, so it is also called the 6th agency. Let me put it this way. If you joined White Crow, then even if you went on a killing spree in the provincial capital, or even went insane and detonated a nuclear bomb, no one would be able to arrest you. Titchkin asked in confusion, "Does the 6th agency really have that much authority? Isn't the government worried that it might become uncontrollable?" Yu Qing reassured him, "Don't worry. The agency's senior leadership consists of 13 people, and nearly all of them live in Sanding." That truly made Titchkin see things differently. In that case, the 6th agency was practically the nation itself. Sanding and the 5 major agencies. What an overwhelming background. With nothing more to say, Yu Qing took Titchkin's phone from his hand. "All right, I called you here today, mainly to remind you to be cautious about White Crow. You may go now." Titchkin asked in surprise, "You don't have any assignments for me?" She replied, "No," he asked again. "Then you don't want to show me a divine relic, either?" Wu Yuqing shook her head. "No," Titchkin persisted. "That's all." She said helplessly, "If you really have nothing better to do, you can go clean the library." The moment he heard he had to clean, Titchkin sprang to his feet like a coiled spring. "Sorry, I still have something to do, so I'll be going first." Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Du the Vi. "Damn it, I completely forgot about this." He hurried off. "Teacher Du, don't worry. I'll be right there." Scene shifts to the southern city district. In the stairwell of an emergency exit, a white-haired old man sat motionlessly. Standing before him was a strangely dressed man. "Master, all the test subjects have been transferred." The old man's expression darkened. "I didn't expect those White Crow people to be so sharp. They actually found this place. How is Kai Ping doing?" The man smiled. "As instructed, he has taken number 9 to Qingcheng Affiliated High School. We should receive news soon." As he rose, the old man reminded him, "Only by using number 9 to draw White Crow's attention can we continue relocating the 1,000-legged brood mother." He added, "Otherwise, that thing is too large a target and would be easily exposed." The purple-haired man continued, "Conda Security Company really is useless. We have to rely entirely on ourselves." The old man frowned in displeasure. "Those big corporations are clever. They just sit back and reap the rewards. Even if this fails, they won't suffer any losses. But precisely because of that, work like this falls to us." The man clasped his hands and asked, "Master, once this is done, Conda won't discard us once we've outlived our usefulness, will they?" The old man replied, "How could I possibly have overlooked something so trivial? A contingency plan was prepared long ago. If anything happens to us, Conda won't be able to rest easy either." On the athletic field, many girls and boys had gathered, chatting and laughing without realizing that someone was watching them. So much fresh, tender flesh. If I could capture them all and offer them to the brood mother, that would be a great merit. Suddenly, the cheers of several girls standing on the balcony caught that person's attention. Senior Titchkan. His gaze gradually shifted toward the track across across from him, where a race was taking place. Senior Tichkan. It's Senior Tichkan. He's Tichkan. An ordinary-looking youth like him was actually able to defeat a test subject? Truly astonishing. Thinking this, the mysterious man lowered his hat and smiled. But it doesn't matter. You'll all be having much more fun very soon. Sensing that something was off, Li Chi turned around and looked behind him. That janitor has quite a good physique. Is he new here? Back at the race. Just as expected, Tichkan had taken first place. First place, Tichkan. Senior Tichkan. Senior Tichkan. I want to have your babies. Second place, Ba Dao. Third place, Hung Dong. Someone brought over a bottle of water and called, Brother Can. Li Chi grinned and teased him, still interested in girls now. Tichkan answered without emotion. No, Li Chi replied, there are still several events left. Today, there's the 400-meter, 2,000-meter, and relay race too. Hearing that, he froze and looked over. A relay? Li Chi scratched his head and explained, the relay is part of the running events, so the teacher signed you up for all of them. Don't worry, we won't hold you back. Just as he was about to speak, a sense of foreboding flashed through Tichkan's mind. The source of that deadly aura was the school building. There's a smell of blood. He used his ability to find out what had happened. Why is that thing inside the school right now? A half-human, half-cockroach creature had appeared from nowhere and was attacking the unfortunate students. A man-eating monster. Run, run. Tichkan thought, this has gone far beyond simply letting a tiger loose among sheep. He urged Li Chi, call the police immediately. Just tell them a cockroach monster has appeared at the school. There was no more time to stand around. Tichkan decided to act. Throw down the water bottle, then run as far as you can. Don't look back. At the entrance to the teaching building, pieces of human corpses lay scattered everywhere amid thick black blood. The cockroach monster still would not stop. It moved toward a girl curled up in a corner. Fresh, tender meat. Its throat emitted a hoarse, hungry sound as it moved closer. Before the girl could scream, the cockroach monster lunged at her. At that moment, a lightning-fast figure appeared. It was none other than Tichkan. He stamped heavily on the ground. With a sudden strike, he sent the monster flying backward. The girl cried out, Senior Tichkan. The monster quickly recovered. He urged her, leave now. She ran away. Thank you, Senior Tichkan. Taking up a stance, he thought, the first rule of fighting monsters, reduce their health first. The system notified him, twin strength, twin speed. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the cockroach monster. With a devastating punch, he focused all his power into one point. Tichkan used the Wind Thunder Fist, sending it flying again without any chance to resist. It crashed through several walls. At that moment, someone approached, trembling all over. Help me. It was Kai Ping. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked miserable. Save me. It has completely lost control. After taking a closer look, Tichkan immediately recognized Kai Ping. Why is this guy here? Kai Ping stretched out a hand with difficulty. I am from the Golden Wind Dojo. Kai Ping, please help me find my master. Just tell him. Before Kai Ping could finish, the cockroach monster charged over. With swift reflexes, Tichkan dodged to one side. But Kai Ping was not so fortunate. The monster changed direction toward him, tearing his body apart horribly. Witnessing this scene, Tichkan thought that was fast. Without twin speed, that would have been my fate. That killing move still couldn't kill it. After dealing with Kai Ping, it turned toward Tichkan again. He noticed that the wound on its chest had healed at an astonishing speed. It's already healed? That's way too fast. No sooner had he spoken than the cockroach monster charged again. The creature lost momentum and abruptly stopped. Even so, he had been slashed. Dark red blood seeped from the wound. I got hit by its claw while dodging. This cockroach man. No, compared to the one I encountered at the Ruecho Hotel, this one seems larger and tougher. Not only had the spikes on its arms and legs grown longer, but even the antennae on its head had turned into weapons. Has its genes been optimized? With no other choice, Tichkan used the objects around him, throwing a fire extinguisher at it. This is going to become a prolonged battle. Naturally, the object did nothing to it. One slash from the cockroach monster split the extinguisher in two. But because of that, the powder inside the extinguisher burst out. Taking advantage of the cockroach monster's obscured vision, he rushed forward and struck its body repeatedly. Tichkan also pulled a steel bar from the broken wall. Good opportunity. Without another word, he hurled a long steel bar directly at the monster's head, leaving it no time to react. Its body was knocked backward, blue blood gushing from the wound. Just when he thought that strike had defeated it, its wings began moving again. Tichkan was startled. It can still move after that. The instant he spoke, the cockroach monster vanished from its original position. It flew wildly around his body, putting him on high alert. It seems to be trying to confuse me through high-speed movement before finding an opening for a surprise attack. I didn't expect this thing to think so carefully. Visualization. If I can't tell which direction the attack will come from, then it's best not to look. Using visualization, he tracked its movement path. After observing for a while, Tichkin finally discovered its target direction. Behind me. Found it. He swung his arm behind him as powerful momentum surged forth. This feeling, Tichkin exclaimed, it's just like when I first comprehended the wind cloud tale. Golden dragon scales appeared across his arm. He used the hidden dragon flow's killing move, golden scale transformation. But this cockroach monster had reached a whole new level. Even this attack was ineffective. So tough. With such a huge disturbance at the school, White Crow's team will definitely come. For now, I just need to stall until they arrive. The outer window shattered. Water stains gradually appeared on the wall. Then an entire section of wall collapsed, sending up clouds of dust. Anti-gravity anomalous entity, blazing dragon device. By my estimate, in less than 5 minutes, the school has been reduced to this state. It looks like Tichkin is in grave danger. A helicopter flew close to the rooftop. Su-Rin immediately shouted, "Move!" A massive tornado shot up from below. Someone inside the helicopter asked anxiously, "Captain, the teaching building has collapsed. Are we still going down?" Su-Rin raised her index finger with a grave expression. Her vision activated, locking onto the target as the image became clearer. Su-Rin ordered descend. The data has been synchronized to all of you. She jumped down before the others. I'll rescue Tichkin first. You're responsible for capturing the 1,000-legged broodmother's offspring. Take it alive. Mountain Goblin thought. So this is the anomalous entity made from dragon bone? Why did the captain bring such powerful equipment out? Su-Rin landed amid the ruins below. That energy tornado earlier was caused by the cockroach monster. The device on her back gradually shrank. Su-Rin walked over and tapped Tichkin on the shoulder. He turned around, his eyes bloodshot and his reason gone as he prepared to throw a punch. She firmly held one of his arms. "Tichkin, it's me, Su-Rin." The red in his eyes faded. "You finally came." Then Tichkin's body swayed as he collapsed backward. Su-Rin quickly supported him. She helped Tichkin sit down and brought medicine to his mouth. This is a fast-acting painkiller. Tichkin was battered and covered in wounds. He warned her, "Don't let your guard down. That cockroach man is very strong." Red marks on his neck spread like veins. Su-Rin reassured him, "Don't worry. I didn't come alone this time." Mountain Goblin and Weeping Rain appeared, flanking the cockroach man. Su-Rin was confident because the entire White Crow team had arrived. Mountain Goblin teased, "See, this is the foundation Tichkin built for us." Tan Kyo sternly reminded him, "Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, its attack is coming." The cockroach man flapped its wings and flew toward them with a low hiss. Mountain Goblin swung his sword straight at it. Thanks for the reminder. Green slime seeped from its body as Weeping Rain slashed the cockroach man across the back. Su-Rin reminded them from above, "Idiot, how many times have I told you? When you slash, aim for the right angle." She demonstrated for them. Watch carefully. A series of small daggers shot downward. Like this. They embedded themselves in the enemy's weak points. Glowing lines appeared as cracks formed across the cockroach man's body. Its body was chopped into pieces, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Su-Rin landed. Demonstration complete. Tichkin, resting in a corner, spoke up. That was incredibly professional. He thought every blade struck a critical weakness with perfect precision. Just one light cut was enough to make the cockroach monster burst apart. Even a master butcher could not do better. Su-Rin truly is capable. A hiss sounded from the cockroach man's main torso. Su-Rin ordered, "Weeping Rain, stop the bleeding. Don't let it die. We might be able to use this thing to find the 1,000-legged broodmother." She assigned another task to Tan Kyo. Write the mission report and request a tracking device from headquarters while you're at it. Tan Kyo understood. Mountain Goblin came over to tease him. "Genius, why do you look so bedraggled?" Tichkin replied, "Good thing you arrived quickly." Mountain Goblin patted his chest and revealed, "Of course. The moment the captain got your call, we immediately flew here by helicopter from the Southern City District. The captain's concern for you is far from ordinary." Titchkin asked, "But did you gain anything from the Southern City District?" Mountain Goblin replied, "We've searched less than 1/3 of the locations so far. There have been no findings yet." Titchkin revealed, "I have a new lead." Surin was interested. "Oh, let's hear it." After hearing Titchkan's account, her brows knitted tightly. "You suspect that a man named Kai Ping brought the Cockroach Man into the school?" Titchkan continued, "He is the leader of a gang. It was already strange for him to appear at a school, and he was disguised as a janitor. It's hard not to see a conspiracy behind it." Surin memorized the information. The information you provided is very valuable. I'll have Tan Kyo report it to headquarters." She was about to call Tan Kyo when Tan Kyo suddenly screamed in alarm. "Tan Kyo, Weeping Rain, get away from there." The Cockroach Man's body was gradually healing. Weeping Rain was the first to be attacked. Tan Kyo quickly clutched her computer and dodged aside. A fully restored Cockroach Man appeared once more. Mountain Goblin was astonished. Such rapid regeneration? Surin denied it. "No, it's molting." Seeing it fly away, a team member worriedly called out, "Captain, it wants to escape." Surin replied, "It won't get away." Titchkin pulled one of the knives attached to her leg free. "Captain Surun, lend me this knife." Surin watched him spin the blade. She asked curiously, "What are you planning to do?" Titchkin activated twin strength and twin speed. He took aim and threw the knife forward. The blade embedded itself in the center of the Cockroach Man's chest, and green fluid sprayed out in torrents. Surin felt her eye twitch at the sight. Seeing the Cockroach Man about to fall, Mountain Goblin asked, "Brother, did you just throw a steel-piercing bullet with your bare hand?" Titchkin modestly replied, "It was all thanks to the captain's good knife." Surin trembled with fury as she tried to restrain herself. "That knife costs more than 10 million. Titchkin thought, "I used twin strength in a similar way earlier, but did nothing to that monster. Weapons really are extremely important." Surin turned around and looked at him. Seeing bruises appear on Titchkan's arm, she realized, it seems using that move does come at a cost. Surin patted his shoulder. "Come on, let's get on the helicopter and take you back to the Hidden Dragon Dojo first. We'll deal with everything else later." Titchkin agreed. "All right." He sighed as he looked at his arm, which was turning dark purple. "I can't heal these injuries just by circulating my power. I'll still need my senior brother and senior sisters to help me, though I probably can't avoid getting scolded." The helicopter began to rise and leave the area. Titchkin sat listening as Mountain Goblin reported, "Boss, we lost another team member." "Captain, should we report this to headquarters and request a few more people?" She refused. "No need. If a few more people die, the team's casualty rate will become too high. My year-end evaluation will suffer." Titchkin silently remarked, "Even after living another life, I still can't learn that kind of indifference toward death." A series of notifications appeared. Observation and visualization have advanced to level 5, 121/2000. Titchkin felt somewhat comforted. This experience is truly both painful and satisfying. The helicopter flew toward the modern urban district. He activated level 6 aiming. Aiming is leveled up too. This time, I should be able to see more clearly, right? From the helicopter, Titchkin could clearly see the traffic below, and he could even clearly see people eating inside the restaurant. This was outrageous. His eyesight was even more powerful than a telescope. Combined with Hidden Dragon Force, hitting targets several kilometers away would no longer be a dream. The next time he encountered a monster like the Cockroach Man, he would not need to get close at all. His safety factor would rise greatly. Just as he was rejoicing, Su-Run called Titchkin. She reported, "The investigation in the Southern City District has yielded results. The exploration team's equipment detected that the contamination rate there exceeds 10%. Titchkin was bewildered. "What is a contamination rate?" Su-Rin was speechless. "You really know nothing at all. What exactly did they teach you in the outer ring?" She had no choice but to explain briefly. "For example, my left hand represents the world we currently live in, while my right hand represents the other world. When the two worlds collide or overlap, contamination is produced. The more severe the overlap, the higher the contamination rate. If it is only a minor collision, there will be an impact from the other world upon reality, and the contamination rate is generally around 1 to 5%. But once an overlap occurs, the contamination rate rapidly rises to around 10 to 30%. The laws of physics in that area will also change, and creatures from the other world may even enter reality. Tichkin asked curiously. Is this how a boundary zone is born? She denied it. No, a boundary zone is what emerges after the contamination rate reaches 100%. It is neither the real world nor the other world. To define it, people gave it a new name, a subworld. In short, an overlap could occur in the southern city district at any time. Do not approach it carelessly. Got it. As soon as he returned, Shining scolded him. Little junior brother, you really are a constant source of worry. Every time you come back, you're covered in injuries. Tankio also helped massage his wounds, though her expression was dreadful. Shining reminded him, look, even senior sister Meng is angry. She's applying medicine to you. If you do this again next time, we really will ignore you. Tichkin felt a burning pain. No, that wasn't what I meant. I was forced into it by the situation. Shining began applying the medicine and snapped at him. Forced my foot. Tichkin cried out, senior sister, be gentler. Shining remained stern. You need to remember this pain. Look at you. Your whole arm is bruised purple. Who knows how long it will take to recover? He said awkwardly. I didn't want to come back covered in injuries either. What else could I do? At the time, I was the only one who could stand up against that cockroach monster. Shining put strength into her elbow and massaged Tichkin's back. He groaned. As senior sister, lighter, she leaned closer, focusing entirely on treating him. Bear with it. Only this way can the medicinal effects be guided into your body through chi. Something pressed against his face by accident. Tichkin pursed his lips and fell silent. He turned his head and thought to himself, compared with Shining, senior sister Meng's chi control is far more meticulous. The medicine seeped quietly through his skin. Not only did it not hurt, it was even somewhat comfortable. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. This feeling. Could it be? Li Chi pushed open the door and peered inside. The gang. Tichkin greeted him. Master. The two women stopped what they were doing, their faces flushing red. Li Chi walked into the room. Li Chi took his hand and examined it. I heard you really cultivated the golden scale transformation. Good heavens, you're injured this badly? Just how strong was that monster? Tichkin replied, Master, do you know the Golden Wind Dojo? Li Chi was surprised. The Golden Wind Dojo? Their master, Hong Yuan, exchanged pointers with me when he was young. Back then, the Golden Wind Dojo claimed that its martial art could temper one's fists and feet into blades and swords. They said that training the body was equivalent to wielding weapons. I was curious, so I found an opportunity to fight them. Tichkin asked suspiciously, Them? You did not just fight one person. Li Chi admitted, that's right. When the disciples saw their master being beaten, they naturally came to rescue him. But their cultivation was insufficient. They could not break my golden scale armor, and I knocked them all down with a single punch. Still, their school does have some skill. If you encounter them, even if they are unarmed, you must treat them as though they are wielding blades. But for you now, that is no longer important. Our hidden dragon Flo's golden scale armor happens to counter their golden wind white rainbow sword. Opponents of the same rank simply cannot break through your defense. If their cultivation surpasses yours, then no amount of caution will help. Tichkin blurted out. He recalled how, after Lao Hudon used a divine relic to bolster her defense, Kai Ping had been unable to harm her. He did not know what rank Kai Ping held in the Golden Wind Dojo. Shining softly called out, interrupting his thoughts. Little junior brother, turn around. I'm done applying medicine to your back. Now for the front. Li Chi quickly left. He had not noticed before that using chi to heal injuries was so physically exhausting. Better run, better run. Tichkin forced a smile. How about I do it myself? Shining poked him in the chest. What are you saying, little junior brother? What you need most right now is to relax. Just leave it to your senior sisters. Tichkin sensed something was wrong. Though he was not interested in women, he was still a man on the verge of fully reaching puberty. This was a little too. Tichkin shut his eyes and asked, the first stage of the dragon breath technique? Shining covered her mouth and teased him. Senior sister, look, isn't he embarrassed? As their hands spread medicine over his body, his face flushed crimson. It was too cool, too soft, too comfortable. Their fingers gradually moved beneath his waistband. Sensing danger, he said, wait, that area doesn't seem to need medicine, does it? Tan Kyo put strength into her hand and rubbed Tichkin's arm against his chest. She directly pressed her chest against his face. Hey, don't use that to test me. Shining blushed and reminded him, little junior brother, Tan Kyo is busy. You should at least look up. After seeing it, Tan Kyo's face became so hot that it seemed ready to steam. Tichkin said awkwardly, Senior Sister Tan. This is not something I can control. It's an involuntary bodily reaction. Sorry, Senior Sister Meng. Shanning pointed at a certain place. With it like that, we cannot continue applying medicine. You can handle the rest yourself. He turned his back to them, face blazing red. They're all easy-to-reach places. Shanning pulled Tan Kyo away. Then apply it yourself. Senior Sister Ming and I will be leaving first. Tichkin sat up and sighed. I honestly do not know whether those women did that on purpose. An hour later, his body had improved somewhat. After circulating his qi for so long, the skin over his entire body was still numb, itchy, and aching. It seemed he had truly been badly injured this time. But in the end, it was because he had not understood the skill well enough. The so-called golden scale transformation used force to link his entire body together, dispersing and neutralizing the opponent's attacks. Through visualization, his entire body bore the force together. The larger the contact area, the lower the pressure. So that was it. This was the secret behind the unparalleled defense of Golden Scale armor. No wonder Master said Golden Scale armor countered the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword. Their style relied on force to turn the blade edge into a tiny contact area for attack. Against Golden Scale armor, which could disperse pressure, it naturally became ineffective. As expected of one of the Hidden Dragon Flow's ultimate techniques, none of them were simple. He had yet to comprehend the remaining two. Blood Refinement's intertwined fire stars and Tendon Refinement's unified stream. There was no rush. Tichkin decided to recover first. When he returned home, he saw someone sitting in the living room. He was startled. Juan and I turned to the sound. She stood and greeted him. Why are you home so late? Did you bring me anything delicious? Tichkin stared at her in astonishment. Why you could transform into a human now? He found it strange. The materials in the library had said that transforming into a human required. That did they not? Juan and I answered. At noon, I suddenly discovered that I could transform back by myself. But I will be leaving soon. Today, I came out of the goodness of my heart to keep you company. Tichkin sat beside her and asked, why leave? Are you uncomfortable here? Juan blushed. You know perfectly well that staying by your side will only bring danger to you. There's probably much about Kongda Security Company and the Dragon Cult that I still do not know. She took his hand. Every day I spent by your side was happy. It was as though I had truly become a carefree cat. Every day I only needed to eat, play, and sleep. I did not need to think about anything else. But I'm the leader of the Dragon Cult. It is time for me to go. Tears lingered at the corners of Huan Ni's eyes. Tichkin immediately pulled her into his arms. He said firmly, if I abandoned you simply because you might bring danger to me, then would I not be worthless? Stay. No matter what danger comes, I will face it with you. Juan and I looked up. Really? Can I really stay? He smiled gently. Of course. Hearing that, she happily threw herself into Tichkin's embrace like a child. A string of notifications appeared. Juan inexplicably blushed. After they talked it over, she came to understand. So, whenever my emotions become intense, the fusion progress with the cattail ring increases until I transform into Batet. Tichkin cleared his throat. But not just any emotion. It has to be the kind we both felt in the bathtub the first time you fused with it. At that thought, Juan and I was stunned. What? She fearfully backed away. Tichkin cleared his throat. But not just any emotion. It has to be the kind we both felt in the bathtub the first time you fused with it. At that thought, Juan and I was stunned. What? She fearfully backed away. What are you trying to do? Tichkin said awkwardly. It is not about what I want to do. It depends on whether you want to. As he reached out, Juan and I immediately became guarded, making him even more embarrassed. That is not what I mean. I'm asking whether you want to try actively accepting this power. Only then did Juan and I become serious. What do you mean? He replied. So far, no one who transformed into Batet has displayed any abnormalities. They have merely gained power. If we're going to oppose a large organization like Kongda Security Company, we naturally need as many cards in our hands as possible. Juan and I was surprised. So he had been seriously considering this? She continued. Then is the source of the cattail ring's information trustworthy? Tichkin confirmed. I do not think that person has any reason to deceive me. Juan and I then grabbed him by the collar. She pushed Tichkin down beneath her. Then let us try it. He panicked. Wait, she said awkwardly. Do not misunderstand. I only think that more strength means better odds. It is not for any other reason. Tichkin interrupted her. No need to explain. I understand. One blushed. But how? Tichkin hesitated before suggesting. How about recreating what happened that day? She accepted. With a soft hum, they filled a bathtub. Juan and I trembled and let out a few muffled sounds. Tichkin grabbed her wrist. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting. Juan and I leaned against Tichkin's chest, panting as she thought, is it over already? The ring on her tail emitted energy. Tichkin's eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed it. He thought in surprise, there's divine essence to absorb again. Thinking about it, that made sense. Strengthening the fusion meant drawing upon the power of Batet, the other god contained within the cattail ring. Divine essence absorbed, 33 out of 500. Other gods were still gods, so naturally they possessed divine essence. Juan and I happily announced, Tichkin, I think I've become a little stronger. I can tell. With my current physique, even an ordinary person using a blade might not be able to leave a mark on me. Yet just now, you casually scratched my arm, and it split open. She stammered, sorry. Tichkin suddenly remembered something. Right. Did you only strengthen your physical body? Sense carefully. See whether you have gained any other abilities. She suddenly remembered. There is also this. In our terms, this move is called Snake Slaying Vanguard. One of Wild Catwoman Warrior Bastet's titles is Serpent Slayer. She killed Apex, the Serpent of Chaos, and thus gained the ability to restrain all things related to snakes. Tichkin asked, curiously, things related to snakes? Juan and I explained, dragons and snakes look fairly similar, right? So your hidden dragon flow falls within the scope of my restraint too. Tichkin. When she touched his skin, a patch of frost appeared. Tichkin was astonished. What is this? My martial art only has dragon in its name. Why are you buffing me? He grabbed Juan's wrist. That is not right. I merely practice a style called Hidden Dragon Flow. I am not an actual dragon. I'm still restrained by it, she said proudly. The powers of gods are simply unreasonable. Juan's finger lightly touched his chest again. Even if something merely has the word dragon in its name, it falls under my restraint. That is far too overpowered. Then an idea suddenly struck him. Wait, he speculated. Then would that not mean the dragon cult can do whatever it wants? Juan and I seemed to awaken to the idea and replied eagerly, Right. I do not have to listen to them anymore. If they come looking for me again, I will definitely teach them a lesson. As she spoke, her smile gradually turned dangerous. Tichkin immediately pinched her cheeks, forcing her to stop. We can think about that later. Juan and I obediently agreed. That night, Tichkin lay in bed, holding Juan and I in her cat form as they rested. He checked the status panel. If divine essence was the source of a divine relic's power, then a divine relic should lose its power after I absorb its divine essence. Yet in reality, the divine relics whose divine essence I absorbed did not change at all. Forget it. I will stop thinking about it and upgrade a skill first. A new stream of notifications appeared. How should he choose this passive effect? 3 days later, he was training at the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Tichkin circulated his chi to its limit. Veins stood out across his face, and the muscles in his arms swelled taut. Notification, physical defense. Surging force burst from that punch. He rejoiced inwardly. As expected, I did not choose wrong. 3 days ago, I enhanced physical defense. Although reaction speed was the normal choice, the limits of the Hidden Dragon Flow's 5 ultimate techniques were almost all related to the body's endurance. Tichkin activated Hidden Dragon Flow, combined techniques, and double force. Let's test this. He considered a hypothesis. If martial arts were mathematics, then combinations of techniques and applications of force were different mathematical formulas. When Wind Thunder Fist was 30 plus 30, and physical defense added 20. Then if the twin effect was applied to the final power, it would directly double the total. Physical defense, twin. That single punch blasted a deep crater into the floor. Tichkin was very satisfied as he looked at the devastation. Wind Thunder Fist was originally a punch capable of unleashing double power. With enhanced physical defense added on top, along with the twin effect, it was somewhat invincible. Shining came to call him. Little junior brother, someone is here to see you. Tichkin was surprised when he saw who it was. Sylvain, why had she come here in person? She went straight to the point. I need to speak with you. Shining asked irritably. Who is she? He kept it confidential. Sorry, 6th senior sister. I cannot say. Surin impatiently reminded them. Are you finished talking? My time is very valuable. Shanning angrily cursed at her. Then say what you came to say. Why are you being so mysterious? Surin put her index finger to her lips. Sorry, little sister. Only Tichkin may hear this. Shanning pursed her lips, trembling with fury. Surin turned and left. Come on, let us find somewhere private. Seeing Shanning so furious, Tichkin sighed inwardly. This is bad. He followed Surin into a private room. What is so urgent that you had to come here to tell me? She answered calmly, don't be nervous. I'm just here to deliver a message for someone else. Tichkin immediately thought of someone. A messenger. Wu Yuqing? Surin tapped the watch on her wrist. You guessed right. Beep. An image of the man appeared. She introduced him. This man is Yu Jialing, the third heir of the Yu family, one of the 6 great financial conglomerates. The blade in his hand is a divine relic, number 519, the everlasting blade. Its ability is very simple, eternal durability. Tichkin was surprised. Eternal durability? The strongest spear and strongest shield. That concept sounds a little too idealistic. Surin replied, I know what you're thinking. Among the divine relics that still exist, there is no indestructible shield capable of countering it. Besides, someone once used a special method to expose number 519 directly to temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees. As a result, the blade was completely unharmed. So, this is another containment mission. She shook her head slightly. Number 519 is not in an uncontrolled state, so it does not need containment. Tichkin could not figure it out. Then what does she want me to do? Surin laid it out plainly. Yuqing said it is not about what she wants you to do, but whether you are willing to do it. Tichkin was now certain. Wu Yuqing wanted him to obtain it. Surin smiled. Yu Jialing has come to Jiaxia to participate in the U19 no-holds-barred fighting tournament. Under ordinary circumstances, attacking him would cause an extremely serious diplomatic incident. But things are different now. Number 519 has a master selection trait. When its holder loses to another person, ownership transfers to the victor. Don't you like divine relics? Then go take it yourself. Defeat him in the fighting tournament, and number 519 will be yours. Meanwhile, in the Southern City District, Tatkin reported, Master, Junior Brother has become extremely famous in Wind City. He won all 12 qualifying matches by overwhelming margins. Our Golden Wind Dojo has become famous. Hong Guin criticized him. You're already getting carried away after winning a few matches? You don't have even a shred of composure. You'll make us a laughingstock. Tatkin believed that, as a once-in-a-generation talent, it was not necessarily bad for his junior brother to be a little arrogant. Hong Guin changed the subject. Is White Fang still pursuing this matter? Tatkin replied, I silenced everyone who knew about it. White Fang will not be able to find out anything else. It is only a pity about senior brother Kai Ping. Hong Guin patted his disciple on the shoulder to comfort him. I regret Kai Ping's death as well, but this is only a minor obstacle on the road to success. You must look ahead. Tatkin asked, what about junior brother? He walks a different path from ours. Also, do not reveal what we have done to Thua Hien. He's about to compete in a duel. Do not distract him. Tatkin immediately obeyed. Tichkin was speechless inside. He had clearly told only his master that he would be participating in a U19 no-holds-barred fighting tournament. Yet both of his senior sisters had followed him to Wind City. He asked curiously, why did all of you come along? Shanning replied, a young man out there alone is in so much danger. As your senior sisters, of course we have to protect junior brother properly, right? Tichkin found that rather amusing. Who exactly was in danger here? He asked Huan and I, who was sitting on his shoulder. And you? Did you come protect me too? She blushed. Strengthening my fusion with Batet requires a long-term process. Tichkin was surprised. Don't tell me you're addicted to it. Flustered, Huan and I denied it. Absolutely not. Shanning bent down to inspect her. Junior brother, your relationship with this cat is really quite close. You even brought her along to a competition. Huan and I immediately responded, meow. I just want to stay with Tichkin. What does that have to do with you? Shanning suggested. Isn't it difficult to take her with you? Why not leave her at the hotel? Huan and I immediately objected. If you dare leave me at the hotel, I'll run away from home. Tichkin looked at the two of them, unsure how to mediate. Lowering his head, he said, can we go now? On a street in the bustling city, they entered a building. Shanning picked up a small stick and sharply rapped it against the table. She prepared to lecture him. Listen carefully. Based on your current level, you absolutely cannot defeat Yu Jialing. Sitting below, Tichkin asked, "Excuse me, sixth senior sister, what level am I now?" She estimated, roughly level 3. Tichkin continued, "Is this level classification unique to Wine City?" Shanning proudly said, "Of course not. I invented it myself." Tichkin's mouth fell open. She explained in greater detail. "My assessment is well-founded. Yu Jialing entered the sect at the age of 10. In only 5 short years, he became the chief disciple. He entered at 10, became the top disciple at 15, received 1 title at 18, and another 3 years later. In terms of martial prowess, he is equal to our eldest senior brother. Do you think you can defeat eldest senior brother now?" Although he had not joined the sect long ago, Tichkin still had a considerable gap compared with eldest senior brother. If they fought now, he would surely suffer a crushing defeat. Shanning continued, "At least you know your place. But that is not actually the key point I wanted to make. The U19 No-Holds-Barred Fighting Tournament is the only global martial arts tournament that permits weapons. The power of a weapon can greatly affect the outcome of a match, while a contestant's strength is also related to their proficiency with their weapon. Junior brother, if you wanted to choose a weapon that suited you, what would you choose?" Tichkin answered confidently, "I would not choose anything. I only trust my fists." She posed a question. "If I told you Jialing wields a weapon with the strength of 9 eldest senior brothers, would you still hold to that belief?" The 9 of them looked at the words Shanning had just written on the board. Tichkin was astonished. 9 sword-wielding eldest senior brothers? He began to imagine it. Although he had never fought eldest senior brother, the man had long mastered every killing move of the Hidden Dragon flow. Even if Tichkin cultivated Golden Scale transformation to its utmost limit, he feared he would struggle to withstand a full-force strike from him. If 9 men like him attacked at once, there could only be one outcome. Tichkin looked down at his fists. He would certainly lose. Shanning solved the problem. "Ring, ring, ring. The savior has arrived. Junior brother, take a look at this." He accepted the object wrapped in black cloth. After weighing it briefly, Tichkin praised it. "A good blade." She was surprised. "How did you know it was a blade?" Tichkin removed the wrapping. "It told me itself. I do not know how to describe the feeling. It is as if it is calling to me, telling me it wants me to use it." Shanning was delighted. "Wonderful. You have been in the sect for so long, but I have never given you anything. Take this blade as my gift for the U19 tournament." He hesitated. "Senior sister, may I ask how much this blade is worth?" Shanning calculated it. The blade's main material is dragon bone iron. It also contains refined iron, moonstone, blood thread amber, and it was forged by Master Craftsman 9. She smiled and named the price. Around 20 million. The number left him dizzy. A casual gift was worth his entire fortune. The world of the rich was truly incomprehensible. He promptly said, "Thank you, sixth senior sister. Then I'll accept the blade." Tichkin tested the blade. Though he had a weapon now, it still felt somewhat awkward. It was not like a game where one could simply pick it up and immediately use it. Suddenly, danger came at him, but he easily noticed it. Tichkin raised his blade to block the incoming stream of water, which splashed everywhere. "Liki barka." Tichkin was surprised. "Master," he clasped his hands and asked, "Master, are there any weapon techniques within our Hidden Dragon Flow martial arts?" Li Chi lifted the teacup from the armrest of his wheelchair, then poured the water inside out. The martial arts techniques of first-rate schools are fundamentally interconnected. Moves that can be performed with fists and feet can also be performed with blades. The reverse is true as well. Tichkin was astonished. The tea alone had punched a small hole through the floor. Li Chi continued, "The competition is approaching quickly. You really do need to learn a powerful killing move." Tichkin stared blankly at the sight before him as Li Chi swung his blade, unleashing an overwhelming blade intent. Tichkin felt as if he were on a battlefield. He stared blankly at his own hand. His hand had been severed. Panicked, he thought, Tichkin looked down and saw himself standing atop a small mountain piled high with his own corpses. Thick, fresh blood filled the entire space. Returning to reality, Tichkin's face had turned pale and his breathing became heavy. Likismilat, how does it feel? Tichkin vaguely guessed what it was. Killing intent. Li Chi revealed. This Azura Blade intent is the result of taking the hidden dragon force to its absolute limit. It can use spiritual consciousness to influence others. Tichkin asked in confusion. Is that scientific? Liki lauga. Can a hidden dragon flow summon a dragon merely by moving around? Is that scientific? If you want to learn weapon techniques, I will teach you the Azura Blade Intent. Even without technique forms or killing moves, a slash empowered by Blade Intent is no trivial thing. Come on, we begin now. Master, isn't it a little excessive for you to spar with me? Li Chi moved his wheelchair aside to make room for her. What are you thinking? Of course Tan Kyo will fight you. You do not need to think about any moves. Just attack Tan Kyo with the determination to kill. Tichkin immediately charged. His opponent was a powerful senior sister, so he truly had no need to hold back. Blazing Blade Intent slashed toward Tan Kyo. Her hand rose in an instant, chopping down toward the back of his neck before stopping. 1 round. Victory. Tichkin gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. He asked Tan Kyo for another round. Watching Tichkin begin to wield the blade skillfully, Li Chi silently praised him. This brat actually had considerable talent with weapons too. At this pace, in at most 7 days, perhaps even 4, he might grasp the basics. Then someone outside called for the Dragon King. Someone claiming to be from the Golden Wind Dojo has forced his way in. He seems to be here to cause trouble. The person reporting was pushed aside by a hand. Li Thua entered and called out, Tichkin, come out and fight me to the death. Tichkin did not even know who this person was. Who are you? He introduced himself. I am Li Thua Hien, a direct disciple of the Golden Wind Dojo. If I defeat you, you must answer one question for me. Zembet Li Thua Hien. His name was on the competitor list Wu Yuqing had given him, number 58. This man was actually connected to that dojo. Li Chi ordered, Tichkin, go exchange a few moves with him. But master, Li Chi reassured him calmly. Do not worry. This is my territory. Tichkin agreed. Then please enlighten me. Meanwhile, Tatkin had read the news about him. The morning paper's headline read, a 17-year-old high school martial arts student kills a human monster. Tatkin thought, this is the youth who defeated number 1 and number 9. He warned Thua Hien, he is very strong. You must be careful. Thua Hien arrogantly replied, Senior brother, do not worry. I have seen plenty of brats who are all bark and no bite. He walked up to confront Tichkin. Brat, I am 1 year older than you. If you do not mind, you can call me brotherly. Don't worry. As the older brother, I will go easy on you. After all, this is your territory. It would not be good if I made you lose face. Tichkin tossed his blade aside. You talk too much. Tichkin's figure moved. Thua Hien was stunned. He disappeared. Tichkin had already moved behind him. Where are you looking? The corner of Thua Hien's mouth curled up slightly. He dodged. I saw it coming. Rings of energy wrapped around Tichkin's arm. Their fists collided and force spread in every direction. After the exchange, both retreated. Thua Hien's feet slid across the ground. Faced with a truly capable opponent, he was delighted. Brat, you are no ordinary fighter. Tichkin had now witnessed the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword for himself. It truly lived up to its reputation. Thua Hien became more serious. This is amazing. It is my first time fighting a martial artist in an actual battle. Before, my opponents were either robots or parasitic monsters. He charged forward once more. At last, he had met a proper opponent. Thua Hien was exceptionally fired up. Tichkin raised an arm to block the forceful blow. Golden scales appeared over his arm, protecting his flesh. Thua Hien was shocked. Golden scale transformation? How could you cultivate it at only 17? Tichkin threw a punch. Talk less. To teach his opponent a lesson, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Li Chi cheer go little can. Shanning was astonished. Junior brother's improvement is incredible. Tichkin silently assessed his opponent. Could cultivating the Golden Wind White Rainbow sword strengthen its user's physical body? An ordinary person would already be at their limit after taking 2 or 3 punches. But Li Thua Hien had taken more than 10 and still seemed completely unaffected, like a humanoid block of steel. Tichkin noticed an opening in his abdomen. He immediately activated twin fists, making his fists even more powerful. Just then, someone shouted, "Stop!" Tichkin immediately flipped backward. Hong Wen stepped forward to protect his disciple. "Little brother, this is only a spar. Was there really any need to kill someone?" Tichkin coldly asked, "Are all you people from the Golden Wind Dojo Sick in the head? One person rushes in, muttering about a fight to the death. Then another says it is only a spar and tells me not to kill anyone. Why don't you go back, sort yourselves out, and then come again? Hong Nguyen was left speechless. He glared at Tich Can with eyes sharp as blades. Li Chi, however, laughed heartily after hearing this, as expected of my disciple. Then he turned serious and glanced at the uninvited guest. Hong Nguyen, my disciple is not wrong. You caused the commotion, and you are the ones calling for peace too. That is rather inappropriate, is it not? The master and disciple exchanged glances, while Thua Hin lowered his head in embarrassment. Hong Nguyen sighed deeply, looking thoroughly dejected. With thick skin, he said, I heard your disciple will also participate in the U19 no-holds-barred fighting tournament. How about I exchange a few moves with him? Shan Ing, hot-tempered as ever, snapped back. What do you mean by that? Your dojo people were rude first, and now you want to attack my junior brother. Li Chi stopped her. Then he asked, Little Can, what do you think? Tichkin considered it silently. Exchanging moves with this old man might allow him to understand the essence of the Golden Wind White Rainbow Sword. But what if the old man had ulterior motives? Earlier, Li Chi had assured him, do not worry. This is my territory. Tichkin felt more at ease. That was right. With Master and the others here, he had nothing to worry about. Tichkin made his decision and gripped the hilt of his blade. Tichkin assumed his stance. Then please instruct me, senior. He pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. Hong Nguyen still stood with his hands behind his back. He tilted aside to evade, frowning as he assessed his opponent. Hong Nguyen saw an opening. This brat is still too young. He prepared to strike Tichkin's shoulder. Tichkin twisted his wrist, raised his blade, and swung it toward him. Hong Nguyen received the attack. Tichkin's blade strikes came one after another. He successfully left a cut on Hong Nguyen's face. Hong Nguyen was stunned. This brat actually has a talent for weapons. I must find a way to capture him and make him a test subject for the brood mother. System notification. New skill unlocked. Weapon mastery. Level 1. 128/300. Tichkin realized that it took a true professional to unlock a new skill in a single exchange. He invited Hong Nguyen again. Senior, once more? Hong Nguyen waved him off. No. I should take this worthless disciple back and tend to his injuries first. Tichkin turned to call after him. Li Thua Hien, we will meet in the ring. When that time comes, do not underestimate your opponent. Thua Hien gritted his teeth in fury. Fine, let's go. Seeing Tichkin return, Shan Ing reproached him. Junior brother, you were too impressive. You even let that old man save face. Tichkin replied, I was telling the truth. At that time, Li Thua Hien's energy had not fully gathered. It looked as though he had blocked my attack, but in truth he had suffered serious injuries, leaving him almost able only to defend afterward. His true strength is no less than mine. Li Chi was pleased to hear that. Tan Kyo, bring me the blade. This little brat Tichkin is becoming more and more discerning. He rose from his wheelchair. Then let us push him a little further. Tan Kyo presented the blade to Li Chi, who immediately gripped its hilt. Countless killing blade paths slashed forth. Tichkin pursed his lips. It was the Azura blade intent again. The hand holding his blade trembled, sweat streaming down his face. If he wanted to comprehend the Azura blade intent too, to manifest the blade intent's realm as a fierce giant dragon, then he had to embrace the resolve to die. The two blades collided, spraying sparks as they remained locked in their confrontation. Shan Ing watched curiously. It's already been 3 minutes. What are Master and Junior Brother doing? Fu Kuang suddenly appeared beside her and revealed, they're clashing in the realm of the mind. Where did he come from? To resist killing intent, one could only unleash an even stronger, purer killing intent. With the determination to destroy one's opponent, the blade would naturally become unstoppable. Their blade duel was growing ever more intense. His eyes turned crimson. Fu Kuang knew at once that his junior brother had learned the Azura blade intent. A series of notifications appeared. Elsewhere, Li Thua Hien knelt as Hong Nguyen scolded him. Tell me, why did you go looking for trouble before the tournament? Even I have to show that Dragon King some respect. Yet you dared to wreck his dojo. He was scolded until tears welled up. Master, I already know about Senior Brother Kai Bin. Senior Brother Kai Bin was very good to me. He died for no reason at all. I can't pretend nothing happened. Why'd he die at Tichkan's school? What exactly happened between them? I only wanted to ask him face to face. Hong Gwin promised, "Good child, if you win the U19 no-holds-barred fighting tournament, I will tell you the full truth about what happened 2 years ago." Only after receiving that assurance did Lee Thua Hien obediently agree. Tichkin went to the bamboo grove to train with his blade. The opponents he had fought before flashed through his mind. Tichkin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, determination gleamed in his eyes. His first slash cut directly at the praying mantis illusion. His second slash was for Lee Thua Hien. His third was for the final opponent. Tichkin cleaved every falling leaf in two. He thought to himself, this isn't even live combat, yet I'm getting this much experience? Enlightenment really is incredible. If I could achieve enlightenment a few times every day, why would I need to go out and cause trouble? I could just stay home and grind for a few years until I became invincible. Still, the essence of the Azura blade, intent truly, is extreme. It exists solely for slaughter, wielding the power to massacre all things. It offers no control to stop one's own hand. I did not want to point my blade at the people I love someday. With visualization, perhaps he could modify the Azura blade intent in the future. As he considered it, the phone in his pocket rang. Tichkin answered, wondering who would call him so early. Hello. When he heard the other side, he was startled. Sign a contract? He promptly went to the meeting place, arranged over the phone. A professional manager named Zhang Tu Vi came to receive him. Hello, I'm Zhang Tu Vi. From today onward, I will be responsible for all matters and arrangements related to your participation in the U19 martial arts tournament. She led him inside. I'll take you to complete the registration procedures now. He curiously asked, what are the things displayed on the wall? Tu Vi explained, this is where the names of all previous U19 martial arts tournament champions are displayed. Tichkin looked up at the items on the wall. He noticed a photograph. Champion of the 19th U19 tournament, Suzuka Otogi. Tichkin's expression darkened. So this was Suzuka Otogi. Miss Vi, how much do you know about this person? Tu Vi answered, his name is Suzuka Otogi. As last year's champion, he will enter this year's finals directly. We also have his poster here. Suzuka Otogi is the third successor of the Otogi Zaibatsu and the legitimate heir of the Sosoryu school. Tichkin was surprised. Sosoryu? She confirmed, that's right. The Otogi family descend from Sakano Tamuramuro, the war god of the Far East. He founded the Sosoryu School of Martial Arts using the name of his treasured sword, Sosoryu. The Sosoryu School is famous for its incredibly swift strikes. At its highest level, one can unleash 1,000 slashes. Tichkin focused on that point. 1,000 slashes in 1 second? He immediately activated visualization, wondering whether such speed truly existed. Otogi's sword paths were reproduced before him. Tichkin was stunned. So fast, but he used twin speed, swinging his sword to block them. Tichkin felt more confident. With his dynamic vision and twin speed, he could keep up with that rhythm. Seeing him standing motionlessly, Tu Vi wondered, has this kid already started thinking of a way to defeat Suzuka Otogi? He is so young, yet he has already set his sights on a genius. It is both pitiful and inspiring. Tu Vi returned to her desk and handed Tichkin a form. Since you joined the club through special channels, once you sign this contract, you will become an official competitor. The contract stated. As he handed the form back, Tu Vi suddenly remembered something. Right, the rules for the U19 tournament are somewhat different from other combat sports. You should familiarize yourself with them before competing. There will be a revival round. As long as you survive until the end in the revival zone, you will qualify to challenge the champion. Though it was a strategy, what if someone else had the same idea? Wouldn't I encounter trouble earlier than expected? Tichkin said, Miss Vi, I'll leave it at that for today. Tu Vi reminded him, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me. By then, Tichkin had reached the beach area. He thought, Otogi is far stronger than I imagined. Besides his speed, his weapon skills are also top tier. If I want to defeat him, I still need to work much harder. When we win the championship, you'll be the champion's wife. By then, you'll be a huge celebrity in Wind City. Seeing the energy emanating from the girl's neck, he was startled. Wait, that girl is... Tichkin knew her. She was the original owner's cousin, Tich Van. Tich Van was outgoing and beautiful. Since childhood, she had always been the school beauty, and her academic performance ranked at the top as well. However, she was not as perfect as she appeared. She often slept in, played video games, and pulled little tricks. Her character was truly terrible, and she even used his name to deceive people. Titch Van had once told other girls, "Whoever buys me lunch today gets an introduction to my younger brother." More terrifyingly, whenever faced with trouble, she always had unexpected ways to resolve it. To deal with those two nuisances, Titch Van summoned plants. Tentacles rose from underground and wrapped around one man's wrist. The other man was tightly bound around the neck by a tentacle. The tentacles pulled the two men together until their lips touched. Titch Van called out, "Come on, smile." She happily admired the photo. How affectionate they looked. This is an important moment in your lives. Don't make those expressions. The two men were so humiliated that they wished they were dead. Titch Van laughed even more smugly. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Titchkin called out, "Sister." Pointing at the plant, he asked, "What is that thing?" It immediately burrowed back underground. Titch Van was delighted to see him. "Oh, isn't this little Can? Why are you in Wind City? We haven't seen each other in a year, and you've gotten taller again. What happened to your face? Did you get cosmetic surgery?" She even poked at Titch Can's chest muscles. These muscles. Titch Can's face darkened. She is denying it again, so openly. "Oh, your wings have grown, haven't they? You didn't even discuss something as important as training in martial arts with your sister?" Titchkin sat silently and listened as she scolded him. She continued, "But I truly never expected you to choose the path of martial arts. Does that mean you'll start fighting people at the slightest disagreement from now on? That makes me very worried." She pointed ahead. "See that lighthouse? Let's race and see who gets there first. If you win, I absolutely will not interfere with your martial arts training in the future." The two of them crouched down. Titch Van called out, "Ready." Her hand dropped. "Go." Titchkin immediately activated twin speed and shot forward, while Titch Van behind him prepared to play a trick. A sharp branch thrust out of the ground to block his path. "Titchkin, don't get." I knew it. She was definitely going to set traps. This is only the beginning. Titch Van jogged past at an unhurried pace. "Keep it up, little brother." Titchkin immediately activated his inspection eye. Amid the rising branches, Titchkin spotted a gap. There's an opening there. He fell for it, just as expected. Proudly, she said, "It's over. It seems I have to show some real ability." His power transformed into a giant dragon and struck the tentacles. Titch Van gaped in astonishment at his strength. When he reached the destination, he was already exhausted, and his clothes were covered in cuts and tears. His breathing became ragged. Titch Van praised him. "That move just now was impressive, but you still lost, dear little brother." She smiled. "Magic? If I really knew magic, that would be wonderful. I am one chosen by the Lord of heavenly crimson myriad flames, little Can. If one day I'm no longer your sister, will you still call me sister?" Seeing his concern, Titch Van patted Titchkin twice. "What are you thinking? I was only joking with you. By the way, you came to Wind City and still haven't treated your sister to a meal. Let's not choose a place. We can just eat at the hotel where you're staying." That night, at Titch Can's residence, Juan and I waited and waited. Why isn't Titchkin back yet? Could he have gone on a date with some pretty girl? Her hand twitched as she heard Little can return. Juan and I flung open the door and scolded. "What time is it? You finally remember to come back? Even if you bring fried chicken today, don't expect me to forgive you. The gang's my stay here tonight. The gang." Titch Van curled her lips into a smile and hooked her arm through his. "Little Can, who is she? Why is she in your home?" Juan and I had misunderstood. "A little Can. What exactly is your relationship?" She pulled him along. "Come on, let's go inside." The gang's my akwadili. Juan and I, "It really isn't what you think. She truly is my cousin." She threatened Titch Can, "If you dare take even one more step inside with her, don't ever see me again." Titch Can's face darkened. "Sister, if you don't explain everything clearly today, don't even think about going back to school." She smiled awkwardly and pointed toward the room. Can I borrow your bathroom for a moment?" Earlier, Titch Van had affectionately put an arm around her and said, "Don't worry, I really am his cousin. I can tell you all about how he wet the bed when he was 10. Juan and I asked, "I heard your cousin studies in Wind City. Which school does she attend?" She cares a lot about her appearance. There's no way she wouldn't bathe. He recalled that strange thing. Could it be related to plants somehow? The image of a woman appeared in Juan Ni's mind. She revealed, "It's the flower god cult. When I was still the leader of the dragon cult, the flower god cult sent someone to discuss an alliance." She replied, "That was what I thought at the time as well." After I refused her, she took out a potted plant. There was nothing unusual about the plant itself. The remarkable part was what that woman did next. She merely recited an incantation, and it was no longer an ordinary potted plant. She gave it to someone else to inspect, and the mirror displayed. "Divine item," Juan and I continued. It had become a divine item. Tichkin was no less shocked than Juan and I had been at the time. "How is that possible?" She sighed and admitted, "But it really happened." After that, the flower god cult members saw that we were unwilling to form an alliance, took the potted plant away, and never contacted us again. The Sendon sister's body was exactly like that person's. Tichkin thought to himself, could this be connected to the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms? Yuchi might know something about this. He heard a disturbance. Someone was coming. The footsteps carried an aggressive presence. Clearly, the visitor meant no good. Tichkin told Juan and I, "She's showering. Go get her, then leave with her." She turned back into a cat. It seemed her transformation time had run out. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. "I'd better go myself." Tichkin had already made up his mind. He had originally planned to deepen his fusion with Juan and I tonight, but that man had ruined the entire plan. He knocked on the bathroom door. "Sister, something's happening outside. Come out quickly." Hearing the person climbing the stairs, Tichkin knocked more urgently. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Tichkin opened the door. "Are you deaf?" Thinking of the fact that she was showering, damn it, was he really going to have to barge in? Although Tichvan seemed carefree, she actually cared a great deal about things like this. Tichkin reached for the doorknob. "I'm definitely getting beaten up after this." "Fine, let her hit me. It's still better than being attacked while she isn't dressed." With a click, he twisted the knob. Tichkin shouted, "Sister, danger is coming. You and Juan and I, hurry." But there was no one inside. He was stunned. Where did she go? Tichkin immediately activated his visualization. He saw Tichvan escaping through the window and finally understood. It seemed she had fled not long after entering the bathroom. The outer door was kicked open by the intruder. Tichkin turned around with a cold expression. The scene shifted to Wine City University. When Tichvan returned, Lin and I seemed to have been waiting for her. "So that is your family member?" Tichvan warily asked, "Is there a problem?" "I'm questioning you. You were chosen by the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms. Mortal family ties hold no meaning for you. Why haven't you let them go?" Tichvan argued. "Why are you bringing this up again, teacher? We are merely recipients, not true gods. I'm still an ordinary person. Besides, my younger brother has recently started practicing martial arts. His talent is extraordinary. He might even become a martial arts genius." Lin and I found that laughable. Martial arts are merely for mortals, yet you hope to use them to become a god? Human lifespans are limited. If you truly want to remain with that mortal younger brother of yours and refuse to let go, then why not have him serve the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms? Perhaps he may receive the favor of a true god and walk the path to godhood alongside you. Tichvan said unhappily, "Teacher, to guard against the worst-case scenario, this student must remind you of one disrespectful thing." Plants began sprouting behind Tichvan, forming a protective shield. She threatened, "Do not lay a hand on my younger brother." Lin and I were surprised. How unexpected. "This is the first time I've seen you like this. Compared with your usual cheerful self, you're a little cuter this way." Her expression turned lustful. "But you said it too late." Tichkin hurried into the living room to call Juan and I. A thin streak of red flashed through his eyes. Tichkin instantly leaned aside, evading a sneak attack. His hand caught the object that had just shot toward him. Notification: divine matter detected. Absorbing divinity. He was startled. A divine item, and a plant at that. Tichkin yanked hard on the vine in his hand. He exposed her identity. "You're from a flower god cult." Notification: divinity currently absorbed. 57 out of 300. His opponent was Lu TT, one who had received the flower god cult's blessing. "So, you already know. Join the flower god cult. Welcome the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms, and receive the warmth of our loving mother." Tichkin found it ridiculous. "You charged in so aggressively just to make that invitation." Notification: divinity currently absorbed. 157/300. He understood, but he could not openly refuse yet. "I need to stall for a little longer." He provoked her. "Is something wrong with your brain?" TT proudly declared. "Only the great existence who possesses the 1,000 Crimson Blooms can lead humanity down the proper path. You have no choice but to join us." Notification: divinity currently absorbed. 239 out of 300. Tichkin noticed the name. The Thousand Crimson Blooms. His sister had mentioned it too. He asked with interest, "Oh, and what benefits would I get from joining you?" Several streams of black energy appeared at Tichkan's fingertips. First, he would use Shadow Flame to control her, then question her about his sister. When TT saw the black energy flying toward her, she was shocked. "Ew, you're also one of the blessed?" He was surprised too. She recognized him as one of the blessed just by seeing Shadow Flame. Was this thing that well known? Notification. Divinity currently absorbed. 279/300. TT spoke at length. If you are one of the blessed, then you should understand how difficult it is to receive such grace. Join us, and you will gain the ability to control plants. Through the blessing ritual, you can even transform into any form you imagine. Tichkin mocked. The success rate of your blessing ritual must be pretty low, right? She was left speechless and angrily shouted, but an order sounded through the earpiece she wore. Lu TT, focus on the mission. Notification. Divinity absorption complete. TT said, "That's right. My blessing ritual is not yet complete. I can only receive power, not the blessings that change one's appearance." Notification. Shadow Flame Level 2 can be upgraded. Required divinity. 300/300. Upgrade? He immediately pressed the button. Success. Tichkin said, "You needn't say any more. I refuse to join you." A series of notifications appeared. Shadow Flame Level 2. Control range increased by 20%. Passive effect. Can freely adhere to any material surface. Slow effect plus 10%. Adhesion rate plus 100%. Tichkan's eyes lit up. Shadow Flame had been upgraded, and its control effect had improved greatly. Then that trick should work too. TT's expression darkened. "What?" he replied. "I'm young, and rebellion is in my bones." Tichkin sat down and played with Huan and I. "What I enjoy most is doing the opposite of what others want. If you have enough patience to wait 15 years for me, that works too." He thought to himself, "The flower god cult found me so quickly. Sister must be the reason. But why did she run away? Still, I can't stay here any longer." Green energy flared around TT. Tentacles emerged from beneath the floor. "Sorry, my mission is to bring you back. If you truly refuse to cooperate, then..." They all shot toward him. "I can only use this." Tichkin backed away while holding Huan and I. Recruiting him into the cult had not been a spur-of-the-moment decision. They had another purpose. He moved close to the window, and Huan and I clung tightly to him. Tichkin glanced behind him, shattered the window, and prepared to escape. TT lunged forward. "This is the 32nd floor? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tichkin activated focus, using Shadow Flame to grip the wall. A ribbon of black energy adhered to the glass below. He grabbed onto it, successfully anchoring himself to the exterior glass. Incredible. The wall was so smooth, yet did not budge at all. It was just difficult to control. Tichkin slowly climbed down, needing to focus all his attention. In the end, he landed safely. If his grip had slipped, he would have fallen. The moment he reached the ground, Tichkin ran into an acquaintance. "Junior brother," Shining asked curiously. "How did you get down from up there?" Her expression became serious as she sensed danger. Shining grabbed his hand. "Come with me." TT chased after them. "Don't run." The person on the other end of her earpiece ordered. "Forget it. Return." She was so exhausted that she could barely breathe. Understood. Their movements had been monitored through surveillance footage. Seeing that he was safe, Titch Van sighed in relief. Lin and I approached with a grim expression. "Interesting. Your younger brother is also one of the blessed. I blame myself for not investigating thoroughly enough. I wonder which foreign god your younger brother truly worships." Titch Van's gaze turned cold and angry. She reassured her, "Don't worry. From what I have observed, that God has no intention of harming your younger brother." Titch Van asked, "What if one day he threatens my younger brother?" Lin and I wrapped an arm around Titch Van's waist. "Then I, along with the entire Flower God cult, will follow you without the slightest hesitation and launch a crusade against the great Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms." Meanwhile, Titchkan and the others got into a car and drove away. Inside the car, Shining asked, "Junior brother, what exactly happened? Can you explain? Who was that person chasing you?" He told her, "I was resting in my room when someone suddenly broke through the wall and attacked me without saying a word. I was worried they would damage the hotel, so Juan and I, lying beside him, thought to herself, 'Just keep lying.'" She smacked Titchkin on the head. "So you jumped down from such a high place? Do you know how dangerous that was?" He held his head and cried out, "It hurts. Seeing your sister, I was wrong. Shanning saw Tankio hand her something and was surprised. She looked at the leaf in her hand and asked, was the person chasing you from the flower god cult? He admitted, they wanted me to become one of the flower god cult's blessed. Shan Ying's expression darkened. The flower god cult. It seems what was bound to come has come. He vaguely guessed. You two senior sisters already knew the flower god cult would come after me. Shanning denied it. We aren't omniscient immortals. Actually, Master and we senior sisters had mentioned this before. Master said that the stronger you become, the more organizations will try to recruit you. So he told us to take better care of you. She quickly added, oh, but it's not like we were deliberately keeping tabs on you. Tichkin considered it. That did seem to be the case, especially since Yu Qing had already tried to recruit him so quickly. He asked further, did Master say anything else? It seems the flower god cult won't give up so easily. Shanning cleared her throat. Her face reddened as she revealed, Master said you should move into my house. Tichkin was surprised. Your house? He thought to himself, I only knew that 6 senior sisters' family was rich. I had no idea her family was actually based in Wind City. He voiced his concern. 6 senior sister, but our opponent is the flower god cult. What if they drag your whole family into this? Shanning proudly replied, as opponents of my family. They don't have the nerve. The car came to a stop. She led them inside. Welcome to my home. Looking at the grand old residence before him, he marveled, 6th senior sister, you really are the legendary rich lady. Tichkin thought to himself, my 6th senior sister calls herself absurdly wealthy and casually gave me a 20 million long saber. I thought she was just boasting, but it was actually true. Following behind her, Tichkin asked, senior sister Shanning, your family is so rich. Why did you come to Green City? Don't tell me you returned to your hometown just to experience life. Shanning replied, more or less, but the way you put it sounds strange. Before Grandma died, she said Green City was where our family's dragon fortune rose. She also made all of us siblings stay in Green City for a while, and it really was uncanny. Since coming to Green City, every one of my brothers and sisters has met a benefactor. Eldest brother became a disciple of the merchant court in North City. Second brother entered the Tang family, and I became a disciple of the hidden dragon dojo. It seems there is at least some truth to calling it a land of rising dragons. Tichkin felt that any family bold enough to describe Green City as a land of rising dragons could not be ordinary. How could such a small green city have so many hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes? He did not know just how formidable these families were, but Yu Qing was certainly formidable. And there was also the dragon cult leader, Ning Fenghuang, Buster's incarnation. If he became entangled with these families, what kind of person would he become? Shanning reminded him, Junior brother, we've arrived at the training room. Tichkin was surprised. An entire building? She opened the door. What else did you expect? She introduced it to him. This training room is extremely sturdy. You can go all out without worrying about damaging it. If you only want to practice basic techniques, I suggest using the backyard instead. It is spacious and well ventilated. If that still isn't enough, Tichkin grabbed her hand and said firmly, it's enough, it's enough. Thank you, senior sister Shanning. Don't worry. Shan Ying's cheeks turned red again. Embarrassed, she ran away. If that's the case, then senior sister Meng and I will go to bed first. You should rest early too. I'll come wake you for breakfast tomorrow. Once no one else was around, Juan and I asked, are we being kept by your 6th senior sister? He replied awkwardly, don't say that. I kind of feel the same way. Late at night, hazy moonlight streamed in from outside. Seeing his expression, Juan and I asked, what is it? Are you unhappy? Tichkin said, Juan and I, do you think a foreign god can have only one blessed? She asked curiously. Normally, yes. But why are you suddenly asking this? Are you worried about your sister? He admitted, if there can only be one blessed, then why did that woman call herself one of the blessed? And why did she invite me to become one? I can't figure it out. But if they dare lay even a finger on my sister, I'll fight them to the death. Juan and I replied, do whatever you want to do. No matter what you do, I'll support you. He picked up his phone to look into it. Tichkin learned that the flower god cult was considered a cult by the authorities. The White Fang likely had intelligence on them. When he went out to the bustling entertainment district, several scantily clad women tried to solicit him. Hey, handsome, come over here. We're having fun here. Tichkin stopped outside a certain establishment. White Fang's taste was truly hard to understand. They had actually set up a base in a place like this. The location Sheeran gave him was definitely correct. Sheeran had previously texted him that after entering, he should press the counter's doorbell several times in a 3-beat rhythm, and someone would guide him. He did as instructed. The receptionist gave him a room card. The blessed White Fang. Those people were really becoming more and more brazen. Tichkin wondered, why all this secrecy? Is this really necessary? Isn't White Fang an organization affiliated with the authorities? Why were they acting like some shady underground group? Could this be a trap? He opened the door with his key card and saw that the room inside was empty. Tichkin was speechless. It was only a base, after all. No, what exactly was I expecting? Shirin came out to greet him. What information do you want about the Flower God cult? Their organizational structure, their main operating locations, or their actual travel schedules? He requested all of it, especially their movements in Wind City over the past 3 days. She guessed. What happened? Did they anger you? Tichkin replied, you could say that. Shirin asked, what are you planning to do next? He said, I don't have a specific plan yet. That depends on the information you provide. Shirin proposed an exchange. I can give you the intelligence, but in return, you have to help me with something. Tichkin immediately became wary. What is it? Don't tell me you want me to make some kind of sacrifice or do something illegal. Shirin said helplessly, what are you thinking? Don't worry, it's legitimate. It won't harm you. Only then did he relax. Then tell me. Shirin revealed, the Flower God cult is a foreign god cult based in Wind City. The foreign god they worship is the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms. The organization's leader is a woman around 35 years old, but her identity remains unknown. Recently, they have been searching for your sister, and it is possible that Tich Van has already fallen into their hands. Tichkin said angrily, just as I expected. She continued, Tich Van is one of the primary targets we are investigating. According to the information we gathered through her, Tich Van, female, 20 years old, a student in the botany department at Wind City University, and a blessed. Thanks to her, we have uncovered quite a few secrets about the Flower God cult. Tichkin asked unhappily, you knew she was my sister, yet you watched her die without saving her? Shirin explained, it is not that we refused to save her, but that we could not. This is precisely what makes the Flower God cult so difficult to deal with. Tichkin asked curiously, what do you mean? She answered, other aberrant god cults usually have only one blessed, so even if we leave them alone, they will not cause much trouble. But in the Flower God cult, every single believer is blessed. Tichkin was stunned. Every single one. She confirmed, that is right. Once they are cut off from a nourishment of the Lord of 1,000 Crimson Blooms, they die immediately. I'm truly sorry, but this is the only way we can investigate and search for them. Please believe me. Once we find the place where the aberrant god is worshipped, the first thing we will do is rescue your sister. I should be the one apologizing. I was too impulsive. If there's anything I can do to deal with the Flower God cult, or anywhere you need my help, just say the word. Shirin replied, certainly. She tapped the controller on her bracelet. Then I will skip the pleasantries. Classified notice. 3 days ago, someone discovered a new boundary zone in the northern area of the 5th Metropolitan Region. To prevent the contamination from spreading, White Fang assembled an investigation team immediately after receiving the report. However, they could not enter. Tichkin asked curiously, what does that mean? They cannot enter? Is there a barrier? Shirin answered, we do not know. The boundary zone below has fused with another world, so the laws of physics within it are completely chaotic. Gravity may appear and disappear intermittently, and time may flow faster or slower. Ordinary people simply cannot handle it. It was not until yesterday that White Fang determined the conditions for entering this boundary zone. Condition 1, physical age under 18. Condition 2, unmodified biological data, presumably natural humans. Tichkin guessed, natural humans means those who have not undergone physical modifications? Shirin explained, not exactly. Based on the current assessments, people with aberrant implants, those who have taken forbidden drugs, and those who have undergone cosmetic surgery cannot enter. So that is why you came to me. She admitted, you only need to find a concealed spot inside and install our monitor. Tichkin continued, could you not choose someone else? Shirin answered with a headache, actually we could, but we do not get along very well with that department. So that was it. They had come to him to save face. Tichkin turned to leave. Thank you for telling me so much today, but I am sorry. I am just an ordinary person, and I am about to take part in a tournament. This is too dangerous for me. Shirin hurriedly rose and called out, wait, do you not want a divine relic? My superiors have authorized me to pay you in advance with the god 50800 foot pole. You are someone who can absorb divine relics, so you should know what this thing can do. Tichkin took the 100-foot pole she handed him and thought, of course I know. Item information displayed. Got 50800-foot pole. Grade, C. Status, absorbed. Effect, if the owner continuously uses it for 72 hours, this divine relic will grow by 1 foot, while the owner's capabilities during that activity will be doubled. Note, a legendary figure once used this item to achieve ascension. Restriction, each person may use it only once. Tichkin was secretly delighted. Aban's existence had already doubled the effectiveness of his training. If he had this as well, the 100-foot pole could advance even further. The temptation was a little too great. Forget it. He would still need White Fong's help with his sister later. Full of resolve, Tichkin asked, when do we leave? Shirin informed him, tonight. Any problems? He answered readily, no problem. But I need to go home first and let my family know. Shirin pulled open a drawer. Oh, right. I nearly forgot. This is something Otin asked me to give you. Tichkin curiously looked at the small wooden box. Why did Baso give me this? She replied, I do not know. She only said that you might need it, and gave no further explanation. Tichkin checked the time. All right, I will head back first. See you in an hour. He returned to Shan Ying's home. Seeing the gift inside, Tichkin compared it with something else. Why did these glasses look so much like the ordinary got 1280 glasses? Why had Otin given this to him? He tried putting them on. They did not have the same effect as ordinary glasses, making him look less conspicuous, did they? The lenses activated. A 3D model of the entire building appeared. Tichkin was astonished. This is... He was bewildered. What is going on? Someone approached and called out, Tichkin, long time no see. Tichkin was shocked. Bussel, this is inside your consciousness. Otin revealed, the glasses you are wearing are called the Maggot 1285 Phantom. The version of me you see is merely a projection of myself. Tichkin understood. So that is how it is. Otin continued, honestly, I am very happy that you agreed to take this mission. He was startled. Wait, how did you know I accepted it? Have you been monitoring me all along? Otin asked, have you ever wondered why Shirin specifically chose you? Why do you think the entry conditions for that boundary zone are precisely an age below 18 and a natural body? Tichkin was still confused. What exactly are you trying to say? She answered, because that boundary zone has been waiting for you from the start. There is something inside that belongs solely to you. Tichkin sat down and asked further, what is this thing that belongs to me? Otin revealed, I can sense that it is an extremely powerful divine relic. I do not know exactly what it is, but I know I am not the only one after it. He was suspicious. You did not call me here just to tell me this, did you? She confirmed, of course not. I am here to tell you how to properly use the 100-foot pole. Tichkin took out the pole. Is it not just a training tool that lets you get twice the results for half the effort? She answered, that is only how it is described in the archives. Its real purpose is to train talents. Talents are passive skills too. My talent is sensing divine relics. Tichkin was curious. If he could truly level up the 100-foot pole, what effect would it have? Otin's figure gradually faded away. It seems you already have an idea. Be careful after you enter. Tichkin hurriedly said, wait, you still have not told me exactly how to use it. He returned to the original space. She was gone. If the visualization skill could be upgraded, then skills such as Azura Blade Intent and Weapon Mastery would not be a problem. In any case, he had to try it first. Tichkin activated visualization to obtain more information. He discovered that the Azura Palm Spear meant Heaven's mandate. What Heaven commands, he cannot refuse. There was a blade intent even higher than the Azura Blade art, known as the Heavenly Will Blade. A series of notifications appeared, special power detected. The requirements for specialization have been met. It may be visualized and specialized into a new skill. Would you like to specialize? Tichkin immediately accepted. Notification updated. Specialization successful. Visualization skill transformed into true visualization. Level 4, 468/4000. Seeing the pole grow longer, he was secretly delighted. It really got longer. True visualization. Had his previous visualization merely been the tip of the iceberg? Suddenly, Tichkin's head felt as though it were splitting apart. Fragments of memories surfaced in his mind. What was happening? It felt as though someone was trying to tear him apart. Tichkin's consciousness entered a place of total darkness. A brilliant golden light radiated from his body. Wait, where was this now? Had he not already taken off the glasses? Or these things? They shimmered with golden light. Tichkin instinctively realized something was wrong. They seemed to be parts of his own body. Could his upgraded ability be tearing him into pieces? It was only one level. How could it shatter his body? But if he could return to his original state, there should not be a problem, right? Tichkin realized he could not return. He closed his eyes and calmed himself. First, calm down. Visualization had leveled up. Perhaps he could use the ability to do something. He needed to remember who he was, what he originally looked like. Tichkin dug through his own memories. He was Tichkin, 18 years old, originally a student at Green City Martial Arts High School. It had been a long time since he had attended class. Through martial arts training, he had met many fellow practitioners and mentors. Now he was very happy. No, Tichkin was only his avatar. He came from another world and carried. Martial arts, becoming stronger, was all fine. He had only one goal, to never live a miserable life again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in his bedroom. I did it. I am back. His body suddenly felt lighter, and his command over inner force had become much more tangible. His hair stood upright. He needed to test it. Sure enough, his inner force had spread throughout all 4 limbs. Now, he could control his hair just as he controlled his arms and legs. Tichkin glanced at the ball on the floor. What if he tried something else? His thoughts stirred, and his body trembled slightly. The ball floated into the air. Tichkin was delighted. It worked. What true visualization. This was clearly telekinesis. Juan and I saw him and called, "Little Can." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "Didn't you say you had something urgent and needed to go out? Why are you still?" Tichkin's gaze immediately shifted toward her. He softly called her name, Wani. Behind Juan and I, he saw her true form. She was clearly in her cat state, yet he could directly see her true body. Notification. Someone has developed worshipful faith in you. Charm art experience plus 1026. Tichkin was bewildered. Worshipful faith? What does that mean? The phone on the bed rang. He answered it. The caller informed him, "It is time. I'm waiting outside." Tichkin replied, "Coming." He turned to Juan and I. "I'm leaving now." Tichkin patted her head. "Be good and wait for me to come back." Then he took his blade, put on his backpack, and headed for the door. Only Juan and I remained in the room. Littlekin was clearly right in front of her, so why did she feel as though she were standing before a god? The following day, the entire team departed by helicopter. Sheeran handed him a watch. All data related to the boundary zone has been synchronized onto it. Take a look. Tichkin carefully read the information. Boundary zone designation R278. Danger rating C+. External area 26.8 square kilometers. Internal area, based on visual estimates from those who entered, approximately 300 to 900 square kilometers. The possibility of error cannot be ruled out. Recommendation: bring more than 10 test probes. Entry conditions not yet fully determined. November 23rd, discovered a possible settlement of humanoid creatures. Threat level uncertain. November 25th, heard thunder, suspected dragon-like creature. Temporary danger rating adjusted to C+. Tichkin thought it did not seem overly dangerous. But if, as Otin had said, there were enemies. Tichkin spoke up. "I have one request." Sheeran replied, "Go ahead." He said, "If I die, you must return my body to Green City within 7 days." Sheeran did not understand why. He scolded, "Do you not understand the significance of the 7-day mourning period?" Sheeran was speechless. "All right, I do not quite understand, but I will report it to my superiors." Twin lives would be his final insurance. If something truly happened, as long as his corpse could be brought outside, he could revive directly in the outside world without worrying about preserving his body. Twin lives information displayed. Passive effect. Possesses 2 lives. After death, the owner may freely choose a time to revive within 7 days. Cool down, 70 days. As the helicopter shook, Tichkin firmly gripped the handhold and asked, "Are we about to land?" She said seriously, "We cannot go any farther. Otherwise, we will crash because the boundary zone's gravity disappears." Tichkin inadvertently glanced out the window. He told Sheeran, "There is someone below. It looks like he is waiting for us." He carefully read the person's information. Ning Wen Tai. Age, 18. Gender, male. School, Crimson Lotus Volcano School. Background. Tichkin was surprised. "Hey, yes, Ning Wen Tai." Sheeran sighed. "Do you remember the department I mentioned? The one we do not get along with? They are the Zigwa Division, a special branch made up of martial artists. Ning Wen Tai is the most outstanding young talent of the Zigwa Division's generation. The GOT 50 800-foot pole was originally intended for his cultivation, but we got to it first." Tichkin asked in confusion. "He came straight to our door? Is he not afraid afraid of causing trouble for his department? She said wearily. Afraid? As if. He is notorious in the department for bullying others. No one dares provoke him. Not wanting to get involved in their internal conflict, Tichkin stated in advance, "Do not drag me into your internal disputes over resources. Once we arrive, I'll get off immediately. If he causes trouble, that is on you." If only things were truly that simple. As the helicopter prepared to land, Tichkin was already waiting by the cabin door. Below, Nguyen Tai crossed his arms and arrogantly demanded, "Tichkin, fight me. Let us settle who is stronger." When Tichkin landed, Sheeran urged him, "I know your backer is powerful, but in the end, a martial artist must walk his path with his own fists." She hesitantly suggested, young Master Nin is about to leave on a mission. Could we put this matter aside for now?" Nguyen Tai raised his voice unhappily. Put it aside, he patted Tichkin on the shoulder. Impossible. Tichkin irritably brushed his hand away. "I am merely here to carry out a mission in the boundary zone. What does that have to do with either of us?" Nguyen Tai answered righteously. "How could it have nothing to do with us? The fact that our superiors gave that to you proves they think you are better than me. But I refuse to accept that. If you have the ability, defeat me and prove that you deserve the 100-foot pole." Tichkin pointed at him in annoyance and asked, "Sheeran, is something wrong with his head?" She sighed. "The only way is to treat him as though he is sick and avoid him." Tichkin removed his backpack. "Fine, we can fight, but do not delay my entry into the boundary zone. Let's make this quick," he thought. Even so, he did not know how influential the Zigwa Division's backers really were. He should not escalate things too far. It would be best to stop once the point had been made. Nin Nguyen Tai had been waiting for precisely those words. His entire body surged with fighting spirit. "Excellent. Then let me show you my strength." The moment he finished speaking, Tichkin closed in. One merciless punch sent his opponent flying. Tichkin dusted off his shoulder and asked, "Can I go now?" Internally, he was surprised by the other man's poor strength. The most outstanding junior was only this capable. A team member on the helicopter asked, "Captain, are you not going to stop young Master Nin? If Tichkin beats him badly, we will definitely be chewed out when we return." Sheeran confidently replied, "Do not worry. Young Master Nin is not weak. Since he dared come looking for him, then he must have come prepared." After being humiliated in defeat for the first time, young Master Nin grew even angrier. Flames filled both palms as he pressed them against the ground. Tichkin might not be able to defeat him so easily now. Seeing this move for the first time, Tichkin wondered, what is this? Seeing flames erupt across his opponent's body, Tichkin assessed, an aberrant implant and some kind of special martial school too? It looked strange. He decided for the moment, I do not know its actual power. I will test it head-on first. Their powerful fists collided, and surprise appeared in Tichkin's eyes. Tichkin himself was driven sliding backward by the powerful force. Nguyen Tai arrogantly asked, "Well, this is the power of the volcano aberrant body. Are you scared now, Tichkin?" Faced with the provocation, Tichkin smiled faintly. He had not even used his specialty yet. Twin lives, swift foot activated. He understood the reason. So it was a new martial body created by taking forbidden drugs. Nguyen Tai was initially startled when Tichkin's figure vanished. While he was still bewildered, Tichkin touched his neck. "Hey buddy, do you have a fever?" Nguyen Tai instinctively threw a punch, but Tichkin easily dodged it. Tichkin commented, "The move is very simple. After your inner force was blocked, you did not even have a follow-up variation. It seems the strength boosted by forbidden drugs is fundamentally difficult to control precisely." Nguyen Tai's eyes flared with rage at those words. "Damn it, you dare insult me?" Tichkin's voice was as calm as drifting clouds and flowing water. "I'm only telling the truth." As though he had suddenly realized something, Nguyen Tai's cheeks flushed abnormally before he abruptly dropped to his knees. His eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at Tichkin with admiration. "Brother Tich, what you did just now was incredible. Can you teach me a little?" Tichkin was baffled. Wait, what kind of situation was this? A stream of notifications erupted. Tichkin helplessly held his forehead. Seriously? There is even an effect like this. Nguyen Tai was worshipfully clutching his leg, while Sheeran felt as though her worldview had been shattered. Tichkin thought to himself, but this effect is way too obvious. Having an overzealous admirer like this would only bring trouble for now. Nguyen Tai suddenly remembered something and sprang to his feet. I forgot, Brother Titch, you still have a mission. Then I will not disturb you any longer. Titchkin noticed that the faith which had formed could not be reversed in such a short time. He would have to be more careful in the future. Shirin frowned as she watched him leave. What is going on? Why did he leave? Titchkin did not know how to explain it either. How would I know? Shirin took out a bag full of items and prepared to give them to Titchkin. You fought him, so you must have consumed quite a bit of inner force. I have some force-restoring medicine here. If you feel your inner force running low later, use it immediately. There are also these righteousness tokens. They can save your life in dangerous situations. And here are surveillance devices and signal beacons too. Holding the whole pile of supplies, Titchkin thought silently, this will not do. If something really happens, I should still run first. A notification sounded. They were both stunned. A divine relic in a boundary zone? Why would such a top-tier divine relic appear here? Titchkin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Got 005. I know about this. He recalled that half a month ago, Titchkin had once asked Otin, Boss, I have a question. Why are the divine relics ranked near the top so precious? With your current access privileges, you can only view the names of the top 300 divine relics on the list, she had answered immediately. Because those things are too illogical. Otin had made an analogy. If this world were a meticulously designed blueprint, the existence of divine relics would be like an anomaly caused by an ignorant child scribbling all over it. He had asked in return, no matter how abnormal they are, there must still be rules. Why be so wary of them? Otin had posed a question. Then let me ask you this. If a divine relic could turn back time and let you restart your life, would you be willing to do anything to obtain it? Titchkin had vaguely understood what she meant. Are these divine relics just too tempting? Otin nodded in confirmation. Some of these divine relics possess the power to change, or even destroy, the world. Imagine if one of the prisoners with antisocial personality disorder obtained detailed information about a divine relic. Titchkin's expression turned grave at that. She continued, but if you are truly curious, I will reveal something to you. Titchkin recounted everything he had heard. Otin had said that Got 005, the mirror world, reflected the current world and opened up countless possibilities. Under the light of the mirror world, innumerable parallel worlds would continue to be born from reality. Shirin realized that this mission seemed difficult. What happens if we enter those parallel worlds? Titchkin gave a grim prediction. You'll be trapped. You can only return by finding a flaw in that world and proving that the illusion is different. Otherwise, you will remain trapped there forever. Shirin immediately pressed the button on her wristband. Sorry, the mission has been canceled. I will request that my superiors reassess it. Titchkin interrupted her. No need. Put on your gas mask. I will finish the mission as quickly as possible. Otin had previously implied that the boundary zone had been waiting for him. Titchkin was curious. He wanted to know what she had meant by something that belongs only to you. Seeing him walk into the gate without hesitation, Shirin shouted, Hey, Titchkin. Meanwhile, Titchkin was thinking, if I can obtain one of those top-tier powerful divine relics, would that not be an enormous windfall? Titchkin placed his hand against the teleportation gate, and his body gradually disappeared. Who knew what the situation on the other side would be like? Titchkin's body was enveloped by a dazzling sphere of energy. After teleporting, he found himself in a tranquil landscape of lush grass. Clear, refreshing water flowed nearby. Surprise filled his eyes. This place, the scenery before him, was as beautiful as a fairyland. This is the boundary zone. Titchkin immediately removed his gas mask. What a surprise. From the outside, it was clearly a patch of barren land, but the moment I entered, it became an earthly paradise. He rummaged through his backpack. Although I would like to enjoy the scenery a little longer, the mission is more important. Staying alive comes first. Titchkin planted a device into the ground. I will set up a checkpoint here first. With that, he could explore this beautiful place without worry. Next, he would head toward the next point. If I had known the boundary zone was like this, I would not have needed to be so nervous. Suddenly, screams drew Titchkin's attention. He became alert when he saw someone fleeing in terror, pursued by a huge creature. It was a long-tongued monster chasing a girl dressed in a patterned tribal skirt. Titchkin guessed that she was a native. The girl, Rania, spoke in her tribe's language, which he could not understand. Judging from the situation, Titchkin could guess what was happening. What are you screaming about? Still, it looked like she was in danger. He released black mist. If he rescued her, perhaps he could obtain some information about this place. The monster's entire body was invaded by the black mist. He walked over to her. There really are too many surprises here. I should ask her carefully later. Tichkin asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing Rania's wary expression, he suddenly understood. Right, she probably cannot understand my language. Tichkin immediately handed her a translation earpiece. He smiled kindly. "Come on, put this on." Tichkin put one on first to demonstrate it to Rania. She put it on as well and immediately understood his words. "Can you understand me now?" Rania was astonished. "It speaks in my ear. What is this? It is amazing." Tichkin thought to himself, I did not expect Sheeran's equipment to actually work. He introduced it. "It is a small item from my hometown. As long as you wear it, we can basically communicate." Rania was amazed. "An outsider?" Tichkin extended his hand. "Hello, I am Tichkin. And you?" She raised her hand and touched his. "Rania." After their greeting, Tichkin curiously pointed at the monster's corpse and asked Rania, "What was that monster just now? Are there many monsters like that where you live?" Rania did not hide anything. "That was a vomiting beast, a type of Daruka. They attack by vomiting, and there are many of them in the dense forest to the south." Tichkin's eyes lit up. "There are many of them? Can you take me there?" He calculated inwardly. One gives 12 points of divinity. If I kill 1,000,000 of them here, would I not ascend to immortality on the spot? His excitement confused Rania. Nevertheless, she told him the location. The forest is just ahead, not far away. Tichkin decided that the next beacon would be placed in the forest. As they walked, he asked, "You call that vomiting beast a Daruka?" Rania confirmed. "We can tame Daruka and turn them into pets. They help us hunt, and they can even fight alongside us and protect us." Tichkin was curious. "Can these pets evolve?" Tichkin asked. "Other than in the forest, where else can I find many Daruka? Are there any stronger ones?" Rania immediately thought of one. "Only dragons." Tichkin was startled. "Dragons can be captured as pets too?" She was alarmed by the question. "Oh, of course not. Dragons are the most sacred Daruka here." Rania recounted a legend. "It is said that all dragons are children of the dragon god. In our land, only the dragon god's priestesses are qualified to become a dragon's master." Tichkin reflected on those ancient terms. Dragon god priestesses. It seemed that this land differed greatly from reality. He wondered whether this girl knew anything about divine relics. Rania stopped and pointed ahead. "We are here. There's a magnificent waterfall over there." She warned him, "But you had better not go inside, because the dragon god resides within." Tichkin listened carefully to every word. Rania pointed toward the waterfall. "The dragon god has a very hot temper and is easily angered." She told him an old story. Last time, a stranger tried to steal a dragon egg. He was struck by lightning and turned into a charred corpse. The top of the waterfall suddenly exploded. Tichkin reminded her, "It seems your dragon god's nest has been blown up." Rania froze. Above the waterfall's upper reaches, a dragon was circling amid crackling lightning. The two climbed to higher ground to observe. Rania recognized them. "They are dragon hunters from my country." Tichkin activated his vision. "They are hunting it." Rania grabbed his arm and pleaded, "They want to kill the dragon god and use its golden blood to forge weapons." Tichkin wondered, what is so special about weapons made from golden blood? She revealed, "The golden blood flowing through dragons is condensed lightning power. A single drop can create a weapon powerful enough to split rocks apart." Rania's voice was filled with indignation. "Those lunatics want to grow stronger. They know killing the dragon god could destroy the world, yet they are not afraid at all." Tichkin was shocked. Killing the dragon god would destroy the world? Would that not leave me trapped here? Then I need to stop them too. His color-shifting eyes looked toward the battlefield. Seeing the majestic dragon create a powerful shockwave, Tichkin judged, still, they will not succeed easily for the moment. He continued scanning the dragon hunters. These people are not weak, and their coordination is excellent. Charging them head-on would be too dangerous. Tichkin spotted a hiding place, a large rock behind the natives. I should get closer first and find an opportunity to cause them some trouble. He needed more information. What weaknesses do the dragon hunters have? Rania immediately thought of their axes. Weaknesses? Their weapons need to recharge after every shot. They must wait for a while before they can attack again. This information was useful to Tichkin. I understand. Below, the dragon roared furiously at those who dared invade its territory. Sola, the leader of the dragon hunting team, immediately issued commands. Position 3, suppress the left wing. Umloa, get ready. She confidently spun the weapon in her hand. I have been ready for a while, Captain. If we take this thing down, then you have to treat me to the strongest liquor when we get back. Umloa's drill-like weapon emitted tremendous power. It was about to pierce the dragon's tough hide. The drill-like weapon stabbed into the dragon's claw, and Loa proudly ordered, "It pierced through." Anchor chain. The anchor sank deeper into the dragon's talon. 2 points on its body had been attacked. Violent energy erupted around the dragon. Sola announced, "Attention, the divine false state is coming." And Loa returned to his side and urged, "Hurry, everyone, prepare the extractors." Hiding behind a rock directly behind them, Tichkin was curious. "What is the divine false state?" Rania answered, "Before a dragon dies, its spiritual energy suddenly surges. The golden blood obtained at that time is of the best quality." And Loa eagerly carried over a bottle. "The first drop is mine." The dragon's spiritual energy burst outward layer upon layer, as sharp as blades. Sola realized something was wrong. "Get back here. This is not the divine false state. It is the rage state." And Loa stopped, panic appearing on her face. She hurriedly turned to flee. "Why did you not say so earlier?" Tichkin peeked out. Now, he flicked out a small stone, knocking the bottle from Loa's hand. Her whole body slammed to the ground. The spiritual energy was already closing in on Enloa's feet. A blazing golden light shone over Enloa's face. She was utterly terrified. "Do not come any closer." Her entire body was burned by the spiritual energy as scorching as fire. The stone shot toward the next 2 hunters. Sola became alert. "Who is it? Show yourself." Seeing Tichkin step out and even raise a hand in greeting, Sola gritted his teeth and asked bitterly, "Who are you?" Sola's hand trembled with rage. "You actually caused my teammate." Murderous intent flashed in one of his eyes. Unforgivable. He brought down an axe with immense force, carving a long, shallow trench into the ground. As the ground beneath his feet exploded, Tichkin leapt high to evade it. What tremendous strength! Sola wildly swung his axe and charged at him from below. Faced with that relentless assault, Tichkin was stunned and continually retreated. "This guy is at least 3 times stronger than I am. If we fight head-on, I will not even last 10 moves." A few drops of fresh blood splattered out. Tichkin activated his vision. Tichkin looked toward the dragon and estimated silently. Almost there, as Sola poured all his strength into his final strike, die. Tichkin had successfully stalled for time. At that exact moment, a surging bolt of lightning struck Sola. His entire body convulsed from the shock, black scorch marks covering him. Sola lost consciousness and fell backward to the ground. Tichkin breathed a sigh of relief. That was far too dangerous. He went over to reassure it. "Dragon God, it is all right now." Seeing the dragon god holding a sphere of power in its mouth and staring at him with hostile eyes, Tichkin realized that he had walked into the tiger's jaws. Something was wrong. He narrowly avoided being struck by lightning and cursed indignantly. "Hey, I came here to save you." For the moment, he had no choice but to run. Rania explained, "The dragon god is still in its divine rage state. Its consciousness is still clear, though. It may calm down later." Tichkin was intimidated by the relentless attacks. "But I cannot keep hiding forever." Rania offered a solution. "Unless you can control the dragon god." Tichkin interrupted, finding that idea absurd. "The dragon god is so powerful. How could I possibly control it?" But when he looked carefully, he noticed something wrong. It seemed to be releasing fewer lightning bolts. It appeared that the group from earlier had exhausted a considerable amount of its strength. "If that is the case, I should get closer and find its weakness." Tichkin immediately activated Shadow Flame at full power. He shot toward the dragon god. A stream of shadow flame burst from Tichkin's palm. It clung to the dragon's scales, allowing him to propel himself upward. Tichkin successfully latched onto the dragon god's body. "Good, I got hold of it," he said confidently. "Let us see how you can attack us now." A notification appeared. A series of repeated notifications continuously erupted. The dragon god began flapping its wings and took him into the air. Tichkin kept swearing, "Damn it, Rania." He had never expected things to develop like this. He was actually riding the mighty dragon god into the sky. Then a voice sounded behind him. "These boundary zone natives are quite formidable. To think they can even hunt high-level dragons." Rania immediately became wary. "Who's there?" "You may call me the mirror person." Rania was startled. "The mirror person? But the person you mentioned is an outsider." She was surprised. "He came from outside the boundary zone," Rania added, "and his name is very strange. It's Tichkin." The mirror person said happily, "So I finally found him." An hour later, the dragon god had carried him around in circles for quite some time. Tichkin was dizzy and disoriented. This thing was far too powerful. If this continued, he would sooner or later be thrown off and killed. Maybe I should make something like rains. He released streams of dark aura, though he was unsure whether they would be strong enough. 2 strands of dark aura latched onto the dragon god's mouth. Tichkin pulled the reins backward with force. Having tested them, he found them durable enough. They just lacked a bit of strength. No problem. He had the power of twins. Tichkin's pull became stronger, and the dragon god's flight gradually stabilized. Update notification. You have successfully controlled the dragon god. The conditions to unlock the riding skill have been fulfilled. Riding, level 1, 0/300. As for his sense of direction, it probably meant he would never get lost again. Tichkin tugged the reins, turning the dragon god around. It was rather interesting, though that was not the skill's full potential. The dragon god came up with a plan. It lowered its head, intending to throw him to his death. The unfamiliar voice made Tichkin wary. Who's speaking? The dragon god felt deeply humiliated. I'm the dragon god, yet a mere human dares ride me. Damn it, Tichkin finally understood. So you're the one talking. The dragon god dove headfirst toward a massive boulder below. Human. The dragon god's stubbornness only piqued Tichkin's interest. Good. You got some nerve, beast. It seems I'll have to make you submit wholeheartedly. He estimated that they were at least 5,000 meters above the ground. The dragon god might survive a fall, but he certainly would not. If he did not want to die, he had no choice but to get off the dragon god's back. That would mean the creature had achieved its goal. He had to wait for the exact right moment. The ground drew closer and closer. Tichkin seized the opportunity. Now, the dragon god crashed into the ground headfirst, sending shattered stones flying everywhere. Tichkin safely leaped to the ground. A series of update notifications appeared. The dragon god let out an ear-piercing roar. You still haven't regained your senses? At his threat, the dragon god lowered its head in submission. I deeply apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me, my master. Its attitude left Tichkin stunned. I must have misheard. What did you call me? Master. Tichkin dispelled all the dark aura. Let's go. This is an unexpected gain. If I hadn't fully unleashed Shadow Flame, taming it would probably have been difficult. Then a voice called out, Lord Dragon God. Rania emerged, carrying his belongings. Lord Dragon God, are you all right? Tichkin found that strange. Shouldn't you be worrying about me first? The mirror person suddenly hugged him. Of course I care about you, Tichkin. Are you hurt? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Does anything hurt? Would you like to eat first or eat me first? Tichkin eyed her suspiciously. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. This is our first meeting. I am the mirror person. In human terms, I am... The rest of her sentence stunned Tichkin. Tichkin reached out and touched her shoulder. Another notification appeared. Divinity +3. Tichkin said disdainfully, high-level divine objects naturally resonate with me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? The mirror person helplessly admitted. Fine. I'm actually the mirror person, got 1108. How boring. Otin said you were interesting, too. Tichkin asked, did she send you? The mirror person proudly lifted her chin. Didn't she say that got 005 was in an unstable condition and asked me to protect you? That's why I came. Tichkin replied. White Fang only said they had found traces of it. They never said it would erupt so quickly. The mirror person declared proudly, Got 005 is a top 10 divine object. It may have already controlled the entire boundary zone before I entered. Once Otin learned the divine objects ranking, she told me to come find you immediately. She said that if I didn't come, she would never let me leave the mirror again. Seeing her indignant expression, Tichkin thought to himself, a divine object can actually have emotions like a human. This one is definitely not simple. Tichkin questioned her. Are you saying Got 005 has suppressed you? She pointed to the watch on his wrist. Normally, I could enter your watch face and hide there. But because it is suppressing me, I cannot use that ability, unless we find the core of the boundary zone and make its power our own. Tichkin recalled what Rania had said before. Those madmen had known that killing the dragon god would destroy the world, yet they still did not care, all for the sake of gaining strength. Rania had said that this world would be destroyed after the dragon god died. The mirror person clearly did not believe him. Don't joke around. How could something so important be here? Rania confirmed. Lord Dragon God is the core of the boundary zone. She pointed at the enormous dragon in disbelief. That thing, Rania replied. That's right. The mirror person's face took on a calculating look. Then this is perfect. If I absorb it, the mirror world will no longer be able to imprison us. Tichkin grabbed her wrist and stopped her. The mirror person struggled. What are you doing? Let me go. He reminded her. Try using your brain. What do you think will happen to this world if its core is destroyed? You know the answer, don't you? If you kill it, you will destroy our way out with your own hands. Tichkin found himself in a difficult position. God, 005's state of existence was still unclear. Could it possess its own consciousness, just like her? It had even infiltrated the people around him. If that was truly the case, confronting it directly was not wise. He needed to be smarter. Tichkin communicated with it silently. You are willing to give her your power? Tichkin rephrased it. More precisely, I will give you the dragon god's power. If it agrees, we can give it a try. The dragon god hesitated. But God, 005 is extremely powerful. Even if I share my power with her, we may still be unable to defeat it. Tichkin pointed at himself in surprise. Me? He took out that item. The chain staff. Tichkin steeled himself. Let's begin. The dragon's claw touched Tichkin's forehead, and spiritual energy continued flowing into him. The spiritual energy ran through both of their bodies like veins. Tichkin gripped the chain staff and poured spiritual energy into it. Spiritual energy burst outward from a mirror person. Divinity plus 35. Her blue body turned golden. Tiny fragments of mirror exploded outward as energy erupted. Rania anxiously tried to run over. Mirror girl. Tichkin spread his arms to stop her. Wait. The fragments fell onto the grass before merging together. Rania covered her mouth in shock. The fragments, they're putting themselves back together. A new portion of the mirror person's body gradually formed. Her body had reached a more complete state. The mirror person was astonished. My body has become bigger. Tichkin approached with a serious expression. How do you feel now? Has anything changed? She closed her eyes and tried to sense the energy inside her. The mirror person's vision had become farther reaching and clearer. Her sight was so sharp that she could see tiny stones amid the grass. The mirror person happily reported, my connection to the mirror has become much stronger. I can sense its location and lock onto it. Then she suddenly noticed something. Wait, someone has picked it up. It's the dragon hunter. Something seemed wrong. Seeing the empty look in the man's eyes, the dragon god realized he has been corrupted by God, 005. It seems the mirror world has sensed the danger. It is assimilating this boundary zone completely and intends to trap everyone here until they die. The mirror person replied, I have not tried yet, but I can now use my abilities freely. Tichkin was surprised. Oh, a new ability has awakened at a time like this. He curiously examined the new dragon horn skill. Its effect was completely unclear. He pressed the screen with his finger. They were all staring at him wide-eyed. He looked confused. What is it? Why are you all staring at me? Tichkin reached up to touch his head and felt a prickling electric sensation against his hand. The power of dragon horns can control lightning. Tichkin fired lightning at a nearby stone pillar. He was somewhat disappointed. Is this just a rope made of lightning? Can it only bind objects? The stone pillar rose into the air before shattering into fragments. Tichkin was shocked. I don't think I used any force. He fired lightning at a larger boulder. Let's try this one. Tichkin rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he observed the skill. I understand now. He could lift even a huge boulder, so I'm not actually lifting it. This dragon horn skill reduces its gravity. Then Tichkin casually tossed it aside. He fired lightning at his own feet. What if I use it on myself? As he was pushed upward, Tichkin secretly rejoiced. It really can make my body fly. The dragon god praised him. Not bad. Suddenly, a disturbance came from the distance, leaving Rania bewildered. What happened? He looked toward a flock of dragons flying in from afar, led by a mighty dragon. The dragon god reported, Master, they were once my kin, but now they have been corrupted by God, 005, and turned into puppets of the mirror world. Tichkin remembered those words. I understand. Tichkin activated two skills, Dragon Horn and Shadow Flame. Using Dragon Horn to fly was too wasteful. He still needed to find himself a new mount. He picked out one of the dragons. I've decided, that one. Tichkin immediately shot into the air. Shadow Flame wrapped around the dragon's body. It let out a ferocious roar. Tichkin landed atop its head. You want to help me free your brethren too, don't you? Then help me. The conditions to unlock the Dragon Rider skill have been fulfilled. Seeing that the dragon had become more stable, Tichkin stood up, grabbed its horn, and asked, "This means you accept me now, right?" A monster lunged at him from the opposite direction. Tichkin activated both Dragon Horn and Shadow Flame. Demonique Dragon Lightning Lance. The strike blasted the monster into fragments. Notification: you have slain a special creature possessing divinity. Divinity plus 58 points. But as long as the quantity was large enough, it could bring about a qualitative change. 2 hours later, after defeating wave after wave of enemies, the notifications updated. Combat level 8, 3, 623/6000. Constitution level 11, 261 / Mystical Health Cultivation level 8, 5 for 02/6000. Aim level 8, 3, 596/6000. Sprint level 8, 2, 169/6000. Ghost Arts level 10, 10/000/. Mystical Mastery level 6, 2, 120/3000. Tichkin was exhausted. The sheer amount of experience was enormous, but if this kept up, he would be worked to death. Notification update: Heirloom level 4 for 99/1, 200. Acting skill level 5, 355/2000. A notification sounded from his wristwatch. Tichkin got 005 is making a move. The infected person is heading toward Rania. While the dragon god and Rania were asleep, she woke up, her eyes still hazy with sleep. Upon seeing the people before her, Rania was stunned. She recognized them among the crowd. "Dad? Mom? Why are you all here?" At first, she did not realize the danger and happily ran toward them. "We were worried about you, so we came looking for you. Are you all right? Lord Dragon God is safe too." One of the controlled people shoved Rania aside without hesitation. "Move. We're here to kill the Dragon God." She called out suspiciously, "Dad, do you know what you're saying? If Lord Dragon God is killed, this world will be destroyed." Her mother gave a cold smile, speaking in a halting voice. "So what? As long as we kill the Dragon God, we will all be freed." Rania realized that something was wrong with them. "Have you all gone mad? Lord Dragon God is the core of this world. How can you kill him?" She spread her arms to block their path. "I won't let you harm Lord Dragon God." Her father raised his axe. "If you don't move aside, I'll split you in two with one strike and bury you with him." She shut her eyes tightly, silently preparing herself for that moment. At the critical instant, the axe shattered. Her father collapsed heavily to the ground. Tichkin was reminded, Rania, they have been infected by the mirror world. Though they retain memories of the past, they are undoubtedly puppets of the mirror world now. She burst into tears and begged him, "Tichkin, please save them. You're so powerful. You must have a way." The dragon god's words were like a death sentence. "I am sorry. No one can save them. Other than shattering the mirror world, there is no other way." Tichkin estimated that there were at least 30 or 40 people on the other side. If they all rushed in to attack, he would not be able to protect Rania. He asked the dragon god, "Can you make a move?" It helplessly shook its head. "Sorry, master. My injuries have yet to recover." Tichkin thought, why is this dragon god so weak? Could it be because I absorbed its divinity and weakened it? Fine. Their attacks were not strong, but there were too many of them. More importantly, they were ordinary people being controlled. He could not kill them. Tichkin's shadow flame. He had to knock them out using the least possible force. He could not injure any vital internal organs, but he also could not let them reach Rania. "Hide behind the dragon god," he instructed her. "No matter what happens, don't come out." She still hesitated, but Tichkin reassured her, "Just trust me. Don't worry. I won't hurt your parents." Only then did she feel relieved. "Thank you. Please be careful too." A man wielding an axe charged toward Tich. Gang! He sidestepped, causing the axe to miss and strike the ground. His palm slammed into the back of the man's neck. As the man immediately lost consciousness, Tichkin realized that was still a little too much force. The next group of people rushed at him like madmen. He vanished from where he stood, attacking each of them at the back of the neck. Tichkin was incredibly fast. Watching them stagger and fall, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were all ordinary people with no martial training. One blow was enough to knock each of them out. But every time one person fell, another immediately rushed forward. Clearly, he needed to solve this problem once and for all. He could bind them with Shadow Flame, but they were ordinary people, and Shadow Flame would injure them. Is there a way to stop Shadow Flame from harming them? For example, remove its destructive attribute and retain only its suppressive effect? Tichkin tried channeling the energy into the ground. He would test it first and figure it out from there. An energy circle spread outward, sending shattered stones flying toward them. Tichkin was delighted when the entire group was knocked backward. It really worked. Once he had dealt with them, he wiped the sweat from his face. This should solve the problem, right? Now only the person holding the mirror remained. Was he not among these villagers? A warning sounded from his wristwatch. Tichkin, behind you. Tichkin narrowly dodged a yellow stone that shot past him, grazing his arm and drawing blood. He saw someone standing at the edge of the forest. He had clearly seen the man's face before, the person within the mirror. It was him. God. 005 was speaking in ancient language. He raised a yellow crystal, releasing energy all around him. The fallen people gradually began to rise. So he was the one controlling the villagers. Rania noticed him. He said he wants to kill everyone. Tichkin instructed her, prioritize moving those who can still move out of here. Leave this to me. The mirror person warned Tichkin. That person has been assimilated by the mirror world. Got 005 continued chanting, Cuakka. The stone embedded in his chest, fired countless fragments from his palm. They pierced into the villagers. While Tichkin dodged, he headed toward the backpack and saber lying beside a boulder. Tichkin grabbed the saber and slashed, knocking away the flying fragments. God. 005 spoke in a language he could understand. Who are you? Tichkin confidently declared, the one who will subdue you. God. 005 immediately lunged at him. Tichkin raised his saber to block him, but the man grabbed the blade with his hand. The mirror person warned, careful, he wants to corrode you through the blade. Tichkin was shocked. What? This thing can directly corrode a human body. God. 005 seized the saber. Tichkin staggered backward as countless sharper mirror fragments shot toward him. A stern look appeared in his eyes. Black mist enveloped him, blocking all the fragments. The shards embedded themselves in the surface of the Shadow Flame. Inside, he struggled to maintain Shadow Flame. Its cooldown was about to begin. If this continued, he would not be able to hold them back. Tichkin's eyes turned blue. He found the opponent's weakness. If he could attack that spot directly. The crystal core in God. 005's chest was glowing. He continued his chant as dazzling energy spread from his chest. Crystal fragments fell around Tichkin's feet. The entire space changed, and huge mirrors gradually emerged. They surrounded him from every direction. Tichkin guessed, is he trying to play hide-and-seek with me here? An energy ripple emerged from the mirror in front of him. He vigilantly turned around. God. 005 rushed out, wielding Tichkin's own saber as he attacked. On instinct, Tichkin raised a fist to block. He was startled. Isn't that my saber? God. 005 taunted him. Your saber is quite easy to use. Tichkin threw a punch, so you can finally speak human language. Unable to defeat him, God. 005 retreated into a mirror. His legs slowly sank into it, until only two glowing spots remained on the mirror. The mirror person reminded him, this is the domain of the mirror world. Perhaps it deliberately allowed you to understand him. Tichkin replied, the mirror world's domain? So my guess was right. He recalled what Otin had told him. The boundary zone possessed something that belonged solely to him. Tichkin now understood that this was what Otin had meant. Shadow Flame blazed from Tichkin's hand. Since you like playing hide-and-seek so much, I'll play with you. He silently analyzed the situation. Could this mirror world move through mirrors and launch surprise attacks on people? Shadow Flame. If that's the case, then I'll destroy every mirror. The force shattered the first row of mirrors and surged powerfully forward. Got 005 was hiding in one of the mirrors. The mirror where he hid was pierced and shattered. Tichkin quickly destroyed half of the surrounding mirrors. When he spotted Got 005 inside another mirror, he raised his fist. You chose this yourself. Yet the man curled his lips into a faint smile. Got 005's reflection gradually vanished from mirror. Suspicion flashed in Titchkan's eyes. A crack appeared on his wristwatch. A mirror shard shot out from it toward Titchkan's eye. He panicked. Not good. Lightning shattered the mirror shard. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Titchkan looked at the fragments, burrowing into his hand. These things were still tunneling beneath his skin. In that case, he would use Shadow Flame to burn them all away. As soon as he activated Shadow Flame, the tiny fragments were forced out. He was secretly delighted. It worked, but when had this thing spread throughout his entire body? Had the enemy deliberately lured him into constantly exhausting himself, accelerating its spread? Titchkan's eyes began to droop. Damn it, his consciousness was becoming blurred. It seemed he was truly in trouble this time. But it was better to die than be controlled by the mirror world. He activated Twin Lives. Passive effect, possess 2 lives. Upon death within 7 days, freely choose the time of revival. Activation successful. Titchkan requested that all conditions be reset. Although this was truly not the best course of action, there was no other choice now. The mirror person anxiously asked, Titchkan, what are you doing? He coughed up blood. Notification update. Shadow Flame cooldown time 6 hours. Titchkan's body fell backward. The mirror person flew out and anxiously called to him. Fragments were invading from Titchkan's hand. She lifted his unconscious body. Thick gang. Got 005 stepped out and said, It seems you are still unworthy of becoming my master. The mirror person angrily demanded, What did you do? He disdainfully ordered, Low-grade divine relic, get lost. Her entire body was immediately controlled. God 005 sneered. Weakling. He touched Titchkan's forehead. I should not exist in this world. Don't you agree? Titchkan's forehead gradually blurred under a viscous substance from the mirror. A silver fluid spread across him. It covered his entire body. The mirror person dropped to the ground in terror. It's over. There's no way back now. Titchkan's consciousness was in a pitch-black place. Is this the world after death? Strange. Why did the state of Shadow Flame seem to have become more active? This feeling was somewhat like when he had first awakened visualization. Could it be that to truly use Shadow Flame, he had to experience death once? A notification appeared. Special conditions have been fulfilled. So that was it. Death was not the end, but the turning point for Shadow Flame's evolution. Meanwhile, Got 005 watched the swelling silver fluid warily. Titchkan opened his eyes. Shadow Flame shone in his pupils as he gradually tore apart the outer layer of silver fluid. Got 005 sprang to his feet in shock. What is happening? Why did he come back to life? Titchkan braced a hand against the ground and slowly sat up. Notification. Twin Lives cooldown. 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Evolution successful. Shadow Flame has transformed into true Shadow Flame. Level 3, 0/1, 000. Titchkan clenched his hand as Shadow Flame rose from his fingers. Titchkan coldly called out, Got 005. You can start preparing yourself now. The man's hand trembled slightly, his fingers beginning to fuse together. They transformed into a sharp-pointed weapon. Got 005 charged at him madly. Titchkan's expression did not change. He was utterly calm as he disappeared just before the weapon pierced him. Titchkan appeared behind him. Too slow. A straight punch struck the back of the opponent's neck, scattering fragments everywhere. Got 005 was blasted backward, his feet skidding across the ground. Got 005 could not understand it. Why did you suddenly become so strong? Titchkan glanced at the power in his hand. After evolving, both the speed and power of Shadow Flame had risen by more than one level. Got 005 summoned the surrounding shards and frantically fired them at him. Titchkan used the same move again. He vanished from where he stood. Got 005 gritted his teeth. He disappeared again. Titchkan's voice sounded. Looking for me? The man sharply turned his head, only to take Titchkan's punch full on. Titchkan asked disdainfully, Didn't you just say I was weak and unworthy of being your master? Got 005's entire body trembled in pain. How? How is this possible? Broken fragments fell to the ground. He immediately changed his tune. You must have misheard. You are so strong. Of course you are worthy. The mirror fragments gradually gathered together as he plotted against Tichkan. Tichkan replied indifferently, "Is that so? But now I don't want to." Got 005 gritted his teeth. "You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit." He pressed a hand to the ground, and the fragments surged up again. "If you don't want to be my master, then die." Mirror fragments shot at him. Tichkan shattered them with his fists. Got 005 tried to slip into a mirror. This man is truly as powerful as a monster. As he fled, he continued taunting Tichkan. "But as long as I stay here, I can regenerate these mirrors endlessly. You will never be able to do anything to me." Tichkan ordered, "Mirror person, open a passage and lock onto his true body." The mirror person obeyed. Understood. Spiritual energy spread from her tightly clenched hands. It pierced directly into the mirror where Got 005 stood. He looked down to see the crystal core in his chest turn yellow. This. What did you do to me?" Tichkan bent down and picked up the saber. He coated it with shadow flame. "You cannot escape." Cracks gradually appeared across Got 005's face. He admitted, "You truly are as powerful as the rumors say." Tichkan swung his saber. Heavenly Tao black thrust slash. The saber strike pierced straight through the mirror where he was hiding. Mirror fragments flew wildly through the air. They all fell to the ground. Cracks spread across the mirror. When it exploded, Got 005's body was exposed. It was then destroyed, turning into countless fragments. Tichkan bent down, picked up a mirror shard, and asked, "What did you mean earlier? What rumors?" Got 005's true body was all that remained, a tiny fragment, within which appeared the figure of a young woman. She answered, "It has been too long. I no longer remember clearly. But that person said there was a special power within you, which is why I have always waited for you. My previous two masters were too weak, so I had to confirm the strength that a new master could endure." So from the very beginning, you were testing me? Got 005 replied, "That's right. You passed. Please keep me by your side and patiently await my next awakening." After saying that, her eyes slowly closed. Tichkan let out a breath after the fierce battle. When he returned outside, he was surprised. We're out already." Cracks appeared on the saber in his hand. He lifted it to inspect it. After exceeding its limit, it can no longer withstand the power. The saber shattered into fragments. Thinking of his senior sister beating him up, his face turned pale. If she found out that the saber she had given him had become like this. The dragon god called Master. The mirror person cheered like a child. "We can finally go back and report." The dragon god lowered its head before him. "Thank you for saving this boundary zone." Tichkan replied casually, "Don't mention it." Seeing that no one was left here, Tichkan suddenly remembered. "Right, where did all the villagers go?" It reported. Ever since Master entered the mirror world, those villagers gradually regained consciousness. They have all returned to the village now. Renia stepped forward and bowed gratefully. "Tichkan, thank you for saving my father and mother." He smiled. "You're all being too polite. I only did it so I could leave this place." A long ripple appeared in the sky, and shattered mirror fragments emerged from within it. The dragon god and the others looked up. Tichkan asked curiously, "Is that the mirror person?" It replied, "This is what happens when the mirror world is dissolved. But you already absorbed it, didn't you? If this were a pure mirror world, the entire world would have shattered by now. But this is a mirror-encroached boundary zone, so it is merely shedding the abnormalities that originally belonged to the mirror world. From now on, this boundary zone will no longer undergo mutations. The creatures within it will be allowed to develop naturally." Tichkan sensed that after absorbing Got 005, a strange new power seemed to have appeared within him. Notification update. Divine relic acquired. Divinity plus 2,568. Tichkan was overjoyed. 2,000 years of painstaking dragon slaying had not earned him nearly this much. The dragon god spoke. "Master, thank you for freeing me and my people. I would like to give you a gift." Tichkan was surprised. "A gift? Is there more loot?" Looking at what it offered him, he did not understand at first. Tichkan held up an egg covered in tough scales like dragon scales and asked, "What is this?" "A dragon egg," the dragon god explained. "Master, this is my child. Once it hatches, it will inherit my power. By then, you'll be able to ride it and soar freely through the skies." At the thought of using a dragon as a mount, joy welled up in Tichkan's heart. That meant he could have a little dragon of his own. Tichkan asked, "But how do I hatch it?" The dragon god said, "Master, do you remember how I once shared my power with that young lady?" Tichkan thought to himself, "Do I have to spend divinity again?" He poured spiritual energy into the egg he was holding and tried it first. Notification. Hatching dragon egg. 1/50,000. Tichkin felt that this was starting to look bad. 50,000 points of divinity? Why did it need so much? Upgrading nurtured skills already required a lot, and his divinity shortage had never been small. Now he also had to hatch an egg. It seemed he would have to find a way to obtain more divine relics in the future. His smartwatch began receiving a connection request. The screen displayed Su Ren's name. Her image appeared along with 2 other team members. We finally have a signal. Tichkan, how are things on your end? Do you need us to come out and receive you? He replied, no need. The mission is complete. I'm getting ready to come out. The 2 people behind her were shocked. You're incredible. Su Ren informed him. We've set up a temporary camp outside the boundary zone. Come out first, and we'll discuss the rest later. Tichkin bid farewell to the dragon god. I have to go. Thank you for the gift. The dragon god replied. Please take good care of it, master. Renia clung to a sliver of hope. Tichkan, will we meet again? Her eyes were filled with sorrow at the moment of parting. He did not dare make a promise. I hope so. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. After Tichkin returned outside, Su Ren sighed and recounted what had happened. Not long after he entered, the boundary zone monitoring system issued an alert. The core fluctuations of the divine relic had been completely unleashed, and the danger level had once exceeded the critical threshold. We all thought you had died in there. I remembered your instructions, so I immediately requested approval from headquarters to send in several qualified children. If something had truly happened to you, at least we could have brought your body out. Tichkin took note of this. That was thoughtful of you. Suddenly, a disturbance outside the window startled Su Ren. Something is descending from above, she said. A thunderous impact stunned everyone as dust and smoke billowed around them. When the smoke cleared, a man's face gradually came into view. He was Shun Dawei, deputy commander of Agency 6. Everyone was bewildered. Isn't that the deputy commander? Why would such an important figure come here in person? Su Ren quietly warned Tichkan. He's the deputy commander, and his background is no small matter. If he is even slightly displeased, he can turn the entire city upside down. Don't say anything foolish later. Dawei drew back the curtain and walked over to them. He extended his hand. Kid, you're Tichkan? At first, Dawei's demeanor was stern. Tichkan frowned vigilantly, unsure what the man intended. Then Dawei cheerfully threw an arm around his shoulders. As expected of the rising star of the White Fang Special Operations Team. The moment I saw your file, I knew you were no ordinary kid. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. The abrupt change left Tichkan confused. Dawei turned and called out, Yen Jiaxiao. Su Ren stood straight. Yes, sir. Dawei patted Tichkan on the shoulder and announced, from today onward, you are an external special advisor to the White Fang Special Operations Team of Agency 6's Special Needs Department. Su Ren presented him with a badge. Dawei explained, this badge represents your identity. With it, you may freely enter and leave Agency 6. Furthermore, the White Fang Special Operations Team will always be ready to follow your orders. Tichkan was somewhat disappointed. He had thought there would be a cash reward, but it was only this thing. Su Ren spoke up. Commander, congratulations. Tichkin was startled. He did not particularly like that form of address. That sounds too troublesome. Forget it. She was stunned. This kid actually dared to refuse? He continued, I never intended to join White Fang in the first place. Besides, your intelligence was completely inaccurate. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in the boundary zone already. Dawei replied calmly, the greater one's ability, the greater one's responsibility. Tichkin knew perfectly well that if anything happened, he would still be the one expected to step in. Dawei interrupted. Besides, there are a few highly difficult missions coming up. Perhaps you'll get the chance to come into contact with more divine relics. Isn't collecting divine relics also your mission? Tichkin asked curiously. What do you mean? Dawei revealed. From the moment you accept the appointment letter, all Agency 6 information will be accessible to you. You can access it whenever you wish. In addition, depending on the difficulty of future missions, you may apply to borrow some of Agency 6's 3-digit class divine relics. Tichkin noticed that point. 3-digit class divine relics? He agreed. Fine, since you trust me, I'll give this appointment a try. Dawei handed the badge to Tichkan. Su Ren had not expected him to become her superior. Tichkan reminded him, Deputy Commander, you'd better keep your word. Dawei put on a trustworthy expression. Of course. Dawei suddenly remembered something. Right. The letter has arranged a travel mission for you. Take this opportunity to relax a little. Tichkin opened the envelope and found a ticket inside. Dawei explained. It's a ticket for a top-tier luxury cruise ship. I hear a single ticket costs several million, and even money may not be enough to buy one. The information inside read, notice, guests boarding the ship must meet at least one of the following conditions. A. Possess a divine relic. B. Be gifted an invitation. Tichkin had already packed his suitcase for the trip. He instructed Huaner on his shoulder. Pets aren't allowed on the cruise ship. We'll have to go through security soon, so figure out a way to get on board by yourself. No problem. She assured him, don't worry. We'll meet again on the ship. They then split up and left in different directions. Tichkin entered through the main entrance, while Huaner slipped away another way. The luxury ship was docked at the harbor. Tichkin curiously looked at the others. Were all these people waiting to board? Judging by the boarding requirements, every one of them was capable. Gathering all these people together definitely could not be for an ordinary vacation. Twin Lives was still on cooldown. He hoped no major incident would occur. Suddenly, a hidden projectile shot toward his back. Tichkin's clairvoyant vision activated. He caught the dart. Sneak attacks aren't a good habit. People dressed in ancient-style clothing leapt down from the rooftop with swords in hand. Tichkin dodged a sword strike and thought, cold weapons? Two men surrounded and attacked him, but Tichkin deftly evaded every slash. He recognized their techniques. Golden Wind, Crimson Sword. Tichkin guessed their origins. You're from the Golden Wind dojo? Hong Ping stepped out and immediately blamed him. Our master has gone missing. Some of our junior brothers are dead, while the rest have scattered. The Golden Wind Dojo has been reduced to this state because of you people from the Hidden Dragon Dojo. Tichkin was confused. What does that have to do with me? The man demanded. If that butching hadn't injured our master, the Golden Wind Dojo would never have been disbanded. Tichkin said disdainfully. When you are inferior to someone else, you blame your opponent for being too strong? What kind of logic is that? Hong Ping lunged at him. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Tichkin was completely unafraid and dodged a palm strike. Powerful arcs of light burst from Hong Ping's palm. After failing to hit him, Hong Ping said bitterly, sure enough, everyone at the Hidden Dragon Dojo is the same. All you do is hide here and there, cowering inside that tightly sealed courtyard like turtles hiding in their shells. Tichkin sneered, aren't you exactly the same? You're weak, yet you love picking fights. Then when you lose, you blame your opponent for not showing you respect. Dragon horns appeared above Tichkin's head. If we're talking about shamelessness, the Golden Wind Dojo is #1 under heaven. Lightning struck Hong Ping. Black smoke poured from his mouth, and Hong Ping collapsed heavily to the ground. The other disciples prepared to rush forward. Brothers, kill him! A stream of energy shot out from inside the ship. The energy surrounded the disciples, and a voice rang out, you dare cause trouble on our territory? The aura tightened around them like ropes. Do you have a death wish? A man walked out from the ship's cabin and politely greeted Tichkin. Honored guest, please forgive us for our inadequate security. The man was Tang Yao, the general manager of Infinity Star Cruise Line. He led the way. Our boss would like to invite you aboard. Tichkin was surprised. He had subdued those people so effortlessly. Seeing the ship's strict security, Tichkin realized that none of the guards had weak auras. He paid particular attention to Tang Yao. The method he had used to bind those people did not look like an ordinary ability. Was it a divine relic, or did he possess such power himself? The cruise ship itself also felt strange. Tang Yao stopped outside a room. We're here. The boss is waiting for you inside. Tichkin wondered what background the owner of this cruise ship could possibly have. Tichkin turned the doorknob. A dazzling light shone from inside. It turned out to be Yu Qing, waving at him. Long time no see, Tichkin. Tichkin was surprised to see her. Boss Wu, Yu Qing understood. You must have a lot of questions for me, right? Tichkin walked inside and asked, you're the owner of this cruise ship? She continued, you may consider me the boss. He was puzzled. What do you mean, consider? Tichkin put his hand into his pocket. There is indeed something I want to ask. He handed her the mirror fragment. Got 005 said that I have a special source of power, which was why it had been waiting for me. Who was that person, and what does this special power refer to? Yu Qing said, let me guess. Tichkin sat in the chair opposite her. God 005 and God 1108 belong to the same system, and both are divine relics with independent consciousness. These glasses must be a derivative object of the mirror system, or perhaps they are part of God 1108 itself. It possesses independent consciousness, is related to mirrors, and knows that I am special. I have only encountered 2 divine relics like that. One is Got 005, and the other is Got 1108. And Got 1108 was in your hand from the very beginning. Therefore, the only person who could have told Got 005 about this was you. Titchkin asked, am I wrong? Yuqing played with a lock of her hair. If the outcome benefits you, is the motive behind the process really so important? He expressed his anger. You arranged everything for me so thoroughly. There's no way you don't have some ulterior motive. Besides, I don't want to be manipulated like a fool. Yuqing revealed, actually, I was born blessed. Ever since I can remember, a certain power has existed within my body. It has brought me many things, status, wealth, and respect. But at the same time, it has brought me a curse I cannot escape. As the keeper of divine relics, I must collect the corresponding divine relics within a specified time, or I will die. Although you are helping me collect divine relics, you are also helping extend my life. Titchkin finally understood. No wonder she had offered him such an astronomical salary. Boss Wu, you have thought everything through. But don't worry. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. After all, you are my boss, the one paying my salary. Yuqing said happily, thank you, Titchkan. He changed the subject. Then how do you plan to deal with this Got 005? She set down her teacup and asked, you must have felt that a strange new power has appeared in your body, right? Once you have mastered it, it will not be too late to give it to me. Titchkin asked curiously, what exactly is that power? How am I supposed to master it? Yuqing replied, if it has acknowledged you as its master, you will surely find the answer. She added, speaking of Got 005, it truly has the ability to travel through mirrors. If you can master this power, your ability to protect yourself will become much stronger in the future. Yuqing saw him out. That's all for today. Go back to your room and rest first. Don't forget to attend the dinner party tonight. There will be a surprise waiting for you. Titchkin arrived at his room, number 9723. He quietly steadied himself. Calm down. Try concentrating the energy into the mirror. Ripples appeared across the mirror's surface. Shattered glass appeared before him. He reached out and touched it. So this is what the world inside the mirror is like. Next, he would try passing through it. Titchkan's hand passed through the mirror's surface, and his entire body gradually entered the mirror. Titchkin vanished into it. When he opened his eyes, he found himself somewhere else. Titchkin was surprised. I'm back again. As expected, it isn't that easy. His gaze shifted to one side. Titchkin saw Huaner waiting for him on the bed. She said, I just went to inspect the kitchen. I have to say, although the food on this ship isn't as good as yours, there's a huge variety. It's well worth trying. He sighed and asked, aren't you afraid someone will notice you? Acting so openly? Huaner explained, there's so many cameras here. It would be difficult not to be noticed. Titchkin patted her head, but it's fine. The owner here is very nice. She probably won't say anything. Then he remembered and added, right, Huaner, I'm trying to master this thing. If anything unexpected happens during the process, remember to wake me up. Huaner covered her nose in disgust. What is this? It smells awful. Is it some stray divine relic again? Titchkin revealed, this is a genuine divine relic. A genuine one? The mirror world got 005. She was surprised. A single-digit class divine relic should, logically speaking, have a purer scent. Why does this one smell so strange? Titchkin thought to himself, could this also be part of Yoqing's ability? Huaner promised, it's fine. If anything happens, I'll wake you immediately. Titchkin objected, it doesn't need to be that extreme. He passed through the newly activated mirror again and tried several more times, only to be forced back out. Titchkin was shocked. Huaner asked curiously, did you fail again? He described what had happened. My body was only halfway through when I was pushed back out. It felt as though I was being rejected. Huaner advised him, try relaxing your body and accepting the divine relic. I don't know how you obtained Got 005, but it seems to be somewhat hostile toward you. Titchkin tried as she suggested. I feel like I have accepted it, but what exactly am I supposed to do? Huaner continued. I can't explain it clearly either, but back then I was quite strong. Could it be that you need to use greater power to suppress it? Titchkin was startled by her words. Greater power? Wouldn't that mean his original form? Can I use the system panel's power to suppress Got 005? It sounded simple enough, but actually doing it was a little difficult. Light radiated from Titchkan's palms as power from the system panel poured forth. The mirror absorbed that energy, its powerful spiritual force shining brilliantly. Notification. Update complete. Fusion successful. Dikgang zezai. Good. Notification. You have successfully fused with a divine relic. Divinity plus 788. Huaner happily urged him, hurry up and try again. He turned and stepped back into the mirror. A moment later, Tichkin returned. Huaner praised him, not bad. You succeeded on your first try. He was still not entirely satisfied. The speed was not fast enough yet, but at least he was no longer being thrown out. Next, he needed more practice. A lavish party was being held in the cruise ship's grand hall. The click of high heels sounded as Huaner walked beside Tichkin. A series of notifications appeared. Divine relics detected. Everyone here has divine relics? Tichkin was astonished. With so many divine relics, just touching them would let him absorb quite a bit of divinity. The day he could hatch the dragon egg was not far off. Huaner headed toward the food table. Tichkin, I'm going to take a look over there. You go wander around on your own first. Tichkin sighed at her food-obsessed nature. Suddenly, someone hooked an arm around his. Handsome, your big sister is so lonely. Why don't we go over there and have a little chat? Tichkin noticed the marks on her face. Even with the cruise ship's protective barrier, there were people using anomalous entities like this. He refused. Sorry, I have something to do. Linglan Boinget Gali. Don't reject me so quickly. The real show is still to come. The lights suddenly went out. Yoqing's voice rang out. Welcome aboard the Infinity Star. I hope that appetizer, just now, did not bore you. 3 guards wheeled out the treasures. Starting now, these divine relics will be used as stakes. Any one of them can grant you unimaginable power. Whether you wager everything or rise to the heavens in one step depends entirely on your strength. Murmurs and exclamations filled the room. It's Yuqing, the woman blessed by heaven. She hasn't hosted a wager in 3 years. That's right. I heard nearly 60% of the divine relics are in her collection now. Leaning against his shoulder, Lin Lan asked, Did you hear that? Want to play a round with me? Tichkin agreed. Sure. What are we playing? Interested, she glanced to one side. At a gambling table nearby, a crowd had gathered. Divine relic detected. Is this real? This is already the 9th round. The crowd whispered. I heard this guy has won 8 straight games here. No way. How many divine relics has he won already? Reveal the cards. 21 points. I win again. Tichkin went over to watch. Pulling out a chair, he politely said, Pardon my interruption. May I join your game? Wei asked with interest, What are you putting up as a stake? Tichkin placed a mirror shard on the table. Is got 005 enough? Everyone was stunned. A single-digit divine relic? Isn't that the thing rumored to be able to destroy the world? Wei agreed. Fine. If this little brother has a divine relic of that level, I certainly have no objections. The rules are simple. Whoever has the highest total card value wins. Wei ordered the dealer to deal. He pushed forward a box containing an anomalous artifact. Will you match it? Meanwhile, Tichkin activated True Sight. He planned to use the instant his eyes caught the cards being dealt. True Sight could use the information it acquired to deduce the suit and value of the whole card. Tichkin pushed the got 005 shard forward to match the bet. Wei silently analyzed him. His artificial eye could analyze the movements of biological muscles, allowing him to infer his opponent's intentions. This guy had frowned slightly just now, so he was probably not confident in his hand. Wei revealed his cards. Looks like I've got this one in the bag. He had an ace of diamonds and a 7 of spades. Tichkin smiled and revealed his cards. I win. He showed the king of diamonds, with an 8 of spades beneath the table. Wei slammed the table angrily. How is that possible? You cheated. Dikgang sna. You accuse others of cheating just because you lost? That's not how this works. Wei calmed down, quietly calculating. Wei wanted to switch games. Kid, do you dare play something else with me? Tichkin answered without hesitation. Sure. But first, hand over what I won. Wei took out a gun. No problem. Then how about Russian roulette? Do you dare? Lin Lan slammed the table and cursed. Don't go too far. Wei reminded her. You're the one who nearly ruined the plan. Do you know you almost ruined everything? Tichkin looked at the weapon in Wei's hand. It was a real gun. Wei unloaded all the bullets. The rules are simple. I'll leave 1 bullet in the cylinder. We'll play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. The winner gets to choose the firing order. Whoever takes the gun may pull the trigger as many times in a row as they want, but they must fire at least once. If you survive, I'll give you $100,000. Lin Lan anxiously urged him. Little brother, this man is crazy. Don't challenge him. You'll die. Tichkin agreed. Only he knew that he had no intention of gambling with his life. They prepared to play rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Wei silently analyzed. Scissors, 57%. Paper, 31%. Most likely scissors. Rock, 12%. No matter what you throw at the last instant, I'll change my hand faster than you can see. Seeing Titchkan's hand move, Wei panicked and switched to paper. But no matter what, Titchkan should lose. Wei threw scissors. Titchkan threw rock. Looks like my luck is pretty good. I won. Veins bulged on Wei's forehead. How the hell was that possible? Luck? He recalled clearly changing his gesture at a speed no ordinary person could possibly react to. Could it be that Titch can have been even faster? He changed from paper to rock, and his total reaction and movement time had been less than 0.01 seconds. Wei threw the gun across the table. What kind of monster was this kid? Titchkin caught it. Thanks. Then I'll start from this side. Linlon thought to herself. He actually beat Wei at rock, paper, scissors. This handsome young man really isn't simple. Wei still clung to a sliver of hope. Logically, the kid could not know the bullet was in the fifth chamber. As long as he was a little cowardly and fired fewer than 4 times, Wei could still win. Big gang spo. By the way, may I ask your name? The man replied, my surname is Wei. Titchkin raised the gun to his temple. So, it's Mr. Wei. The people around them were stunned. He fired 3 shots at himself in a row. Who was this kid? How could he be so brave? That's enough, isn't it? From now on, each pull of the trigger has a 1 in 3 chance of killing you. Before pulling the trigger again, Titchkin asked, Mr. Wei, I have another question. Wei coldly replied, go ahead. Titchkin said, you're about to die, so tell me clearly, how are you going to pay me the 10 million? Can you transfer it in advance? Wei replied, I always keep my promises. Yet he was secretly worried. Why was there still no movement after so long? Someone had once asked him, are you sure this will attract the CB swarm? As long as there are 7 bait failures, they won't come. Wei poured that liquid into the sea. Don't worry, the intelligence was provided by Mr. Ho. It's reliable. And with this, there's no need to worry that they won't come. Titchkin said, then I'll thank you in advance. The onlookers were horrified. 4 shots in a row, and none fired. His luck is insane. The odds that the 5th chamber is still empty are only 1 in 6. The chance it has a live round is over 80%. Someone warned him, wait, you still want to fire the 5th shot? Let someone else do it. You've basically already won. Titchkin thought. Wei showed absolutely no reaction during the first 4 shots. But right as I was about to pull the trigger, Twin Lives reacted instinctively. Is this a warning of death? Wei secretly rejoiced. The 5th chamber held the live round, exactly as planned. This kid really was seeking death. He actually dared to push it to 5 shots. How could all 5 chambers be empty? Yu Qing intervened. Pause for a moment, Mr. Titchkan. The next shot is too risky. You may choose to forfeit. Even if you do, I guarantee you will not face any penalty. Titchkan's voice was unusually calm. Don't worry, I never intended to fire the 5th shot. Titchkan tossed the gun back to Wei. Naturally, Mr. Wei should be allowed to feel involved. Wei's heart shook. This kid had seen through him? How had he done it? Earlier, Titchkin had activated True Sight. True Sight had helped him simulate the outcome of this wager, including the bullet's location and Wei's last-second hand change. The moment Wei opened the cylinder, Titchkin had already won this game. He asked, why haven't you fired yet, Mr. Wei? Don't tell me you don't dare. Wei knew that this gun was extremely powerful. With his altered physique, 1 shot would not kill him instantly, but would at least seriously injure him. Lin Lan exchanged a look with him. Wei, don't forget our mission. Wei gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He pointed the gun across the table. Sorry, but I can't die yet. Titchkin replied. So you intend to go back on your word? It seems Mr. Wei plans to break his promise. Wei replied, I'll transfer the 10 million to your family. As for breaking my promise, do you remember what I said at the beginning? Someone recalled. I think he said that if the kid survived, he would give him 10 million. If he died, then he wouldn't have to give him anything. Titchkin said coldly, Mr. Wei, isn't that sophistry? Wei fired. It is sophistry, but sorry. Blue light flashed in Titchkan's eyes as a surge of power burst forth. He pulled his leg back. That move was soft force. Logically, it should not have sent a person flying that far. Titchkin recalled rushing forward to kick Wei at the instant the bullet left the barrel, activating Twin Lives. Speed. While dodging the bullet, he had delivered a frontal kick using soft force. Twin Lives. Speed. But it seemed the soft force had been blocked and could only erupt externally, which was why Wei had been kicked so far away. This protective barrier countered martial arts far too strongly. The bullet whizzed toward him. Tichkin merely tilted his head and easily dodged it. Everyone else froze in shock. He dodged a bullet. A dagger attacked him from behind. Tichkin grabbed his attacker's wrist and mocked her. You were inviting me just now. Why did you turn on me so quickly? Linglan zipli soi. She flung Tichkin's hand away. As the dagger swung at him, Tichkin casually blocked it with his hand. Everyone saw him grip the blade without suffering the slightest injury. Linglan was stunned. How is that possible? A layer of golden scales covered Tichkin's palm as he grabbed her by the head. Tichkin lifted Lin Lan by the head. She cursed, "Didn't I apologize to you just now? You're not really going to lay hands on a woman, are you?" Tichkin answered indifferently. You may think apologies are useful, but unfortunately, you aren't really human. After dealing with her, Tichkin walked toward Wei across from him. Wei trembled in fear. He truly was a monster. He had not implanted any anomalous entities or taken any forbidden drugs. Estimated physical level, 3.6 to 4.2. So he was an ancient martial arts practitioner. Bodily mutation rate, less than 1%. Comprehensive danger assessment, 4.1 to 4.5. Damn it, if that bitch had not provoked him, things would not have come to this. But before she died, she had planted a nail. Now it only remained to see whether it would prove useful later. Wei loaded the gun. He had no idea whether this kind of bullet could even hurt Tichkin. Tichkin leisurely picked up a die. He closed his eyes and tossed it in his hand. Tichkin decisively hurled it at his opponent. Wei tilted his head to dodge. The wall behind him caved in, cracks spreading across it. Horror appeared in Wei's eyes as Tichkin rushed forward and drove a knee into his chest. Wei staggered backward, steadied himself, and began firing wildly at Tichkin. Tichkin easily dodged the bullets. Wei threw the gun's firing pin forward, and it fell between them. Energy surged from within it, enveloping the two of them in blinding light. Wei smugly thought, this is a sonic bullet. An ordinary person would be blinded and pass out immediately. So he could use that move too. It seems you have some brains. Tichkin knew that martial artists possessed sharper senses, so they would only suffer greater damage. Wei panicked when he saw Tichkin charge at him. Wait, how are you unaffected? Wei strengthened his arm, making it bulge with muscle, and threw a punch. Damn it, kid, don't underestimate me. Tichkin met the punch head-on and absorbed its force. Wei was terrified. Tichkin had not moved an inch. Tichkin punched forward. Spiritual force seemed to pass straight through Wei's fist. Wei's hand was severed and fell to the floor. Tichkin praised him. That technique of yours is quite interesting. How does it work? Is it some kind of anomalous entity? Wei stubbornly replied. Why the hell should I tell you? Tichkin's gaze shifted to the side. He asked Huaner, who was holding Lin Lan's wrist. Huaner, what's wrong? She replied. This woman seems to have come back to life. Wei cursed under his breath. Damn it. He continued firing. Shoot them. Go. Taking advantage of Huaner dodging the bullets, Lin Lan fled. Just keep them occupied like this. Tichkin was busy fighting Wei. Huaner, she's yours. Huaner immediately gave chase. Leave it to me. She ran along the high wall after Lin Lan. She won't get away. At that height, Wei could not shoot her. Damn it. Tichkin had caught up to Wei. You're out of bullets, aren't you? Before Tichkin's icy gaze, Wei's entire body stiffened. What was happening? Why couldn't he move? Shadow flame flew toward Wei, whose eyes became strangely vacant. His upper body was sliced in half, exposing wires inside. The ground trembled slightly as he crashed down. Tichkin glanced to the side. An announcement blared from the speakers. CBs. The CBs are attacking. Lin Lan was running outside. She smiled smugly. The CB swarm really came. Mr. Ho's intelligence was indeed reliable. Huaner chased closely behind her. You still have time to think about something else? A slash of her claw shot out, shattering Lin Lan's entire body. As the fragments fell, Lin Lan's remaining consciousness thought, too fast. How could I have absolutely no ability to resist her? Huaner stepped forward and grabbed Lin Lan's head. Tichkin happened to see it. Not bad, Huaner. You took down that woman, even while wearing high heels. Huaner unconsciously straightened her back. Lin Lan screamed, "Let me go." The roof above was shaking. Huaner worriedly asked, "But what do we do now? This ship has been traveling for hours. If it overturns, I don't know if we'll be able to swim back." Lin Lan guset idiot. The sea is full of CBs. The moment you enter the water, they'll sting you to death. How could you swim back? Huaner tightened her grip around Lin Lan's head. Lin Lon cried out, begging, "It hurts. It hurts. Don't squeeze so hard." Tichkin realized, no wonder you could come back to life just now. Your whole body is made of anomalous entities. Tichkin continued, when the CB swarm arrived, everyone else panicked. Yet you and Wei were excited. Can I take that to mean you lured the CBs here, miss? The CB swarm was lured here by you, wasn't it? Lin Lon stubbornly answered. So what if it was? She thought this kid's powers of observation were truly inhuman. Tichkin knew that if they had come to capture the CB queen, then they must have a way to deal with the swarm. We do, but it requires Wei. Once a CB swarm appears, its numbers are terrifying, at least tens of thousands. The CB queen, as the swarm's brain, hides among hundreds of thousands or even millions of CBs. Only by capturing or killing the queen and cutting off the pheromones it emits can the swarm lose its command, descend into chaos, and scatter. To find the hidden CB queen, we need Wei's artificial eye, which has been loaded with specialized data. Tichkin asked directly, then do you need me to gouge it out and plug it into you? Ling Lan Fao In Shu. How am I supposed to plug it in? Do you think I'm a USB port? So there's only one way left. What way? Tichkin replied calmly. Kill every last one of those CBs. Lin Lon felt that it was hardly feasible. The CB's stingers contained a lethal poison. If one struck you, you would certainly die within 30 seconds. To wipe out a swarm numbering in the hundreds of thousands, they would need a large-scale weapon of destruction. Tichkin asked, we have to try regardless. Is there anything I need to watch out for when fighting those CBs? Oh, right. Among the CB swarm, a small number are much larger. Those are soldier bees, and they are far more dangerous than ordinary CBs. Thanks, Huaner asked curiously. Tichkin, what should we do with this woman? Tichkin answered, hand her over to the owner of this ship. Suddenly, smoke began rising from Lin Lan's head. She cried out in terror, help, save me. Tichkin hurriedly ordered, Huaner, put her down. Huaner immediately threw her toward the sea just before it exploded. Lin Lan's head burned to ash and fell into the ocean. Huana let out a breath of relief. That was close. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Tang Yao brought over a longsword. Mr. Shui, Miss Wu asked me to give this to you. She said there is nothing better available right now. Make do with it for now. Tichkin asked, how are things with the passengers? Tang Yao answered, they have all gathered inside. Miss Wu said you can fight without restraint. If anything happens, she will handle it. Tichkin remembered her goodwill, and he felt much more at ease. With her assurance, many of his concerns were gone. Outside, he was now alone. He lowered his head and watched the movement of the waves. Tichkin looked at the dense mass below. Those things underwater must be the CBs. Who would have thought that beneath their frail appearance lay such deadly venom? He immediately climbed onto the railing. Then he drew his sword. In that case, let's test the power of a ranged attack. Tichkin infused it with lightning. There's no way creatures in this world can be tougher than the divine dragons of the Boundary Realm. A slash combining lightning and shadow flame came down, and powerful electricity surged into the sea. The bee swarm was blasted into disarray, each CB convulsing from the shock before falling back onto the water. Tichkin was secretly delighted to see that it worked. Then a venomous stinger shot out from beneath the water. He swiftly leaned aside to evade it. The stinger embedded itself in the cruise ship, releasing green poison. Tichkin thought, such a quick and precise counterattack. It looks like that's the CB Queen. Unless I find a commander, killing any number of CBs will be useless. Where are you hiding? Not this one. Not this one either. Damn it, there are too many. Although aiming could lock onto a target, it could not distinguish the queen from a swarm of identical bees. In that case, I can only use true sight for deduction. A beam of blue light pierced through the sea's surface and struck one bee. Tichkin opened his eyes and activated true sight. That bee was now within his sight. He shot forward. Found you. A spear of shadow flame pierced straight through the bee's body. Watching it shatter, Tichkin silently compared it to the creatures of the Boundary Realm. It's far too weak. He dove down from above into the water. Then he surfaced beneath the cool seawater. That felt great. A flood of notifications rang out. You have successfully eliminated a special divine creature. Divinity plus 82.